Good evening, everybody. Matt, what is up? How's it going, man? Good to have you. Thank you for coming by again.
My pleasure. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you and to everyone who's paying attention to us today.
Yes, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. I'd like to say St. Patrick's Day for the people who were actually named Padraig, where Patrick came from. See, even I know a little bit of Irish culture, history.
Pádraig in Gaelic, yes.
Say it again.
Pádraig.
Oh, see, okay. I guess I'm saying it, of course, the way it's still anglicized, written with the English alphabet, right? Padraig, so I say Padraig.
Yep.
Because it's easier to know for people to realize, oh, that's where Patrick, right? It's so close, right? Patrick, whatever. But the way you say it, nice. I like that. Very good, my friend. Everybody, welcome on this lovely evening, St. Patrick's Day evening. I guess for those of you who went out and celebrated at the parade, I hope you had a good time. If your city indeed does St. Patrick's Day parades, it was rainy and ugly here, so we weren't there. But Montreal always does one every year for like over 100 some odd years or whatever. Big Irish population here historically, So that's cool. Let us see who is here in the chat. A lot of people apparently. Mr. Redjack, of course, you were the first one and have to go to work, so I appreciate it. Enjoy. I hope you're enjoying this on Rewind. And Mike at NSN Art, got my pencil, paper, and spreadsheet ready. Look at that. He's already he's waiting for the information that Maddie's going to give him. Wow, all the way from Oz, and you're the second one here, third one here. Wow, David, good day to you. Your shows are just going from strength to strength. Oh, that's very sweet. I tune in when I can. I know you do. I've been out on the road at times listening to your shows, which is very enjoyable. Regards to you, my friend. Thank you so much. And I'm still waiting for a Monday in Australia to be a day off so we can do a show together. So don't think I'll ever forget about that, David. Happy Sunday to you, Alberto. I'm ready to go. Was either watching this or doing my taxes. Taxes can wait. I appreciate that. Don't be late on your taxes, though.
We'll get into that today.
We'll get into that. There you go. Happy Sunday to my wife, hey, Vivian. And the Rickster, what's up? Jason Ladwig, good evening to you. Forgot my slide ruler. Don't worry about it. I'm sure Matt's got one for you.
I've got abacus for sale on my website right now. No, I don't.
Branded? Are they branded, though? That's the question.
They would be if I had them.
Yeah. There you go. Pop sequentialism, everybody. Check out the channel. Thank you, Mikhail. I appreciate that. Exactly. But I have to ask, even though I often forget anyways. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, please. If you're here, 29 of you so far trickling in. Can you hit the thumbs up that's right around here, right below where I'm pointing? I'd appreciate that. Thank you. That'd be very nice. Do it. Don't do it for me. Do it for Matt. Right? Do it for Matt. He's here again. He loves talking to you all. I love hanging out with him. We always have a good time chatting, whether it's privately or on camera. So It's always good fun, man. So again, thanks to you for being here.
I like the Outsiders. Do it for Johnny.
Do it for Johnny. Oh, I love that movie, man. I love that movie. We had to read that in grade 7 or 8. So junior high.
Yeah, we read a lot of S.E. Hinton in
you too?
Elementary and junior high school, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Yeah. That was at the time, and for us, the early 80s. That was the big thing in the schools here, anyways. All the S.E. Hinton books. So love it, and so cool what a great timing, because the books were already written 15 years earlier or whatever it was, but it was right around the time we were reading them that the movies were also coming out. So we also.
And she was only a few years older than us. So S.E. Hinton was only, I think, 15 when she wrote The Outsiders, and it got published just a couple years later.
Yeah, 15 when she wrote. That's right. And top of the evening to you, CJ. What is up? And I hit twice on their different accounts. Exactly. Thank you, Arto. That's why I always do it 4 times. I got 4 different accounts. So that's what I mean for those of you who are confused when I say I did it 4 times on like Nick's show, 4 different Gmails, 2 of them of which I never use, but at least they exist so I can hit the like with them. Vivian, did Ruben get you a pot of gold? More like a pot of shit. A pot of big nothing.
Ask David in Australia about pot of gold. You
ask him. He's listening.
I wonder if he's old enough to remember the wonderful community audition show Pot of Gold out of Queensland with
he probably does.
the talent critic Bernard, who basically gave the mean judge on American Idol his personality.
David, let us know if you're familiar with that. Who knows? David, it may have been canceled long before, when he was still young or whatever. And yeah, so who knows?
Possibly. There's also two names. There's Pot of Gold and there was Potluck. A lot of people know it as Potluck.
Okay. So let us know, David. And John Brown, good evening to you, sir. Lovely to have you as always. Yo, what's up, JC? Jesus Cristo. Is that what JC stands for? Jesus Cristo. That's what I'm going with, man. Let me know. I'm pretty sure it's not, but it would be pretty cool. What else we got? Who else we got? The graph is what a lot of people think the art is worth. I don't know, man. I think the graph it's as accurate as you can get. I couldn't make my own, so I had to find one, and it's about as accurate as what the hobby has done. Pretty much all the way smooth, straight up. So it's about as accurate as I could find, anyways. Hello, Mr. Kennedy. It is indeed. Hello, Maki Pupu. Good to see you, sir. San Patricio. It is in Spanish. It is. Aloha to you, Carl. Hey, you're back to being regular again. I love that, man. That means you're doing good physically, mentally, spiritually, and I love that. I'm glad to see it. Thank you very much for dropping in again, as always. At least for as long as until your girlfriend shows up and you gotta go and do stuff with her. So greetings to you. What's up, Jeff? Las Vegas. Tells us the top. Oh, you mean the graph? No, the top's not in yet. The top's not in yet. When it continues, it'll be continuing, even it's like if it's already like this, just add another one like that. It'll just that's what I think anyways. We'll see what Matt here has to say to us all, and then you guys can all argue if you disagree, which is cool because we'll have a good productive discussion about it. Jesus Cabrera, what is up? Good to see you, my friend. Jeff, crap, I didn't know tonight was the best night. Only for us too. You can be in your, you can be naked in your underwear. That's okay. Well, we can see you, so it's fine. Should I invest in
investment? Yes.
Yeah, invest. Exactly. There you go.
So we're investors. We're investors.
Matt's all on the ball. Marcus, you can maybe Matt will tell us. Maybe Matt will tell us what he thinks about that. Especially the most nonsensical, never heard of before names. Yeah, invest in all of those. I say yeah. But we are not professional advisors, so do not take my professional advice. And not either.
Yeah. Yeah.
What movie has Johnny? What do you mean? What movie has Johnny? The Outsiders. I don't know. Are you joking, or I'm not sure what you? I don't know if you're joking, Carl. All the S.E. Hinton books, The Outsiders, Rumble. Well, actually, no. I guess Johnny he died in The Outsiders, so that was
the one book. But there's many S.E. Hinton books. Most people followed Outsiders with that was then, this is now, and then Rumble.
Yeah, that was then, this is now.
Yeah.
Exactly. My daughter's coming in, just telling me that she loves that too. Yeah. Your friend's asking you because he's reading it in class. In class?
Yeah, because we have to choose which books we read.
Oh, the students are choosing their own books, though. Oh, okay. Nice. Get him into it.
That was my favorite of the books, actually.
That was then. This is now is Matt's favorite. Is that your favorite? That's her favorite too.
Yeah.
Wow. Of all books of all time?
Yeah.
that she's ever read. Imagine that. No, I mean, she's only 14, but still.
When I was 14, it was probably my favorite book I had ever read.
There you go. There you go. Acapulco Gold.
Sounds like pot to me.
Evening, CW. What's up, my friend? Jewish Dragons. Good to see you. Hey, thanks for dropping in. Ruben is not wearing green. He wants to be pinched in his cheeks. What? Is there something that says if you don't wear green, somebody gets to pinch your cheeks?
On St. Patrick's Day, yes, you're supposed to wear green.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I know about the you're supposed to wear green thing.
I have my crest on, so I don't have to wear the green.
Okay. Well, yeah, man. I don't know. I don't think I even own anything green, to be honest. So I kind of have an excuse for that, you know. My underwear is green, says Carl. Used to be white. That's because of the Taco Bell you ate last week, man. Oh my gosh. Hello, Tom from Tom McDonald from Chicago. Tom is going to be my guest, everybody. As you, those of you who remember, he was supposed to be my guest last week for the show and tell. So he and I will finally be doing that this coming Sunday, a week from tonight. So I look forward to that. Should you have invested in vests instead? I don't know. It's always good to have one or two. Why not? I feel underdressed in sweatpants here on my couch. How embarrassing. This is a relaxed hangout show. You don't got to be dressed. We don't have to either, but, you know, I had to keep up with Matt. I knew Matt was going to kind of do something. So, oh, look at that. One of your friends, Matt. Seizure Salad Hollywood.
Is that Steve?
See, even Matt's not sure. Because that's what happens, right? When people use aliases all the time. It's like, it's hard to keep track of who's who. And, you know, Seizure Salad Hollywood, let us all know what your first name is at least. So Matt can know exactly.
Pretty sure
who
that's
you are.
Steve Carl. Yep.
Okay. Go vest, young man. Yes. Lots of comics to invest in. Great time to buy. There you go. Johnny, number 5. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Oh, that's from the Short Circuit movie. That's the robot, the friendly robot.
Oh, is that the name of it?
Johnny 5.
The robot?
Yeah.
Johnny 5. Okay. Carl, never seen The Outsiders. Go get it, man. Go rent it. Watch it. Whatever. Not rent it. Well, yeah, well, I guess you could rent it on TV or whatever. But yeah, watch it. Watch it. It's awesome. Ru's a cherry boy guy. I don't even know what that is. Look at that. Seizure Salad Hollywood. Stay gold, Pony Boy. Stay gold.
He's referencing Cherry Valance, you know, who's the love interest in
The
Outsiders. Yeah.
But
played by Diane Lane in the film.
Diane Lane, right. But she's not the one who said that, is it?
Right.
She wasn't the one who said no.
No, but Marcus was saying a Cherry Boy girl, a Cherry Boy fan or something.
Cherry Boy guy.
Yeah.
Cherry Boy guy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Carl saying, okay, now he's getting in on the Johnny 5 thing. No disassemble. Oh, CJ says, hello, Arwen. Oh, okay. She already did so. Okay. Yeah, see, that's what happens when I'm behind. Ruben loved Pony Boy. I love them all. It was just such a great book to read at that time. Perfect time and great movie too. Yeah, man. Good stuff. I know it's meant for like whatever. I know kind of pre-teen age, whatever, young adult kind of thing or whatever. But I love it forever. Like it's always good, you know. I watched them a couple of years ago or whatever. I still thoroughly enjoyed it. So I only knew that Johnny was a cream puff. What are you talking? I don't know what you're talking about. Wow, a school having students read, impressive. Yeah, exactly. Patagol, hi. Oh, okay, there you go. I see. CJ, by the way, you call CJ CK. Oh, okay.
Dave's not here, man.
Johnny 5 still alive. What's up, Derek? Hey, it's been a minute, man. That is sick. Yes, it's Steve. There you go. I forgot it was under Seizure Salad. There you go.
My best friend.
Good day, Matt. David, I guess you didn't hear. Did you hear? I guess you didn't hear. Ask him again.
Yeah, the Pot of Gold show, Australian show. Also, Potluck is what it was rebranded as at a certain point. Like the greatest talent show ever because it's just from Queensland. And so it's like people that live, 6 hours out of town to come in and they're very talented where they're at in their little towns where there's only 5 people. And then they go on television and it's kind of like amazing at how bad some of the performers were. But the critic was he would cut people to the quick. He did not mince words, and he would just like really rifle into them about any little thing that didn't go correctly. But when he loved the axe, he loved the axe, and it was really amazing.
So, David, what we want to know is, are you familiar with the program
Yes.
that Matt is talking about? That's all we wanted to know. That's what we were waiting for.
Yep.
Everyone, just popped a quick direct link to Carl's channel. Dropped another video this week, so please do check that out if you can. And at the same time, I would ask you, just as a favor to him and to me, I guess, because I like him, Lee Parmenter, who is not here every week, but he makes it when he can. And let me put that in. So I've been encouraging, ever since I opened my own channel, other collectors to turn their YouTube accounts into a channel. Do if it's just to do simple unboxings or whatever, just do something for the hobby so we can have more choice, And so Lee just opened his channel and he's been doing unboxings, but of course he has no way of getting the word out. So the algorithm, obviously, it's not finding anybody. So I'm going to try to give him a little bit of help here with this direct link. As you can see, it's youtube.com/@Lee Parmenter. And so you'll see the first two videos that he has. So he has two unboxings. So at least check it out. And if you like it, please subscribe to him. And if you don't want to subscribe, just like most people I tell, don't subscribe to me. At least hit like on the button, hit like on the comments underneath the video, leave him a comment just to try to get the algorithm to sort of move his stuff out in front of some more collectors. The more choice we have, guys and gals, the better it is for all of us, right? And I don't mind pushing everybody else, because if you end up finding their stuff and it means, well, you only got a limited amount of time and you got to not watch my stuff, I'm okay with that. Because in the end, you're just watching something that's for the hobby and it's what you like best. Obviously, that's why you would choose to watch the ones you like best, and you would have to cut out the ones you don't like as much. I don't care if you have to stop watching mine, but at least try these out. Try these new little channels out. They're fans made by fans, and we're all just trying to get a little bit of a headway in this little niche called YouTube. So please check that out for Lee if you don't mind. I'd appreciate that, and I'm sure Lee could use a few views, if not subscribers. All right, and then lastly, for everybody, as always, I know he's not here right now, but we got 36 people at the moment, and we're going to get into the show in a second. So I might as well do this right now. As always, want to point out Nick's show, youtube.com/theexp. And please check that out this Friday coming, and every Friday, of course, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. And this particular Friday, coming Friday's episode can be found here for those of you who don't subscribe. And if you haven't, you should. But if you don't, here, click this link and it'll take you right there in case you want to do it the old school way of bookmarking. And so there you go on that. Check it out. And we should be having some interesting art for sale this coming Friday by Nick. Sold up by Nick. All right. So next art show, home of the 11-cent auctions. That's very true. And Carl, what did Carl say? Lee and I have some nice crossover taste, so I look forward to more of his videos. Great. At least it's somebody watching, so that's cool. It's you and me so far. So we got to get some more people checking it out, And yeah, you're very welcome, Carl, of course. And what else we got? So David says here, let me get this off the screen. So go check out Nick, of course. So I'm familiar with the show, coming from Queensland. Where did you watch it? I am from Melbourne, Victoria. Amazing. He's excited for you, Matt.
Yeah, it came across my desk years ago, licensing foreign television shows for like Netflix and places like that. This is when physical media was still very much the driving force behind video. And so different licensors would send us stuff asking us if we wanted to license it. And so we got an amazing amount of clips from Potluck and Pot of Gold. And you watch one episode and you're hooked. And this was years before American Idol. But what held us up from releasing it in the US is you have to get the rights to the songs being sung. So if one of the contestants sings a Beatles song or one of the contestants sings a Michael Jackson song, those had an inordinately high licensing fee that goes to the publishing. And so you would have to pay that for every single song in the show, which made it a very expensive show to run in the United States. In places like England, where their equivalent of film or music licensing board. So we have ASCAP in the United States. There's a few other companies that also handle rights, but they were the major one for the longest amount of time, where they would collect royalties on behalf of publishing. A publisher can set whatever fee they want. And in the UK, it's just a flat fee. So you'll pay the same for a very obscure song that you pay for a very popular song, which is why so many great like music Blu-rays come out of the UK, because the cost of doing them is so much less. And now as they start to come out in 4K, it's fantastic because 4K is a truly international format. Every 4K player plays the same discs. There aren't any region encodings or any subdivided, different types of discs. So yeah, so that's how I became aware of it. If we had had an option, we absolutely would have released it years ahead of time. We probably would have licensed a version of the show to do in the US years before American Idol, but because of the cost of licensing, it didn't happen.
There you go. Juice Dragons, thank you. I appreciate that. And Lee's not here right now. Hopefully he'll pop in later. But I'm sure he appreciates it. So thank you so much. Check it out anyways. Check it out if you can. So far, it's just 2 videos and it's a couple of unboxings. So there you go. And use the comments to give him suggestions if you can. I haven't done it, but I have to reach out to him. I find his video so far, the lighting is too dark for me. So yeah, give him suggestions. I'm going to suggest that he do something about the lighting. But okay, so hey, what's up? Good evening, Hydra, our old mate
buddy.
from a couple of weeks back. What's up, man? Didn't get invited tonight so that Rubén could get a word in. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's always my fault. What's up, man? Good to see you. Okay, everybody, why don't we get into this? I think we're good with all the promos. Just want to be sure. Yeah, did all the promos. Everything's good. I'm caught up on the comments, so that's awesome. Yeah, so everybody, please put your hands together for our friend, your friend and mine, Mr. Matt Kennedy. The floor is yours, my friend.
Sawadee crap. Yeah, so I think that, we discussed doing this. You had seen a video I had made about value and investment and whether or not people really see collecting as an investment. And so when I had first made my video, it was in response to ideas about collectibles in general. So that can be anything that isn't a traditional investment. And we know that certainly since I would say about 2018, that the landscape of how people of a certain age are investing is very different than every type of investing that has come before it. That right around 2017, 2018 is when you start to see things like Pokemon cards hit $500,000, $1 million sales for specific rated cards. Certainly back in 2017, the most expensive piece of comic art, I think, or American comic art, would have been the McFarlane Amazing Spider-Man cover of Spider-Man holding up the Hulk. And that went for something like $660,000. So an American illustrated page had not crossed the $1 million barrier yet at that point. And now, as we went through the pandemic, and it gave people less options of how to spend their money while maintaining because of certain federal laws that were passed here in the United States. And I know that, and so I just take it as an assumption that most of what I'm going to be talking about is going to be about the United States and the market here, since we set the market for collectibles and stocks and everything else, unless I reference another part of the world. And I will reference a couple other parts of the world as we talk about this. But that it became evident right around that time that people, and I think the GameStop saga really kicks this off to a great degree for most of the general public,
If you don't
that,
mind, Matt, give a quick brief rundown about what the GameStop saga was, because otherwise, not everybody follows the stock market. So
sure,
just so they know
sure.
what you're referencing here,
There's a great documentary and a great film, which the film I think just dropped like within the last couple of weeks. But it's about an event, a thing that hit the zeitgeist, where a bunch of people who had been following things like crypto and alternative investments started looking at the GameStop stock and saw it was identified that a lot of hedge funds were betting against GameStop. So they were taking futures that were betting that GameStop stock was going to lose and they were going to cash in on the loss. And there's a type of investment where you can do that, where you can set up, a negative investment. And so a lot of people banded together. They got together on different sites like Reddit, and there's like alternate investment Reddits, and they talked about, hey, let's put our money together and let's raise the value on this. Like, this is a company that could get turned around. They identified an investment quality in this undervalued stock, and a lot of people got in on it. And I know personally a lot of people that made some money on it. I know a lot of people that hung in there a little bit late and lost some money. At certain points, GameStop stock, which had been at one point, I think, less than $1. So if you bought in really, really low and it hit, a point where it was above $78, above $100, I think at its height, people were becoming millionaires, on investments of $6,000 and $9,000. So, and a lot of people, the expression "to the moon" that you hear about collectibles, is of course based on one of the stock.
I've never heard it. I've never heard it with collectibles. Just so you know, Matt, I've never heard it in the collectibles. Believe it or not, I've heard it forever, and ever since I got into investing, but never in collectibles. Yeah.
So that comes out of a Fox News Network investment counselor who would be like, "to the moon," and he hit a buzzer or something on his desk. But it really entered the zeitgeist heavily with the GameStop saga. And what ended up happening, so long story short, is that a lot of people are using Robinhood investments as a way of using an easy way to buy and sell stock. It was much less expensive than using a regular broker. It was even, I think at that point, cheaper than E-Trade. And they ended up not being able to cover potential loss. And they had to shut down trading. And everybody thought that they were being kind of forced to shut down by these billion-dollar hedge funds that stood to lose a lot of money the more stock that was getting purchased. And that certainly happened. And it was certainly, and it's been investigated. I think there's still investigation into, as with all of these things in the stock market, who's going to pay? Does it make the front page? Does it take 10 years to put them in jail? What's going on? So it wasn't necessarily a fraud case as much as it was an insolvency issue. And that caused the stock to sink. So, and it was an overt manipulation of the market. And so that was the first signal to a lot of investors that even when we have our own thing going on, we can't beat the system, that the powers that be are going to crush us, that, even when we band together and bet against the big dogs just have too many resources at their fingertips. We don't trust the market anymore. And they took their money out of the market by and large. So there's a huge influx of new money in the market from 2008, 2021. And a lot of it came back out in that same amount of time.
And just to clarify, and there's always people coming in and out, Matt, you're currently still only talking about the stock market, not the comic book art market. Thank you.
Right. So an ancillary cause and effect that happens is that some of these disenfranchised collectors are also paying attention to the prices of collectibles starting to go through the roof. So a lot of comic books started to hit their first $1 million sales during the pandemic. I don't think Amazing Fantasy 15 had ever gotten more than $1 million before the pandemic. Even in the highest condition, Now you've got like, if someone has a I don't know if there's a 9.8 of an AFM 15. I know there's a 9.6. There might be a 9.8. I'm not sure. You could count on a 9.8, and by the time the next Spider-Man movie comes out, selling for $3 million. Superman #1. Not the first appearance of Superman. Not really traditionally a key in the way that we would think about a key. Is a $1 million comic. That wasn't always the case. Detective 27 is absolutely a $1 million comic or above, even at much lower grades. So as these people are paying attention to that, and Pokemon cards and Magic cards and baseball cards, which is where we really get the influence and the outside money coming into comics, is that baseball cards took a massive hit. That prices had gotten so ridiculously high on graded cards that there was less money to make on high value, easy to sell cards. So those big sellers, people like what's his name, Virachuk, who is a big Pokemon collector, he started getting into NFTs, and he started launching things like Bad Ape Club and CryptoPunks, and that's a $1 billion business. And people can hem and haw about the NFT market. I don't think we saw the launch, we saw it get big, we saw it crash hard as crypto crashed. It is inevitably tied to the price of crypto. So we just saw another CryptoPunk sell just a few months ago for like $6 million. So
what sold for $6 million?
A CryptoPunk. It's like this really low resolution, almost Nintendo, 8-bit graphic icon face. And that's what CryptoPunks are. And so the Bored Ape Yacht Club is also really low quality illustration, easily released with different color wheels and little like the same ape with like a bow tie, but then different apes. So it's a whole collectible market.
Okay, that's why Marcus was on the ball. He already knew about it and put the ape. He put the ape emoji thingy. On.
So I mean, and that's like the worst of NFTs. Like they got in the news, they got in the zeitgeist because they were very expensive. They were being sold at Art Basel on giant television screens where you could see live bidding through Foundation and OpenSea and all these other apps that deal in the selling of NFTs. But so you don't have to understand or even believe that NFTs are a good investment to know that that's a very important reason of why comics and cards became a huge boom industry for people. And it's because they were taking their money out of these other investments and popping them back into physical, tangible goods. So tangible is, of course, an important part of why we who collect physical things collect them. We can touch them, we can look at them, we can handle them. And so tangible and fungible are basically interchangeable words. NFT is a non-fungible token. A comic book is a fungible thing. And when you talk about investments, when they usually talk about investments on any kind of financial show, they're only talking about fungible investments in terms of real estate, stocks, or commodities. And so and of course bonds and things like that, but they don't include things like collectibles. And most people who come from finance have sort of a chip on their shoulder about comics and even about art that isn't blue chip art. And so since this is where the rubber hits the road, right? This is like comics are produced from artwork. The artwork that goes into a comic now has instant recognizable provenance because it has been published. So that's different than just a drawing or even a piece in a gallery show, because a thing being in a gallery show with as many galleries as there are now is less of a provenance than it used to be when there were lesser galleries and those pieces would immediately go to auction. So we're talking again about subdivisions within markets. And I know this is probably like, I don't want people's eyes to start Xing over and falling asleep about this. Where it affects us now is that we've seen the cost of comic books spike heavily in the last 3 or 4 years. We saw them hit a massive peak at the end of 2021, start to go down, and then certain books go up. We didn't see that same crash with comic art. Comic art went up and it plateaued. It didn't go back down. So we haven't seen a case where somebody has purchased, at least publicly, a very, very expensive piece of comic or illustration or science fiction or a movie poster or some other kind of pop art related to the stuff that we like, hit high and then drop. The way that we certainly did is someone just posted, like with Barry Bonds cards, and so those things are much more impacted by controversy. An NBA player who gets accused of some type of assault, which we won't say because we don't want you to get deplatformed, may experience as many points as he has in his career, that the value of his cards may drop because people don't want to have that card in their collection because it represents in their mind, even though he's already made all the money he'll make for it the second that card was produced, that they view it as somehow supporting the person depicted on it. With comics and comic art, it's a little less immediate, but there certainly have been some people who are accused of being terrible people, doing awful things, and people stepping away from collecting their work. But it hasn't really caused, a substantial loss. Now, Mark's talking about some substantial losses in comic books, absolutely. But in comic art, not so much.
No, he's talking about comic art. But I will say, just because it's very simple to answer this, to sort of counterpoint, he's right. He's right. But it's a question of there's an exception to every rule, and all of the ones that you're thinking of, Marcus, fall into the category of those were exceptions, because a few pieces at every single auction even does not a market make. So when you take it on a percentage basis, right, the amount of pieces at any given auction that, the guy took a beating on that one, as a percentage of how many actual total pieces they auctioned in that auction, it's just infinitesimally small, the amount of pieces that lost money, right? So
it's certainly less than 1%, because there's always more than 100 pieces. But I'm going to push back on that statement a little bit. Okay. Because we haven't seen the same exact pieces get purchased for a lot of money and then sold for less. We've seen art by certain artists hit peaks and continue to grow, and then we've seen other pieces by those artists not hit those same peaks and not hit those same plateaus. Now, it's connected. What that shows you is that maybe there's saturation of the availability and concentrated availability of art by a certain artist. So we'll say Jack Kirby. We'll say that, at a certain point, the prices on Jack Kirby's were really, really high across the board for almost everything. And we can say that a certain amount of his work was made available from a certain era. Then as that falls into collections and gets kept, as most comic art does, you don't see a lot of quick resale on comic art at auction. So when you use the auction record, which is really one of the only ways that you can set a market in this end of collectibles, because it's not like there's a go collect for comic art, because there's only one piece. So if that piece sells, that piece probably sits in somebody's collection for a while and then it goes out. Now, there are plenty of us who buy and sell comic art on a regular basis, that as soon as we get a piece in, we may realize that we got it at a bargain and turn around and sell it. I don't think most people lose money in that proposition. And I think that any of the, Kirby's, or even Mike Zeck, who saw a career high, recently, where a page from, the Secret Wars issue with the origin of Venom hit $3.1 million, which is an insane amount of money for that page. It's not the first appearance of Venom. It's not the first appearance of the black suit. It is an element of Venom's origin, which is very complicated. But obviously,
it's just FYI. It's only like the 17th or 18th appearance of the black costume, by the way.
17th or 18th. Yeah, I mean, what's a piece of artwork from the 17th or 18th piece of the Punisher worth? Who knows? What's, a piece of artwork from the 17th or 18th appearance of Superman worth? Who knows? It's hard to establish a metric for that. So, when we say things like, oh, well, his market took a hit. Well, again, Jack Kirby's dead. The family doesn't make any money from the resale of his art. And that's true of every artist, basically. None of these auctions are in California. California is one of the few states that actually has a resale royalty. So that being the case, no one's getting any money from a resale. Now, the two laws that used to be true of the California Resale Royalty Act is that it had to be more than $1,000 and it had to sell for more the second time than it sold for the first time. So if you did sell somebody's artwork and you lost money on it in the fine art market, you would not have to cut a royalty for a portion of the sale back to the artist or the estate. Again, I know of 18 happenstances where that is the case in the years that that law was on the books, and it's gone in and out of favor. Sometimes it goes off the books, it doesn't get re-ratified. There's now European rules about resale that are affecting the sale of not just antiquities but also of contemporary art. It's become a thing in places like Spain, in France, and I think they're contemplating something in England. They're contemplating something in Ireland. So we'll see, you know, as this continues, to see how that affects comic artists. I offered, when I sold pages, because I was just used to doing it because I was in California for my California artists, to pay out when I would sell a piece for more to comic artists, and none of them wanted it. They're like, no, that's okay. I'm like, it's free money, you know, like, can I buy a commission for this amount of money? They were just not interested in it. It was a strange thing. But I also think, like, comic artists have been so used to be getting ripped off for so long that when someone does offer them money, they must think their liver is part of that agreement. You know, like, they have this assumption that there's some dirty pool going on. So, you know, it's important to keep a perspective about these things. So again, and you have to look at exactly what art's going up for auction. So like if the price that sets Kirby's pricing is like these killer Fantastic Four covers or amazing splash pages, then you have you start to assimilate a price for classic covers. Now with Kirby, it's hard because there's so many classic covers. So is one cover more classic than another cover? And is that why that they go for different value? But the people who bought them or got them somehow before they went to market in the last 3 years paid such a low cost on them. Like if they had purchased them 10 years earlier, I mean, you could get stuff for under $4,000. Some people got stuff for under $1,000. So those people made money. No one lost money on that. So the idea that, you know, that the market got hit, it just means that, well, they were estimating because of the prices that other things had gotten that maybe they were going to go for this and they didn't achieve it. Everybody made money in that scenario, of course, except the artist who did the original artwork to begin with.
Sure. Of course. That's very, very common. In this industry anyways. Just in case you hadn't seen it while I posted it while you were talking, Carl wants you to know what a great discussion you are providing for us. So
thank you, Carl. Thank you.
That's very, very true.
You know, so there's another aspect to this, right? And it's like, what do people always say? You know, like I say, they say it's not a tangible thing. It's not a fungible trade. And so they have this kind of lesser idea. You know, people will say things like this. They say it all the time. They're like, well, in the stock market, you know, there's a market. We know what the price of things are, and you can get liquid really quick. You can buy or sell really quickly in the market. And it's true, you can buy or sell really quickly in the market. You don't always get the market price. You can only get market price for the moment at which you sell it when everybody in the market thinks the price is going up and there's high demand for it. If you have a good till cancel price on your stock, you know, when you're going to sell it, you might hit it, you might not, and you might miss the boat. The price may come down, and then you have to rethink and then put in a bid to get rid of it. So most people are honestly, the vast majority of people who have money in the stock market, and I'm not talking about day traders, I'm not talking about whales, but I'm talking the number of people, not the amount of money. Obviously, the amount of money in the stock market is controlled by, you know, less than 500 people. But at the biggest, you know, at the manipulation level, if you count the people who have their money in the stock market, most are not day traders. Most have their monies in mutual funds and aren't even aware necessarily of what's included in their mutual fund. Occasionally, a broker will call them up and say, oh, I think you should spend money on this. Oh, why is the broker? What a nice thing to do that young man is doing when he calls you up and says, hey, I have a tip and you should sell this. Why is he doing that? Because he makes money every time you buy or sell something. If your money is sitting in a stock, it doesn't generate any money for him. So buying and selling had better benefit you. And most people don't know about it. They're easily susceptible to bad advice. I don't know a single person over the age of 60 from 10 years ago that didn't lose money significantly from a broker, insisting that they move their money from something really solid and investment worthy into some, fugazi stock. So like it's a really common practice. And that's another thing that led to people not trusting the market and not trusting the quote unquote investments. So the fact is, you can buy and sell a commodity like a comic book or a baseball card with almost the same ease that you can sell a stock. It's a different system. And there are values. You can go and look at GPA. You can go and look at Go Collect and see what that comic is worth. And you're not going to get what that comic is worth unless people think the value of that comic is going up. And then you can absolutely get that fair market value for it. I've done it many times myself. The truth is that you can expect to get a little bit less if you don't even want to pay any percentage on it, not an eBay fee, not anything else, not a processing fee. You can go into a Facebook, group, and you can absolutely buy and trade with someone online. You can have them send you a money order. You can have them send cash if you want. You can meet in a parking lot and have them give you cash for stuff. I mean, this happens all the time in our hobby. And so it also happens, we see it at conventions. You might pay $10 to walk into a convention. Obviously, the person setting up a table is paying a fee to be at the table, but that allows them access to people that have money that want to buy stuff. So a lot of people pay with cash, which means it's an invisible sale. So that generates much less attention. Of course, I'm not advocating that anybody cheat on their taxes. You should absolutely pay your taxes, but collectibles now are the equivalent in our generation as money in a mattress was to our grandparents. That it's a thing that you buy that is worth money. In the case of cash, you earn it through blood, sweat, and tears, right? But you're trading that thing that you got with blood, sweat, and tears for something else that you value. So they both have value to you, whether it's gold bars or rare stamps or coins or whatever. And you're now putting it in a box in your closet or in a safe if it's valuable enough. And it doesn't generate any tax until it turns into something that can be taxable. So that cash in the mattress doesn't get taxed until it goes into a bank account where there's a ledger that talks about the fact that there's now money appearing, that it exists in the eyes of the government. With a collectible, until you sell that collectible, you don't get taxed on it. So as it becomes more valuable in your closet, or if it loses value, you also, you can take a hit if you declare it as an asset, but that's bringing it into the light. It's otherwise a dark investment. So much art is also like that. A lot of people who purchase blue chip art will take the hit up front. They'll buy the artwork. They won't declare it as a purchase, and they'll wait. And they're doing that when they're spending $5 million, $10 million, $100 million on a painting or a sculpture, because they want to stop the taxable portion of their income. That they're diversifying really a tax shelter, not a collectible. They're not diversifying their investments. They're diversifying their taxability, their tax shelters. So, and laws may vary, depending upon what country you're in when you watch this. And you want to look into how states assess certain collectibles and value, and whether or not they take a piece of something just because it's worth a certain amount of money. Again, you could buy something for $50, might be under the investment reporting level. And then all of a sudden it becomes worth 300, then 3,000, then 12,000. You are under no obligation to report that you own this thing that is now worth that amount of money until you sell it. And even then, if you're selling it, for cash, it's up to you whether or not you want to break the law or not. But on, the odds of anybody discovering it, if it's paid with an untrackable thing like cash, is going to be less. And so that's why we've seen a huge influx of people with a ton of money spending a lot of money on things that are unique and small, easy to store. So they could buy a house, which is worth $1 million or more. That's a huge asset. That requires a caretaker. You're actually not really saving that much money because there's money built into, you got to insure it and all these other things. Whereas if you buy an inverted Jenny stamp, that's graded by Heritage or somebody, you can fit that in a safe that's going to be flame proof, and you can leave it there for a long, long time, and that it's going to be worth more money. And so I think that we have to stop thinking, we have to stop buying into this idea. Yes, tax evasion is illegal. I've said that. So don't do that. But what I am stressing is that until that money or the value of that item, until it is generated through a sale, it's not even taxable until that point. Whereas many other things, if you buy and sell stocks, it's on a ledger. Everybody knows you bought and sold the stock. So it's immediately taxable. Now, the other thing is that if you have an investment account with someone like Schwab, so you have like a money market account where you have some stocks and you've got some money, not spending that money, that cash gets taxed very heavily. So it's not like buying and selling stocks is free to begin with. But now, if you're not putting that money to work constantly by paying attention to the stock market and making sure that that money is working for you when you sell a stock and get money in the account, you get taxed at a much, much higher rate than if you were just to take that money and stick it in the market, or remove that money entirely from your investment account and stick it in a savings account or a CD, where then you have to, if it's a CD, you have to sit on it for a while in order to earn any kind of interest. Sometimes there are penalties that are greater than the interest you make on it for early withdrawal. So we've been sold this kind of bill of goods. We've been told by people that quote unquote know better that that these aren't investments, that it's not as easy to do as other things are. It is absolutely as easy to do as other things. Everything is on a time scale. The ease of liquidity it just depends across the board. One thing isn't necessarily, the only thing that has instant liquidity is cash. You could say stamps if you want to mail a lot of stuff, and you can bring it to the post office at value.
I guess it's all you could I guess argue the point, because to me, okay, cash, yes, fine, whatever. But in terms of an asset, we don't really think of it's already in liquid terms, right? It's
right.
Physically liquid. It's already cash.
So
I don't count cash itself.
Yeah.
I like to say nothing's more liquid than stocks. That's what I've always said. Except
that they're really no more liquid than anything else.
From the standpoint of, if you need to sell, right? You suddenly need to sell at any given time. You just punch a few buttons. You've got buyers. You're not guaranteed what exact price you're going to get for that stock.
Yeah.
But you log into your account, you punch a few buttons, you don't have to go looking for a buyer. The buyers are already there. You hit a few buttons, boom, it's sold. You found buyers, and you're out. And yes, the money is, it will be deposited within 3 business. Well, in Canada, I don't know if you guys do the same thing. In Canada, it's like in 3 business days is, when you can access the cash if you wanted it in cash. That's the settlement period, 3 days.
So that's a lot less liquid than a gold bar, because you can take a gold bar into a coin shop on any day of the week and get money. And yeah, you can sell it for less than it's worth, which is exactly what you talk about with the stock.
But the shop has to be open. Sure. And if it's not open, you got a gold bar. It's not divisible, because you can't start cutting chunks off of it, and you'd have to weigh it precisely to know how, even if you could break pieces off of it to pay some people off that you owe, so that's yeah.
Let's say gold coins or silver coins or whatever. But I mean, the truth is that I just gave you an example of a way you could make money faster than selling a stock.
Mm-hmm.
And one that no one would argue with.
The
truth is,
does everybody agree?
I mean, like,
does everybody agree?
To which I would say, prove me wrong without another exception to the rule. You know, the exceptions, well, sure, there are going to be business hours. There's also transaction hours for everything. You know, the market opens and closes at a certain time of day. You know, so like we're all kind of locked into a frame that is built by a system. And what has always driven me crazy is that capital gains are taxable, yes, and capital losses are also you can write them off. But again, like this assumption that because something is supposedly worth a thing, or that there's even a metric by which someone says something is worth a thing, as we have in this hobby, that you can get that, and you can't always get that. Yeah, see, stock, as I mentioned in the whole GameStop saga, that the market was locked, that people could not get in and out of their stocks. Certainly after 9/11, the entire market was shut down for like 3 or 4 days.
But let's clarify that this is still an exception to the rule.
It is an exception.
This is not what happens on any given day to the random person who owns some stock in the stock market. That's what I'm saying. We have to deal in the realities, not in the exceptions, right?
Right.
To
so not Saturdays, not
right.
Sundays, and not holidays, and not bank holidays, and not financial holidays.
Right.
Not when a foreign leader is visiting the stock exchange. I mean, there's a lot more than like we tend to hear people say this, like you can just do this anytime, and you can't. And it is slightly easier than other things.
It's not. That's not also exactly true, because on the weekend and after hours, yes, the market is not open. However, it is technically open just to take your orders. And let's say you were going to be busy on the Monday, today's Saturday, you're going to be busy. You're not going to be in, touch with your computer, whatever. Okay, it's still Saturday, Sunday. You can still put the order in to tell somebody, hey, the second the market opens on Monday, I want to sell out. And you will be sold out at 9 a.m. Monday morning.
Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Because if you have set a price.
Listen, the assumption that I'm going with is that you put it at market price. That's
and you're assuming that the market doesn't change at 9 a.m. Monday morning, that something doesn't happen. But like that happens all the time. That's not an exception.
Of course. That's why I've never done that. That's stupid to do that if you're a smart investor. Of course, I don't do that. But that's not the point we're trying to make here. The point I'm trying to make here is that it still provides a really good measure of liquidity. We're not talking about whether it's a smart thing to do or whether you can get the good price or the bad, or if you're going to lose some money on Monday morning. That's not the point. My point is just to say, even when the market's closed, you can put an order in so that first thing Monday morning, you'll be sold out. Yes, you can't guarantee you to know what your price will be that you'll be getting for it, but you can be sold out 9 o'clock Monday morning.
And again, another thing is that has to be probably one of the 1,000 most traded stocks. Because beyond the 1,000 most traded stocks, there may be no buyers for it.
No, there's a lot more than 1,000 traded stocks that you could.
No, but I'm saying that it can get difficult once you get beyond the most traded stuff. Really, you're talking about 500. I mean, 500 are the most traded.
But don't forget, I'm talking about the average person. I'm not talking about an investment bank who's got they need to unload like millions of dollars worth. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the average person. They have a few thousand shares of something, or a few hundred, or even a few dozen or tens of shares or whatever, of an expensive stock. To the average person, there's way more than just 1,000 different stocks that you could clear out of at market on a Monday morning. Come on.
Okay. How many collectibles are there? 1 million? 2 million? I mean, like, and again, and what we're talking about.
Unique items, yes, but not different collectibles.
Right, but unique items, because, I mean, you're selling a specific stock number certificate, ideally, like there's a record, because otherwise, if they weren't monitored, then companies could be selling too much stock. You wouldn't know what it was valued at. So each stock is to a degree unique as well. It's just one of many. In a way, just like graded collectibles are. Graded collectibles have a certificate that tells you which exact version of that collectible it is. And because of that, there's a certain, there's a market in place for that. And with a graded collectible, of course, the value is much easier to ascertain. You don't get into arguments about whether or not it's the condition it says that it is. You know, whether or not we have faith in the third-party grading companies is a whole other discussion. But, you know, it is a big part of the system. And I've said for a very long time that the only thing that separates collectibles from stocks is the existence of a marketplace, of a stock market. A collectibles market will pop up overnight if there is will for it to happen. I know people that are already working on it. I know that it's something that different parties are working at different aspects of the market. Will it be all collectibles? No, it couldn't possibly. But also, you know, S&P monitors about 500 stocks. You know, like it doesn't do a whole bunch. I mean, you can go deeper and you can find out, and you can buy and sell, as you say, more than 1,000, more than 3,000, however many there are. But the truth of the matter is that up-to-date data is really locked into what is bought and sold the most. And because it is such a big thing, that top 500 has much more importance than even the top 500 collectibles. And you can say that about cards. You can say it about comics. You can say it about, you know, I can say it about blood, as long as you can keep it long, wine, whatever, whiskey. The truth is that, you know, all of these kind of collectible things that have people that are very passionate about them, you should know who these people are. If you're buying and selling comics, it's your business, if you are considering your comics an investment, to know where you're going to need to, who you're going to need to contact when you want to sell them, if you need to sell them quickly. So you know, there are going to be comic book shops that may have a budget to buy things. There are going to be comic shops that they just can't give you the money for the thing that you have because it's more money than they have to spend. But a lot of that stuff, you can immediately contact Heritage. Heritage, in some cases, will just pay you straight out for it. If they know they can make a certain amount of money, then they can be like, okay, send it to us and we'll have a check for you. And so, like, as fast as you can get it to them, they can cut you a check, just like it's going to be if you want to sell on a Friday, 2 days. If Monday's not a holiday, 3 more days. I mean, you're still talking about almost a week. So, like, of actually getting your money.
I understand, everybody. What for those of you who didn't sort of catch how he segued, Matt's saying that he sees the future here of selling collectibles as a collectibles through a collectibles exchange, the same way you have to sell and buy your stock in companies, publicly traded corporations, through a stock exchange. He's talking about a collectibles exchange. The idea, Matt, to me is so rife with questions, to be honest, because it's one thing to say, oh yeah, well, this comic book right now at this grade is worth this much. It's trading at this much. The thing is that with the stock market, there's literally millions and millions of people involved on a daily basis.
Sure.
So that's why usually always, you know, buyers and sellers waiting, you know. But with collectibles, every item being unique, and I don't mean comic books are unique, but unique in the sense that every copy is by itself unique because condition matters, right?
Yep.
So this 9.8 and that 9.8 and that 9. They all have their tiny bit of damage in different areas on the cover, so they're still unique in that sense,
most
right?
buyers honestly aren't paying attention to that. They should, because not all 9.8s are created equal.
Right.
And certainly we've seen some scams.
Not any grade is created. All copies of any grade are created equal because it's all about eye appeal.
Right.
Right. When it comes to condition, it's all about eye appeal. So, you know. So I guess my question would be, if this idea were ever to come to fruition, okay, let's say I don't know, let's say 100 different people at the same time want to sell some random comic in an 8.5 condition, right? The same comic, 8.5. Well, how does that work? What if there's only one buyer?
It's going to crash the market, right? Because
that's what I'm saying. There's only one buyer, let's say, right? So maybe the first guy gets his copy.
The same way that when someone sells an inordinate amount of stock, it crashes the stock. I mean, like this is apples to apples. This isn't apples to oranges.
No. But you can't really crash a stock. Only like the big players in the market can crash a stock. The average person
but
cannot.
That's because of what you said. That's because of what you said. You talked about the fact that there are millions of people
Right.
that are involved in the stock exchange. But
On the
we
buy and the
know
sell side. So
that a couple hundred control most of the big moves in the market. And if, for some weird reason, if 85 copies of an 8.5 comic of any particular issue of a comic hit the market at the same time, that would be the equivalent of a major stock whale unloading a tremendous amount of stock onto the market. This is very similar situation, because we're not talking about something where there are millions of these things around. We're talking about a much smaller microcosm, and we're talking about a small number having a much bigger impact. So it's very similar. I'm not saying it's the same, but it's very, very similar. And I think it's similar in a way that's very relatable. Yeah. But I mean, I think that the first stages of any kind of collectibles exchange would work better with unique things. So comic art would be a very easy thing to monitor via an exchange, because we already have massive reporting on what has been bought and sold. And therefore we can assess and look at trends and say that a panel page from this issue by this artist is worth this much. A splash page from this issue is worth probably this much. If it has this character, it is this much plus X amount. If it's a non-character splash, it is worth this minus X amount. There's a formula there. And, you know, comics from this particular run are this valuable. If the iconography of the imagery is higher, then it is X plus, you know, Z. If it doesn't, then it's X minus Y. I mean, there's an algorithm that's not too difficult to figure out. Well, how do we know this? Because that's exactly what the NFT exchanges are. They are selling unique pieces of artwork by certain creators, and there is a market, and we know what they cost. And they're basically, there's less degrees of difference in a weird way, but the big ones, the big pieces are just like selling a good Picasso versus just a Picasso. You know, like that. These are recognizable. It's easily monitored, and it's easy to collect data, because at a certain point, all the records of these sales will be made evident. I mean, and anything that goes around that is going to be considered foolish for the seller, absolutely. And for the buyer to a degree too, because it takes away a bit of their bragging rights. There are some collectors that collect in secret, but a lot of people I mean, we always hear people say, I used to own that. I used to own that. Who cares? No one reads back issues of Variety. You know, it's like, you know, no one reads back issues of collectible guides, you know, except as a forensic exercise. You know, there's not we brag about it anyways, even though there's really nothing to brag about. I used to own it. I don't own it anymore. Then what are you talking about it for? You know, it's like talking about a girl you dated in 5th grade. You know, like at the end of the day, you know, people want this because they want to be, you know, indelibly connected to that piece. That's what was kind of so great about the promise of NFTs, is that whoever owned it, if I own it and I sell it and 5 people later it sells to, you know, we'll say Obama or Trump or, you know, some very famous person, then you are indelibly connected to that person via the sale. Your name is going to be on the docket of the history of that sale, as though it were the pink slip to your car, right? You see all the owners are written on that pink slip. So it's an interesting aspect of collecting that I think is imminent. I think that as I said, I know people are working on this, and I think they're focused more on more easily bought and sold things, because there's not a lot of money in whoever creates that exchange really at all.
right.
Like where's their money? Where's their value? You know, it's like you
right,
need to band together a group of people that would want it, that can back it. So it will probably start with comic books, Pokemon cards, that type of thing.
right.
And then it will start to incorporate original art, and then original art will become a separate thing that you can just run and monitor. So
Because I you know, that when I mentioned earlier that, you know, I've got a million questions about, you know, the idea in general, right? But yeah, you know, that's one of them. Like, well, how are whoever creates the exchange, like, how are they going to make money? Like, you know, there's all sorts of questions, whatever. But, you know, I find it interesting enough that, haven't been in the stock market in 30 years myself. I find it interesting, because ever since I was even as a kid, before I got involved in the stock market and I was in comics, I used to say, oh, like I'd be at my shop and thinking like the way, looking at comics, how they go up in value and or down, and sometimes, I'd be like, wow, it's kind of like this is like the stock market, but for comics, like it's like there's so many similarities to the stock market. So how interesting would it be if and when an actual sort of exchange does, as you said, somebody who's working on this happening? How interesting will it be if and when it comes to fruition, right? So I'll be very interested to check it out.
The comment you have on screen right now that Jason has put up.
Yes, I've been waiting because I want to answer him. That's why, yeah. But
in original art, has a collector unloaded a lot of pieces of the same artist at once and tanked the value of that artist? All the time. Every time a dealer puts up more work by somebody whose work they haven't sold out of, the demand for it is just, the lack of demand for it is more evident. And so, it doesn't so much tank the value, like it doesn't necessarily drop the value of the piece immediately. It's probably going to, but it absolutely stagnates that artist's value from going up.
Right. But I mean, let's just take it how the way he means it is just essentially like a collector, right? Who was focused like on a given artist or whatever. And then one day, he decided to just sell out or whatever. That's kind of how he's referring to it. So Jason, just wanted you to know what what Marcus already answered. There used to be, well, he's still alive, but so there's a collector, or former collector, by the name of Tony Christopher, who was well known for being a Kirby collector. He collected Kirby art for years and years. And then one day, whatever. I'm not going to get into the details. I don't know them all factually anyway, so I'm not going to say the reasons he had to sell. It doesn't matter. But he decided to sell. He had to sell, and he sold off a bunch of it into the market. And I would say Marcus can kind of attest to this, and maybe I'm off a little bit, but from what my memory was of it, it was that it kind of depressed Kirby art prices for a couple of years, is what I remember, how I remembered it. I still wouldn't say it crashed the Kirby market.
It stagnated it.
But it stagnated it. The prices did come down because there was a lot out there, and all of a sudden, and the market was so much smaller back then,
Yeah.
So not as much money available to buy and support it all, which is why it took a couple of years for it to kind of rebound again. But yeah, it depressed it for a little while or whatever. But as everybody knew even back then, if you've got money, buy it all up, because in a few years it'll all come back and it'll be worth the same and then some. So
yeah,
that's the nice thing about.
And I can't think of a case of someone buying a high-profile piece of comic book art and then moving it into an auction situation where it sold for less than they paid for it.
Right.
If that has happened, it would have had to have been very recently and really representative of prices that were paid in the 2022 market. But honestly, things, like I say, we haven't seen a lot of the type of speculation that the comic book collecting hobby saw in the 90s. People in the 90s saw that the death of Superman was on television and the death of Robin was on TV, and that they were using that as an excuse to cover the fact that comic books were worth money, even though those particular comics weren't worth money yet. And that's when you had people coming in and buying, in giant long boxes full of Sleepwalker #1, and stuff like that. And honestly, even those guys at this point made money. Those Sleepwalker #1s, kept in good condition in a long box for 30 years. They made money on those. But that's not what they wanted. They were expecting that they were going to buy those long boxes. They were going to be worth a lot. And they probably didn't hang on to them for 30 years. They probably wanted in and out, which was what stock purchasers like. Stock purchasers from the 90s and 2000s like the action of the quick trade, right? That's why they do it. They like that new deal. So if you think like that and you don't stay on top of the market, you are doomed to lose money. But this is also not a market yet where I think there's a lot of opportunity to do a quick flip. But if you look at things the way, in terms of the way you look at almost every serious investment that you have, then it's a good investment. And let's talk about that. What's the most expensive thing you're likely to buy in your lifetime?
Your home.
And what's the second most expensive thing you're likely to buy in your lifetime?
Probably your vehicle.
Exactly. So most people don't pay off their house immediately. They don't walk in with a bunch of cash and say, I want that house. They spend 30 to 36 years paying it off.
Hmm.
And in 30 or 36 years, you live in it. So you're getting that value out of it. You got to live someplace.
Right.
And you're also putting equity into it by improving it, hopefully, over time. But even if you buy it brand new and you let it fall to shit for 30 years, in 30 years, that house is worth a lot more than you paid for it. And with a car, cars depreciate in value the second you drive them off the lot. Before you've signed the paperwork, that car is worth less than its brand new sticker price was. You know, which is why, you know, you go during those sales and you realize, oh, I'm getting one of those new cars with almost no miles on it for less because there's a new version of that car out, and it just drops in price. And that's because car dealerships aren't collecting cars. they want to buy them and get them off the lot. And so you spend 5 to 7 years paying off that car, generally speaking. Some people pay for cars in cash, but if you're, you know, not a baller and you buy a car that you're expecting to drive for 10 or 12 years, you're probably going to spend 5 or 7 years paying it off. And then you're going to, you know, take the slow hit of the declining value of that car over the time you buy it to figure out whether or not it's worth buying a new car or whether you're still getting enough efficiency out of that vehicle. And so you think of it as an investment and you calculate how long you're going to keep it and how long you're going to wait to sell it, even though you know it's declining in value.
Gotcha. Let me just quickly address this, Nick. It's interesting that you write this because when that happened, when I was seeing all that Aparo art, I had just assumed that it was the Aparo estate that had been putting all that Aparo art out at Heritage. So are you saying that it was never the Aparo family or estate that did that? Because I was certainly never aware of anybody who was a known Aparo collector. So I just always figured, yeah, it was Aparo. Because I know that 25 years ago, Aparo's estate had a ton of art. I mean, Spencer had tons of his art, but they weren't selling it. And then one day I recall Spencer suddenly had, I guess the estate gave him, I don't know if it was a Spectre. Was it a Spectre issue? Marcus probably remembers. A Spectre issue or something like that, and then he started selling some Aparo art. But I thought that those heritage pages, I thought that all came from the estate, but I guess not if you know more than I do about it. But anyway, sorry.
There's an interesting
Matt.
story about Aparo too. So Aparo is one of the artists that I used in the article that I wrote that got picked up. And Aparo was one of the artists I used in the article that I wrote that got picked up by Forbes. And
okay.
because there was stacks of Aparo and Buscema, but really like people in that sort of Aparo mold. So a lot of the Filipino artists, Nestor Redondo, you know, Jerry Teleoc, all these guys that were working on the Bronze Age DC horror stuff. There were stacks of issues of adventure and Action Comics and Brave and the Bold and all these things that were like a few feet high on this table at Comic-Con, like 94, 95. And by Sunday night, the guy was just selling it for $10 an inch. Like he just got a ruler out and you could just grab and pay him $10 for an inch of original art. So let's say someone paid $3, you know, which is ridiculously more than they paid for a Jim Aparo page without Batman, without the Spectre on it. That page 12 years later was $900.
Right.
You know, so I mean, like, and then you go forward another 8 years, and if it was the right page, like that that subsisted, and then the really good pages got much more expensive. So, I mean, there's an element of this that we have to address, which is demandability. Not all pages are created the same. If all the good pages In the case that Nick's talking about, 2 people hit the market at the same time with 2 different estates. This can happen too. Sure, it can. Now, if people who are
Again,
looking
more
for
of an exception rather than
Yeah.
the rule. Again, just to be clear. Yeah.
and they definitely got good money for it. They got more money for it at that time than they would ever have gotten for it prior. I think that is worth saying. But as a
Right.
result of having that much work, it fed people who wanted it, right? So people who
Yeah.
wanted Aparo stuff got it all in one fell swoop, and they got it for probably a decent price. And so other people who had been collecting Aparo and were expecting it to hit certain plateaus or based on the trajectory that it had been at, would have been in a position where the value of what they now had in stock dropped. But did it drop below what they paid for it? Or did it just drop from the fair market value? And
Right.
again, this is like the only hobby where people like, I have this and this is worth this much money, and we're sort of entitled to the value of what the fair market value is without even thinking about having to sell it. At least in the stock market, people are like, as you say, like, this is today's rate. And if they're obsessed with it, it's like, oh, well, this was yesterday's and this is tomorrow's. And I mean, that'll kill you faster than cancer. You know, like that dedication to that much reliance
Cancer
upon the
doesn't-
value of something over which you have no control.
Cancer, let me tell you, cancer, I can tell you from experience, personal experience, cancer doesn't always kill you fast, my friend.
That's right. So my statement is correct. And I chose my words. I chose my words wisely.
Yes.
So yeah,
look
I
at-
mean,
look
you know,
at
like
Mark's
Mark's
head.
talking, you know, Mark's talking about he's buying art purely for the art, for pure value appreciation. And there's it's nothing like property or vintage watches. And you're right. I mean, like, although to the people who, some people like property because they want to develop it into something that they want to use. That's not most people, but that's some people. And a lot of people that buy vintage watches just love vintage watches. They think they're beautiful. They want to have a different watch to wear when they want to wear it. But a lot of the investment collectors of watches that came into watch collecting in the 90s keep them in a safe and never wear them. Never bring them out.
I would like to say, just since Mark popped in, Mark, here, hold on. Let me know, Mark, if you've got any knowledge about Universal Pole Router Deluxe. I believe it's 18 karat. Okay, so it's basically as close to pure gold, the entire thing. Okay, I cannot find this watch in those books that list all, that all the different types of collectible watches that are in there. All I know is that it's probably from the 60s. Why wouldn't this be in there? The Pole Router and Universal brands are in there, but this particular one, can't find it. Any idea why it would not be in there? Is it that rare?
Is it Asian?
Huh?
Is it Asian?
Not to my knowledge. Why do you ask?
A lot of watches that were manufactured in Asia didn't make it into the collectible books.
Oh,
partially
okay.
because they're easy to bootleg, partially because it was impossible to get information about how many were produced, and therefore finding an actual value for them becomes difficult.
Okay. Yeah, I how would you know it was made in Asia or not?
I mean, you pop open the back of that, you'll be able to see if there's any writing, probably.
I mean, there's a marking, but I believe it's just the 18 karat marking.
Yeah.
And there's some weird stamp, JMPL in some kind of oval weird design. I don't know. I don't see anything that would oh yeah, the JMPL is within a design. I don't know if you could so tiny. A design that is see this thing right here. Sorry, this little thing here. Yeah. Yeah, the JMPL. Yeah, that design is stamped into it with JMPL inside those little, whatever spaces. So yeah, whatever. I had no idea. It belonged to my dad ages ago. So that's it. I got it after he passed on, and it's funny. I took it to my local friend who's a jeweler, and he was like wanting to oh, if you ever decide to sell it, please let me sell it for you. I have collectors or whatever, I was like, yeah, sure. But I was like, nah. First of all, it's my dad's. I'm not, so I wouldn't for that reason. But I would just, it would be nice to know, like, because I've been in collectibles my whole life. It'd be nice to know, oh, and I was never into watches, to be honest. You know, no offense, Mark. But I have a like gold watch, for crying out loud. I'm like, what's this thing worth? You know, and I mean, just by weight alone, like it's pretty heavy, you know, an 18 karat gold, you know. But then I feel like, yeah, the collectability's got to be kind of up there. But then it was so weird that I couldn't find it anywhere. I tried Googling. I've tried Googling, for God's sakes, for hours, and I can't find. I found something I thought was it. No, no. There's some differences. I can see it's not exactly the same. You know, it's so weird. It's so weird to me. Like,
I have collectible cards like that.
Yeah.
That where there's event branded versions of collectible cards that there's no record for. You know,
Right.
that no one has sold them. You know, does that mean nobody kept them, or does that mean that everybody that kept it, it's stuck it in a drawer someplace, and
Right.
you know that they never hit the market? So I mean, yeah, there's definitely that happens at every strata of collectibles. But the most important aspect of what you just said is, I will never sell it because this was my dad's watch. Now, that's nostalgia, right? But that's also personal history. And I
Well,
think
that's not nostalgia. It's sentimentality.
yes,
There's a difference, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I believe sentimentality is personal history, and personal history is as valuable as actual history to the right people. And so there may be, just imagine this, there's another guy your age whose dad gave him a watch like that. Maybe not at the same age that you got yours. You know, dads live to be different ages. They give watches at different times, but maybe that guy loses it on a boat and he wants that watch and he's
Right.
looking for it just like you are.
Yeah.
He's looking to see if he can find one. You're looking to see if you can find the value of it. That guy's going to pay more for that watch than the value of the gold, than the value of the watch itself, because a sentimentality has added to the value of it, right? So like nostalgia, and I say this a lot, I will continue to say it until I'm blue in the face, that nostalgia is amazing. It is magical. Nostalgia allows something that was worth 10 cents or 12 cents or 15 cents or 20 or 25 or 30 or 35 or whatever cents to be incredibly valuable because a society and a subset of people within society want it. Yeah. He carried that uncomfortable hunk of metal in his body cavities. But yeah, so the aspects of why things have value, nostalgia is one of the major reasons why things have value that don't have otherwise tangible value, that breaks down to the value of their parts. So a comic book is worth more than the sum of its parts. Most collectible metals or precious gems are reduced to the value of their elements. So a gold ring is not valuable for the sentimentality. The gold ring is valuable for the gold and the diamonds or whatever gem is in it. So that's a type of sentimentality that's a little bit different when it comes to resale, again, unless someone had a very similar ring and lost it and wanted it. Now, you can recast a ring. That's pretty easy. Getting a branded watch means it's a collectible. You know, I guess if it's a Tiffany's ring, then you're going to have to go and find a Tiffany's ring to replace it. And that becomes a different tier of collectible than a general thing. But, and I mean, but that's a good point, right? So a lot of jewelers make rings and they don't necessarily brand their product. They're using kind of open source patterns. They're using a marquee cut diamond and they're putting it in a princess setting, you know, so like that's a thing that everybody makes. So in order to track down who made it, unless they put it somehow in the metal, you know, then you wouldn't know where it was actually purchased from, and therefore it's not elevated beyond the value of the sum of its parts.
CJ, thank you. I also, like I said, I did find a Pole Router Deluxe as well. It's just that the more I looked into it and looked at it carefully, then I realized it wasn't the same one. So I don't know if you've got a URL? Did you find it online? If you found the URL that I can look into this, pop it into the chat and I'll take a look at it later. I appreciate it. Or email it to me, whatever. Thank you. Let's just take a couple of comments here, Matt, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just want to
take a sip of my drink.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Rom, what's up, Rom? I kept that uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass for 5 years. What?
It's from Pulp Fiction, the watch story, Butch's watch.
I haven't watched that in like 30 years since it came out. Okay, that's funny. The same thing applies to art for a lot of us. We buy pieces from issues we remember from our childhood. Well, sure, that's the whole sentimental nostalgia thing. You know, that's nostalgia.
That is the major motivator. That's why a certain Jack Kirby page is worth more than another Jack Kirby page.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Where does nostalgia fit into your idea of a collectibles marketplace then? What do you mean by that? Yeah, can you be more specific, Alberto? Because not really sure exactly.
I would imagine, since he's talking about a collectible marketplace, like how do you account for nostalgia? You can account for it generationally. But nostalgia is collective.
Do you think he's referring to, let me see, fit into your idea of a collectibles marketplace? By collectibles marketplace, are you trying to say that the stock market, the collectibles stock market, the thing that we were talking about earlier? Is that what you mean, Alberto?
I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay. But then, if that's what he means, what's the point of the question? Where does nostalgia fit? I mean,
he's wondering if nostalgia can be accounted for, I imagine, in the calculation. And you can generationally, and you can because of what comes out new that rekindles nostalgia. So if you know that there's a Spider-Man movie coming out, then you know that Spider-Man stuff is going to rise. But it's got to be Spider-Man. It can't be Madam Web.
Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, listen, I mean, nostalgia, whether it's in some sort of exchange, right? A collectibles exchange, or not, the nostalgia is already factored into the value, just like we all, like, that's part of what we all use to value the art, right?
Right. Where it becomes hard to value is in the purchaser's, way of looking at things. That the purchaser has to appreciate it, and that's what makes it valuable to them. And I don't think, as we've discussed before, and we discussed a little bit with Hyger, that people dedicate enough appreciation for the value of nostalgia, that the joy that something gives you is valuable. Now, you're the only person who can calculate that value, but do it. Calculate that value, figure out what that value is, so that the longer you have it, you're getting a lot out of it, and what you paid for it becomes less and less and less, because you know what you paid for it, and you know how long you have it. And if you start breaking down how much it costs you over time, you can see how much a thing costs.
Right.
But people don't do that. Like, we talked about this a little bit before the show, and I think this is probably a good place to say this, that as human beings, we place a great deal of importance, and I would say to the point that we overvalue loss and we undervalue gains. That
listen to this very carefully. Listen to this very, very slowly. I'm going to get Matt to repeat this, everybody. Those of you who were here last week, you'll remember I told you guys one of the topics that Matt was going to speak to, okay, about how we value the art, or do we value the art, or should we value the art when we take losses on it? Okay, so this is what we're getting into right now. Matt, if you don't mind, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes. As human beings, by and large, we overvalue loss and we undervalue gains. So we tend to feel very strongly about a loss, about a penalty, and we tend to underappreciate gain or praise. And it's just how we're wired. You can liken it to, in positive versus negative reinforcement, that if I want to get you to do something quickly, do I give you a little buzz with a cattle prod, or do I give you a piece of chocolate? That if I want you to move immediately, I give you a prod. If I want to train you over time, I'll give you chocolate. And so you can change behavior, which is a pattern of instances through long-term positive reinforcement. But people feel a certain way.
Sure sounds like Matt used to be a slave owner. Anybody else get that feeling? I don't know, like a prodding people.
Okay, cold water in the face. But you know, the truth is, again, you know, that it's that a negative reinforcement will make you act immediately, and positive reinforcement has to be conducted over time for it to change your behavior. And so, like, because we don't really look at value and how much value something is given us, the easy example I've used before, and we talked about this a little bit on Hydra Show, but like, if you buy something for $1,000 and you sell it for $10 a year later, so you've ostensibly taken a $990 loss. You've reaped benefit from owning it for that amount of time, because obviously you wanted it and you had it, and owning it gave you pleasure, or you wouldn't have purchased it. If it doesn't give you pleasure to purchase it, you have a problem. That's the whole thing. We won't talk about that. But that the joy that it gave you only cost you $2.71 per day. So think about that. You spent $1,000, you sold it for 10, owning it costs you $2.71 per day. So that's not a lot. And that's just 1 year. Most people don't buy and sell things in a year. I mean, you could look at it this way, that if you bought something and it was destroyed, and you're like, it's a total loss, then you can look at it and say, well, now you're going to add, 2.7 cents on to account for the extra $10. But, you can say, well, owning it only cost me, it is cheaper than a cup of coffee, absolutely cheaper than a cup of coffee. And that's how we should look at things. We should look at appreciation, and appreciation is a financial term. Appreciation in value. When something becomes more valuable, it is appreciated. Well, you can appreciate something without it gaining, necessarily fair market value, and we should, and so, as he's saying right now, it's like, that comic art as an investment class is the scarcity. So certainly, so if Heritage sells a few $1 million every 2 weeks or so, there's not enough to satisfy the general demand. So they bring out more. There's people who just want to spend money. There's also people that wanted that one page and didn't get it. So now they have money burning a hole in their pocket, because we are talking about unique things when we're talking about art. So now let's look, if you look at something like a stock. So, as I've said before, I don't really think a lot of people get off on owning stocks. Like, I don't think it gives them joy. Some people do, absolutely. And
I gotta jump in here, Matt. I can say, I know, listen, let me preface what I'm going to say by saying, I absolutely know what you're getting at, and I agree in generally, but having said that, I do still have to say, and again, maybe exception to the rule once more, perhaps, okay? But I will say, over the years, there were many times where I felt like, yeah, I love this stock. I love owning this stock. This stock is fun to own because it's making me good money. Every time I look at it, it seems like it's going up, but whatever. Like, and it was fun to own it because it did well for me. So you can say that. But generally speaking, I do know what you mean, because it's just technically it's digits on a screen. It's not tangible in your hand. Right?
But I'm going to take your example. So that's a stock that's going up in price.
Oh yeah.
The example I just gave was something that started at 1,000 and wound up at 10. How much joy does a stock that you spent $1,000 on and a year later is worth $10? Does that give you any joy?
Sure, of course. Yeah.
Of course not. It's misery. So like there is no benefit from it. But to your point, if you bought a $10 stock and you sold it a year later for $1,000, it made $2.71 for you every day.
Yeah.
So it didn't generate a lot of income for you, even though it made $990 more than you paid for it in a year. So does it really feel like you got $990 of joy out of it at that point? I'm not sure that it does, but maybe it works in one direction and it doesn't work in the other.
Well, you would have gotten a lot more than $990 of joy, because don't forget, we're just counting, for an easy example, one share. at a $10 stock, the likelihood is that even the small investors tend to put in $1,000 or $2,000 into a stock, right? So you even at $1,000, like you still would have had 100 shares. At 2,000, you would have 200 shares. So multiply those many shares by the $990 you would have made, you'd be laughing. You'd be like super like jumping for joy, right?
But you're buying more of it because it's only $10. So
right.
The operative equivalent would be that you would take the same amount of money that you're going to spend on however many stocks and apply that same amount of money onto a collectible or 10 collectibles or 100 collectibles.
Right.
I mean, you could buy a bunch of $10 comics, if you think they're going to go up. Now, I don't think it's smart to think of collectibles in the same short-term time frame that we think about in stocks and things like that.
He says he hopes it's not hard for you to look at the collection in your house. Some serious therapy there. Appreciation versus value. Few. I'm not sure what he's really getting at though.
That if you're collecting it, that you can see it, because in order to really get the maximum amount of joy from something, you want to access it. You want to look at it. You want to know that it's there. So, and this is another really, really great point. So, my friend Tom Frank, who is a great stand-up comic and incredible writer, big collector of jumbo machinery toys. He was for a while probably one of the world's authorities on jumbo machiners, but just a really good dude. We were talking, we'd seen the Marie Kondo show, the Spark Joy show on Netflix, where she was telling everybody to get rid of their clutter. And he felt like targeted by that, like that the idea of getting rid of the stuff that she didn't deem valuable. And that's, I mean, if you take that away, then you really weren't paying attention to the show. She wasn't saying you can't have the stuff that you love. She's saying, love the stuff that you have. So if you love giant robots on a shelf, put giant robots on a shelf. I think there's a big disconnect between that kind of minimalist approach. And I think that it was seen as, by a lot of Americans especially, it was sort of a siren call that they should simplify. And that's not a bad call. But I think some people took it to the nth degree and felt like they had to live in houses with no art on the walls, like that were very, very simple, this very Japanese kind of old school style. It's not going to work for everybody. It shouldn't work for everybody. You should surround your things with things that have joy. And he uses an example in our discussion. He said to me, I know guys that their toy collections are in warehouses, and once a week, maybe they pull up a spreadsheet and they look at all the stuff that they have, and they just go down the list to knowing what they have, and it gives them joy. And I said, but that's Schrodinger's cat, because for all they know, that warehouse could have burst into flames and all that stuff could be ruined. And until someone makes the phone call and tells them that that's the case, they're still getting joy off of this proxy, off of this list that they have on a computer. So that the idea of the ownership is what gives them joy, not the actual thing. That's a whole different thing. The idea of ownership is, that person is the perfect NFT collector, right? Because when you buy the NFT, you just buy something in a ledger that says that you own it. And a lot of collectors are into that. Like I say, they want to be forever tethered to the thing that they owned once. But it's a different mentality than people who actually collect for the sake of aesthetic, for the sake of nostalgia, and for making a statement about themselves with the things that they own. There's a great line in the movie High Fidelity, which is straight out of the book by Nick Hornby, where he says, the things that we like mean something, that there's a currency to knowing that you have a top 5 list of records, and that when you bump into somebody else who also has those same 5 records in their top 5, that you have a kinship with that person through something that neither one of you is personally connected to. And I think that that is a kind of magical thing. It's the stuff of friendship. It's the stuff of lifelong friendship. Comics, cards, art are also the lifelong building blocks of friendships and rivalries. And, I think it's important that we recognize that, right? Because when there's only one and someone gets the thing that you want, you're going to feel a certain way about it. And I think more to the point, that we are in this hobby no more and no less critical than most people in any other segment of interest. That punk rockers from the 1970s think the kids that came in 4 years later are a bunch of little snot-nosed punks, that their punk isn't their punk. It isn't as good.
Right.
And we as collectors have less respect for Johnny-come-latelys. We don't like that people with a lot of money came into the hobby and bought the stuff that we wanted. And we don't hate them because we wanted that stuff to sell. We hate them because we wanted that stuff, that we wanted a shot at owning these things, and that they drove the prices up, and they kind of came into the room with more money than any of us could have. They make these big, bold purchases, and it changes the market forever, and we can't buy in. And like when I see things on CAF, and obviously they do the CAF live show where people pick their favorite art of the week. When I see somebody spent $300,000 on a page, I don't want to see that show up in the best comic art of the week. I don't. Maybe that makes me petty. I don't know. But like to me, I feel like there's nothing exciting about an extremely rich person spending a lot of money on a thing and dangling it in my face.
Right.
And maybe they love the hobby, maybe they love comic art, or maybe they're just priced out of buying fine art and this is what they're left to. That maybe they just don't have a degree of sophistication that the amount of money that they have would suggest, like whether it be designing a beautiful home and, buying a property, building up for scratch, a place to live, or appreciating the engineering and design on a fine automobile, or traveling the world and seeing interesting things, and that if they've chosen this hobby because it's affordable, that's even more offensive, like to people like us who love it. But I think that they're out there, and I think that they get a kind of buzz the way that people who are addicted to social media get a buzz from the likes, and it's
Right.
like it creates a kind of I guess a secondary level of, I don't want to say narcissism, but I think that it builds ego, and it sort of takes them off the hook for driving up the price on the rest of us. But we all understand that, I think, right? I think we all understand as collectibles that we're not all gazillionaires. Many of us have been collecting for 20 years or more. And so I've had to sell pieces that I loved because I needed money. And frequently when I've sold them, I haven't sold them to people that had buttloads of money. I sold them to other people who were like me, but made a sacrifice and were like,
Right.
ooh, I think I can swing this. That page means a lot to me. This dude has had it for a really, really long time. And that's why I've never seen it before. He's got it. I can own it. I never thought I could own that. I'm going to make that purchase because they understand the value of nostalgia. They understand the value of sentimentality, and they understand that it's unique, and that if they don't get it now, they may never get it. And they could put that money towards a lot of other things. And they've decided that no other thing is going to give them the amount of joy that that thing gave them. And absolutely, Jewish Dragons is correct. There is original art gentrification. It's been happening in this hobby for at least the last 3 to 5 years. And I would say it really hit a fever's pitch right around 2000, that it really started to become what it is. And so there are certain collectors, I'm not going to name them, and I think we all know who they are, so I don't need to name them, that frequently spend a fortune on, we'll say, modern covers. And I think some of those covers are cool. Like, it's kind of not my era, so I'm kind of surprised to see what some of that stuff goes for. Sometimes it's a first appearance of a major character, and so that's why it's very valuable. But I haven't seen the cover to Amazing Spider-Man 300 go up for sale yet. And I imagine when it does, it'll hit something like $5, $6, or $7 million. And you know what? That was never going to be mine. I've got no, inkling of entitlement to it. But when I see like Bernie Wrightson pages that nobody cared about for 30 years, go up for sale, and I know that there's like 10 guys that can afford it and they're buying it all up, that it hurts. You know, it's because those were the first comics that I was buying. He was the first artist that I wrote a letter to, like all of that stuff. And we all have our own Bernie Wrightson in that capacity. We all have that comic artist who nobody was paying attention to their work for years, and we just never had enough money to buy in, or didn't think we had enough money to buy in. And then when we did, it had gone up, and we knew that we couldn't get it anymore. So, you know, it's a shame to see. And then on the other end of it, you've got someone like Nick, who's a publisher, who's constantly buying artwork. He's buying stuff that's interesting. He's not spending a fortune on it.
Well, some of the stuff he buys is a fortune to a lot of us.
Oh, to a lot of us, maybe.
But he reminds me, as a collector, he's very much like Comic Art Boston. Yeah. Comic Art Boston, same thing as Nick. You know, they both have some very, very expensive pieces in their collection. You know, they got their Ditkos and their Perez from the 70s and all that stuff. But both of them have wide variety of tastes and interests. And both of them also buy contemporary $150 pages as well.
Yeah, I love it. You know what I mean? Love it. Like, when I see that, it makes me so happy. And I've sold stuff to both of them. But I love that they are deep collectors of a lot of different things, that they identify the same things in the piece that I identified, which is why they were ever in my collection to begin with. You know, like, so I don't have a whole lot of, I mean, we all catch squirrels, right? Like we all occasionally buy a piece. We get overly enthusiastic and we buy some things. But that was CJ, that's true of everybody. You know, like ask Anthony, who did half of the stuff, you know, that he's got in his cabinets. Ask Berkey. Berkey doesn't know what he has. I mean, like, it's not even that he doesn't know who did the artwork. Berkey doesn't even know what he has. He's got so much stuff. But you know, I think that you need people that understand the value has gone up. And they know the value has gone up because they've been in this game for a really, really long time. And so while, like you say, some of this stuff seems like relatively expensive to the rest of us, but I still kind of feel like, you know, Nick's making a sacrifice when he buys that stuff. I mean, I don't. Okay. He could be made of money for all I know, but I feel like he's put a lot of thought into, like, allocating budget towards the right stuff, so that it's the right stuff, that it represents what he likes in his collection, and that there's a thread that can run through, even though we may look at it and it might not make perfect sense to us why this and this and this, that there's a thread that runs through why he buys things that makes sense in his mind about his collection. And that's a collector. That's what makes a collector. That's what separates a collector from necessarily an investor. And I think why people have a lack of respect for investors is from what I just said, which is that we see them as Johnny-come-latelys. We see them as carpetbaggers. We see them as a danger to the things that we like. Right. When I got back into comics,
we see them as people who don't care about the actual item. They just care about making money off of the actual item. So that's how everybody sees it. And so those people are kind of, you know, looked upon as, you know, down their nose, this kind of thing at them, right? Like, we have this inherent. We just wanted to say that we have this inherent love for what we collect, and yes, a lot of us, because of the values go up so much, we have to also think about and worry about, like, the values and talk about the values, of course. But inherently, most of us in our hobby, at our core, we start with a love for the material. And that's what we're in it for the collecting first, not, trying to make some money off of this piece or whatever. Whereas the investors, that's all they really care about. They come in primarily for the value, not the love, you know? So,
and I think a lot of us probably have bought pieces I don't love from artists I do. You know, like I bought a Dave Stevens because I couldn't believe that I could afford a Dave Stevens. And I had it for a relatively short amount of time. And I'm like, actually owning this is going to bother me. Like it's better that I don't own anything than own this piece that I don't like that much. And immediately sold it and made money because it was a Dave Stevens piece. But like, and that was during that time where everything was really moving at a high rate of return, like where things were really starting to appreciate. But I think that I like to support artists who I think have a gift that isn't recognized. And I remember buying Mike Choi pages from X23 Target X, the miniseries. And I've said many times that I think only 3 people have ever drawn X23 age appropriately, and it's Josh Middleton, it's Mike Choi, and it's Danny Shinuluo. And that's an important thing, I think, in an art collection, is to not have a bunch of art that is a poor representation of the intent of what it's for. And with comic characters, these things, we're not buying something in a vacuum. Every character relates to a story that's being told. That issue, it's one page in an issue. That issue is a piece of a larger run. That larger run represents probably multiple uses of different characters, which represent an era, which represent a publisher, which represent the hobby. So that one thing is like eight levels deep of different reasons why you may collect a thing. And when I see people that they sort of veer off into what I might call a more prurient interest in why they depict things, like if they're just doing things sexy to be sexy, or in the worst case scenario, it can be sexy and demeaning, which I think is terrible. But there are buyers for this. I get it. And like, I find it embarrassing as a collector because I don't want to be associated with those people. That I don't want to be associated with the artists who make that type of art that I think is belittling of the hobby. And I understand that a lot of people don't even see it that way, that a lot of people, they collect it because they just think it's badass illustration. They're not thinking about that other level, and they don't have to. If they want to buy that and keep it, that's great. But I'm judging you. Like, I don't want to be around those people because they're not on the same kind of wavelength of how I feel about the art and why I think it's excellent. And granted, what's acceptable changes over time. I'm not going to judge a piece that was illustrated in 1942. I mean, and Will Eisner's a great example of this. Will Eisner very famously had a character that was very racially insensitive, was a main character in the comic book. And I think owning that now, you can still own a Will Eisner piece. You can still own a piece with that character on it. It's a piece of history from one of that showcases a tremendous flaw in one of the greatest creators of all time. He learned from it. He changed his style. It wasn't like he did it, for 80 years and dropped dead, thinking that was completely appropriate and fine. He expressed a lot of regret about that in his life. But there are people who are clearly misogynists, who draw women in only the worst light, that they're only pictured as sex objects, that they're not pictured even within the frame of the story that's being told. They ruin it by virtue of making it this other thing. And sure, maybe they can draw a really attractive girl. Like, that to me is so masturbatory, and it to me belittles completely what comics are about. It brings into question like all the things that we all got criticized about for reading comics as kids, that it's childish, that it's immature, and it kind of like rolls us back 50 years in terms of where the hobby could be and where it's at. And so when I do see some of that art sell for kind of a high price, I'm surprised. And I have noticed a lot of that artwork has come down in price. Now, that's different than sexually explicit art, because sexually explicit art can be mature, and it can be, in a way telling a story just in a way that it couldn't be told any other way. So if you're talking about, like, some people might collect Larry Welt's Cherry Pop-Tart pages. Well, it's very well illustrated. It's actually quite clever. It's definitely sexual objectification, but it's kind of saying, but wasn't Archie? It's kind of saying, like, weren't these girls like these kind of throwaway characters that teenage boys are like, oh, girls are crazy, and it kind of reframes it in a way that's a slightly more sophisticated. You could say the same thing about Reed Waller's Omaha the Cat Dancer, that's, while sexually explicit, was also a story. Omaha's fantastic. It's a really well-written comic book.
Huge fan.
Yeah. So that's different to me than say some of the bad Greg Land pages, that are clearly cribbed from pornographic magazines, especially when he's picturing characters that are ostensibly under the age of 18. I used to have kind of a bigger problem with Frank Cho, and now I kind of understand that some of what Frank Cho is trolling and the rest of it is that he just has a kind of particular sense of humor. Some of that stuff I would never have in my collection, but that doesn't mean I would never have a piece by him. And I've been really enjoying the videos that he makes about how he draws and what he creates. And so I find myself being a lot less judgmental of that. But there are people that just don't kind of help the art form, and therefore they don't help us collectors. If you're being seen in a poor light because of association with people like that, it's bad for the hobby. And it's, and I don't see a lot of people hanging that on their walls. To someone's point, is it on your walls? Are you enjoying it? Are you seeing it every day? If you've got, a lot of us have too much art, and a lot of our stuff is in books. It's just the nature of things. We only have so much wall space. And I take out my books and I look at them all the time, and I reappreciate the things that aren't hanging up. Sometimes I change out the stuff that's in the frames. So I know it's not practical that you would absolutely have everything on the walls, but some of that stuff could never go on the walls. And I can't imagine anybody being in a relationship with somebody else where it would be deemed okay to have some of the stuff that I'm talking about on their walls.
It's okay. You know what? That's a perfect time for me to cut in here. And before I address that, I just wanted to say, so I've been keeping the Carl's comment on the screen for the last 10-15 minutes. Carl, I just want to know, are you referring to, this is from back when we were talking about, when Matt was talking about, he doesn't really get excited when somebody who can afford it buys some $300,000 piece of art or whatever, blah, blah, blah. So you posted this at that point. I just want to know, can you clarify, Carl, are you saying you feel a certain amount of pettiness when someone else posts like a really huge buy online, and so you're saying you don't leave them, you don't really want to comment on them because you just feel like it's not much of an accomplishment because they can easily afford it? Is that what you're saying? I just want to know for a fact that that's what you're saying. That's what I think you're saying. I just want to know, because, and I say that because people that I know in the hobby, and I know people from, all stations, financial stations in life, and if I follow their gallery and they are at a high station financially in life, if I follow them, it's because we're friends. I'll still leave them comments, but even I will admit that if I don't know somebody, I know nothing about them, and they post some monster piece or whatever, or if it's the type of person who always posts some hugely ridiculously high cost piece, I have to admit, I get petty too. I'm kind of like, whatever. Like, I don't want to get involved with the, oh yeah, awesome piece, man. Like, it's just
Here's something else I noticed. Something else I noticed is one buyer who's, I think, who we're talking about, one particular buyer bought like 4 or 5 or 6 pieces at the same auction.
Okay.
And added them one at a time, one per week, to his gallery to constantly be in contention to get pick of the week.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't notice.
Why else would you do that? Like, if you got them all at the same time, you're going to photograph them all at the same time. You already have the artwork. Just pop them up.
To play devil's advocate, I can tell you why else you would do that. Because I've only posted 2 pieces since the end of 2022. Okay. All of 2023, not posting anything. And so far, nothing in 2024. But previous to that, I was trying to post 1 thing per week. And I got to tell you, Matt, in 100% sincerity, it never even occurred to me that, if I do it once a week, maybe I get picked for the whatever. It never even occurred to me until you just said that. The reason I feel like once per week is enough is because as a viewer, first of all, I feel I get really overwhelmed when I see the same guys post every day, every 2 days. Right. And I mean overwhelmed because I leave these people comments. It just takes a lot of time, you know. So I find it overwhelming, and so I feel like once per week is good enough. Also,
but it's so easy to just type out, copy and paste. That's sick. You can just copy it and drop it into each one of the comments.
That's sick. Yeah,
that's sick.
But I also think, just to play devil's advocate on that person, whoever that may be, I don't know who you're referring to. It could just simply be that they care about people interacting with the piece, so getting comments or likes, right? And I've talked about this on my show many times. When you post a bunch in a day, or every single one per day, but every single day, it's overwhelming, and people like other people won't, kind of like you, people won't be as apt to leave you a comment because it feels like this guy's just overwhelming me every single day. He's posting stuff, whatever, you know what I mean? And maybe to somebody who cares and would rather, it matters to them. I know, believe me, a lot of people, it matters to them that, you know, they want to get comments and, you know, on their art. And so it could just simply be that by putting it once a week, you know, you give time to people to look at that one piece and say what they want to say about it without overwhelming them. That's, I can tell you, Matt, that's why I kind of chose once a week maximum, just because I felt like, okay, you know, a lot of people follow my gallery, have a lot of friends who will, you know, we leave each other messages just because that's what we do, because we support each other, right?
Well, that's certainly a thing, because you notice when you look at the daily email, you know, the way that it's broken down is collectors are talking about this piece, and here are popular pieces that are for sale, the way that the email is broken down. And it's usually one of the same 7 to 10 people whose stuff gets talked about, because obviously there's a group of collectors that all do that. It's the nature of things. I mean, it makes it a popularity contest, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I think that's more of a product of there being lack of resource for it to be more editorial driven. That and also I think that Bill doesn't want to make it look like he's picking favorites, and also doesn't want to offend advertisers. So you know, there's an element, I totally get it. I don't you know, I don't, you know, feel a bad way about that. But certainly if there were editorial, and the editorial were being written by somebody with a language for speaking about art and appreciation for line work, someone who can easily articulate why a piece is good or isn't, then that would be a meritocracy, right? Like, then you could get people talking about really good pieces every day, as opposed to just on the show. But I mean, that's resource. That's a lot of resource. I don't think that site generates a lot of money. I think it's a labor of love. I think, you know, that there's now a kind of a think tank, you know, working on it with him now to try to figure out how this could possibly generate some income, make it worthwhile. Which there's nothing wrong with that. It makes it a different site, right? I mean, like, if it started to be a labor of love where we're just covering the cost, that's different than, well, now I want this to be my career and I need it to generate a certain amount more money. That's a very different site. That's a different website. It's got a different purpose. I sort of feel like it could have been it's not Marcus Y. It generates a certain amount of I think it could have been like a .org instead of a .com, because it does fulfill an almost selfless duty. But then you need people to support it. You need somebody to come in and bankroll it. And honestly, if you're a guy that's spending $300,000 on pieces to pop up a new piece once a week to ooh and ah, you know, a bunch of people that don't have that much money, maybe you should be the guy that pays for that org, you know, to kind of stay in place, since it's generating so much joy for you. But again, I mean, you know, it's tough. You know, there are celebrity collectors. You know, high sale prices for artists that have been around a long time. Sure.
Dan is saying the opposite. He's taking the opposite view of what Carl said. Basically, he likes to see the high number, you know, value pieces being posted, Because for him, it's about, at least it gives attention to the artists, right? That worked on those pieces. Although in most cases, a lot of those, when it's vintage stuff, those artists are dead. So it's not, yeah, it gives attention to other collectors, but not really to the artists themselves,
They're dead, or they're one of the 4 or 5 collectors who get $20,000 a page. So I mean, again, how do you feel super psyched about that? I mean, like I'm glad they make money too, because it's certainly but it doesn't reflect the industry. So if 5 or 6 guys can get $20,000, for an interior page, rather if it were a little bit more democratic and maybe they were getting, say, like $5,000 a page and everybody was getting at least a couple hundred and selling work regularly, that would be fantastic. But it's, for whatever reason, there's just a handful of guys whose work sells for a lot. Sometimes I just don't understand it. I get why McFarlane pages are expensive. I mean, he's the best artist of his generation, in as much as there's a level of detail, and while it's not super realistic,
he's one of the most popular of his generation. He's far from one of the best,
but he's stylized and he was different enough. So, and you can look at McFarlane, you can say, okay, well, Arthur Adams came first. Arthur Adams was never able to maintain a monthly book. So if everybody had the amount of time to put into the work that Arthur Adams had the amount of time to put into, maybe a lot of them would be better. But you could also say that Arthur was kind of doing a Dave Stevens-y kind of thing, was kind of doing, a lot of guys who were inked by Terry Austin had that look. So how much of early Arthur Adams stuff is enriched by Terry Austin inking it? But I think with McFarlane, that he really just changed the look of comics almost overnight. Like, I mean, and it wasn't overnight. He did the Hulk for a while, but when he got Spider-Man, it really changed comics. Like, I think people looked at that and were like, whoa, this is incredible. We haven't seen anything that looks like this. The spaghetti webbing, which some people hated at the time, I mean, that's the regular way to do webs, and it's so much more interesting to look at. It makes everybody's art a little bit better, and nobody had thought to do it to that point. I get why it's expensive. He's also somebody who kept most of his artwork for years, so there wasn't a lot of it out there. So whenever you see a page hit the market, it's kind of exciting. I'm surprised that Jim Lee's art is as expensive almost. I think he's a better penciler, but he was also much more prolific. He worked on so many more titles that it would have been easier to get his work. He was also not hanging on to it, so a lot of his work was out there for a long time. You're seeing Larson pages start to approach those McFarlane prices, and to a degree, maybe I like those Larson pages better. But aside from those kind of early image guys and like Adam and Andy Kubert, and you got Daniel Warren Johnson making a fortune. Not a whole lot of people making that kind of money. J. Scott Campbell,
sure,
I'm amazed what people pay for his work. And Scotty Young makes a lot of money, but Scotty Young's very stylized. You're buying a look when you buy Scotty Young. The fact that he still gets what he gets on his covers, to me, again, I'm a little surprised by it. But he always produces interesting work. I'll look at something that he's done, and while it's not necessarily for me, I can appreciate it. And I know that, it the second you see it, like with Fred Hembeck. It's like you look at it and you're like, oh, this is clearly a Scotty Young cover. If 2 or 3 other people start doing Scotty Young style, is that going to push his price up, or is it going to push his price down?
Right.
Where John Byrne had a bunch of people doing John Byrne. George Perez had a bunch of people doing George Perez. Buscema was kind of the middleman between Kirby and Perez. And so you could say that all these guys were really John Buscema clones, that came out, the guys that we love from the 70s, the Dave Cockrams, the John Byrnes, the George Perez's. And George Perez is special among everybody. The guys, did more detail, was such an incredible just technician that he's almost in a class by himself. But, when people talk about the investability of that work, whoever was working at the on the camera at DC and Marvel just started cutting the whole top of the page off when they started pulling them out of the camera bay to shoot the artwork. And that's a hard sell to people who are fine art collectors who are expecting that work to be absolutely pristine. And for a long time, that kind of, poorly cut page was worth less. But the shame of it is some of the best of those Perez pages are plagued with that. You can't get a mint George Perez page from Teen Titans from the best years of Teen Titans, because they were all just completely ruined by by that guy with his putty knife cutting it out of the camera bay. And that's an absolute shame.
Vivian, everybody saying good night to you. Just so you know. Excellent. You know what, Matt, I wanted to circle back because I was going to say something earlier when you were talking about how you were not a fan, of what I call titty art, right? Which is that kind of, for the most part, for me, we can make a distinction because maybe for you, you were still referring to well done stuff. I don't know. Me, titty art. It's like some guys collect nothing but pinups of naked women, naked, superhero, whatever. Like, you could tell that they looked at like porn type mags, right? Copied the photo and just drew a super heroine costume or whatever on them.
Over it. Yeah.
A part of a costume or whatever,
Yeah.
So I call that titty art, and most of it is badly drawn, right?
Yeah.
And the thing
it's a shortcut, right? Because it's made for a very specific type of fanboy.
Yes, for sure.
And I mean, other collectors have always looked down on those fanboys.
Yeah. And it's interesting because you said earlier that I don't know who would buy that and put that in their house, whatever. Interestingly enough, and I won't name names, obviously, for obvious reasons, but there's a guy who's a collector in the hobby who that's all he has ever seemed to collect. And judging by the photos he has posted of his house, not just the art, but house photos, the walls in the entire house are covered with titty art. Okay?
Yeah.
And I also, like you, thought, like, I just don't get it. I'm like, why? Why don't you just look at some porn mags, get a collection of porn, and look at porn all day long, whatever? Like, that's not art, And you to the point about like who would do that or whatever. Now, and this is why we also don't name names in these situations. I heard from somebody who knows someone who knows him. Okay. And apparently, and I say apparently because it's allegedly, right? Allegedly, the collector lives alone.
Of course he does.
Older, lived alone, had been married, I believe, with a female child, at least, if not more, children. And that apparently they don't like it so much. And so, you know what I mean? You know what I'm getting at? Just, it's kind of like
that's kind of like standing on the corner and pointing and saying car. I mean, like, this is so apparent. Like this, of course, like nothing about that is surprising. It's creepy. Like it's, I don't want to be too judgmental here, but like, it's definitely a type of art that makes you feel a certain way. And if you feel the opposite way about that, then that's going to be unusual. And again, I'm not here to judge, but I feel that way. And I really feel that promoting that type of thing as the face, it's too easy for that to be something that people who don't collect think that everybody collects, right? Like if that guy got a lot of attention, if someone went into his house and shot an episode of Cribs and that was the only thing that people saw, good night, Nick.
Bye. Good night, Nick. Have a good dinner.
If that was the only thing that people saw, that they would think that's what all of us who collect comic art collect. and it would suck for us. It would really, I think it would put a really bad light on people who collect comic art. You know, it's sort of like, you know, I played Dungeons and Dragons as a kid. The absolute worst
Nerd.
Yeah. Well, the worst thing was seeing someone portrayed in media as being like the typical Dungeons and Dragons player and have them be completely with no social skills. You know, like just like an utter embarrassment, because that made it even worse for people who weren't like that played the game, you know, and it's a bummer. Like, a lot of the kids that I played D&D with played baseball, you know, like were athletic. They weren't, you know, completely you know, like the typical nerd. And I don't think that there is necessarily a typical nerd, but that
Right.
there is a trope, and that trope was repeated, and that trope became what people thought. And now that obviously there's kind of a fondness for it, and it became almost hip, you know, at a certain point. But like, it's strange and it's tough to be somebody who loves a thing and feels alienated from that thing by someone else's perception of it based on a really poor example. And, you know, as someone who's traveled, you know, back and forth to Japan, has been married to Japanese women, that Americans have the weirdest ideas about what life in Japan is like based on the handful of stories about like the most esoteric, weirdest stuff,
Right.
you know, and they think it's everywhere. And it's not,
Right.
you know, it's like they're
You mean like
isolated,
the
weird examples. But people,
you mean like the do you mean like the oh, I don't know, as an example, something off the top of my head, random,
the
use
panty dispenser.
use schoolgirl panties inside the whatchamacallit machines, the that you put
So
some money
that
in
machine,
and
there was
vending
one
machines.
vending machine. It was inside an adult bookstore in the red light district of Shinjuku. And
Okay, hold on, Matt. Are you positive about that? Because I can tell you,
at the time,
going back to the 90s.
yep.
So I knew this girl. It's actually the wife of a friend of mine. Back then, she was still in university, and she had gone to Japan, and she had seen a vending machine for that in the 90s with her own eyes. So it wasn't like a, you know, I was, and this came up because I was joking about that, and she said, "Oh my God, I saw one of those in Japan when I was in Japan." So are you sure it's only one? And she saw the only one they had in Japan? Like, why would she walk into it?
When that article was written that everybody saw, so the one that she saw before she went to Japan, there was one. What happened is so you're familiar with love hotels.
Maybe.
So love hotels, because in Japan, people have very little privacy and very small apartments. And so there's a whole industry for love hotels where people go to rent a room by the hour or 2 hours or whatever. Most of them are like real, and not everybody uses them for that. They also have like karaoke machines. Like a lot of people use them as party rooms. But some love hotels also had those. I bet your friend went to a party at one of those love hotels where they had the vending machine like in the lobby. And some of those love hotels, most of them are in a certain area within Shibuya, Shinjuku, but there are other ones that were in like more upscale neighborhoods.
Okay. Good night, Jason. Thank you.
And even to that end, there might have been some irony to it. But it wasn't like a widespread thing, like they were everywhere. And like, and again, I think that that's also a case of life imitating art, right? Like this thing got reported, and then it gets back to people in Japan that people are fascinated with this weird story. And so a couple of people that are in a position to have those machines just start setting them up and doing it because they think there's a market. Like that's a thing that absolutely happens in Japan. My second trip to Japan, I was hanging out with some friends of my then wife, and I kept saying "right on," and they heard it as "ride on," and made T-shirts that said "ride on." And it kind of became a thing. Like it became this weird little hip thing for a little while. So on the next trip back, when we visited, they were like, "Oh, I've been waiting to give this to you." And I'm looking at the shirt and I'm like, "Ride on." And I'm like, I don't get it. And so my ex-wife looks at me, she was like, "No, you say that all the time." I'm like, "Right on." And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, no, this says ride on. And it became like this kind of funny, like, malapropism about, what had been said. So like, that's a really common thing, that if someone thinks something is popular in America, they may bring it into existence in Japan, or they were certainly in the 90s. But the greater point is that it sucks when someone thinks that this outlier is the majority. And
Right.
so that's what bugs me about that stuff in the hobby. And it's always been like, it doesn't get super pricey because it's hard to resell. And even like underground art, like like S. Clay Wilson, I've sold a ton of S. Clay Wilson stuff over the years. And the Piz, when he was alive, we sold a lot of his stuff. And they were working for Hustler. Well, S. Clay Wilson wasn't, but Piz was working for Hustler. And so he had comics that were for sale. And in the 90s, there was like edge, right? Everybody wanted to be edgy. So, Trevor Brown art. Trevor Brown stuff is super, super edgy. I had a couple of Trevor Brown paintings. I ended up selling them for a small fortune. And then a couple years later, it became impossible to sell that stuff. That anything that was, abusive or offensive became very, very difficult to, to kind of to move to sell again. Yeah.
Right.
Like if what the operative example in the 90s was, if a girl said she liked rap music and someone was like, oh, like you're the Fresh Prince, and you just see them roll their eyes like, no, like Boogie Down Productions, fool, like, so it was, but yeah, that's a good example.
All I can say to that is, what about it? What about it, Larry? my entire house and walls are not jam-packed with a bunch of like, badly drawn naked babes. And by the way, they're not naked. I mean, they're naked technically, but they're covering up their naughty bits.
Right.
So it's tasteful, and it's actually, if you look at it up close, it's very well drawn, very well painted. It's not that eBay crap you see boatloads of. You have to wade through to find anything, decent. Or
and
whatever.
it's art of its time. So like that also represents a piece of publishing history. The stuff that Rubén has in his collection, pulp covers, like it's really a piece of publishing history. It's an aesthetic that then spread into everything. And the pieces that he has are incredibly good pieces. But again, when you water that down, and that stuff was always only ever intended for an adult market. Like those books, those pulps were being sold next to men's magazines on the newsstand rack, as men adventure magazine kind of fiction. And that's very different than the comics that are intended for children that are now filled with like really inappropriate stuff, or that just kind of missed the boat, like they missed the assignment. And I think most of those problems can be laid at the feet of editors, that they're just no good editors in comics anymore. Like it's sort of astounding. I mean, when you look at, the big debacle about Immortal Hulk, where a Brazilian artist who does not speak English as a first language, draws a page in a jewelry store and writes stuff on it, and it passed through 3 editors to go to publication. How did that make it past 3 editors to go to publication for us to even realize it had ever happened in the first place?
Right.
Like that's editorial failure. None of those people got flamed. You didn't see Al, like calling out the editors on that. Instead, he called out the artist, which was really weird. And I don't even think they had a conversation about it before he did. Joe Bennett. But and certainly, Joe Bennett does have some right-leaning opinions if you follow his Instagram.
I know nothing.
He's also in Brazil, which is a very different culture and a very different government. And it's weird to see people all of a sudden have really dramatic opinions about things, and not even seek an explanation, but jump to a conclusion about whether or not something is the absolute worst thing it can possibly be. But yeah, I think that when you have editors that are letting people draw teenage characters like they're porn stars, when you've got editors that aren't catching really are unable to follow continuity, that are allowing their writers to hand in scripts that have absolutely nothing to do with the character development or character traits of the character as it's existed for years, then you're going to have bad comics. And the complaint that I hear from people who are reading a lot of contemporary comics, I guess the New Ultimate Universe aside, which apparently is very good, that but the eras that have preceded it is that people were just really fed up with a lack of care being put into the product. And when you see the pencils for a lot of that stuff, it's not good. And then you see like the if it's getting off put into a blue line for an inker to work on, like all the work is in the inks. You know, the inkers got paid less than the pencilers, which is a travesty. And you know, you have what we have now. If you've even got people that are producing physical work, you know, that it should be easier to do it digitally. You know, you can fix all your mistakes digitally a lot easier than you can on a
Easier and faster.
yeah.
Sure.
So I totally understand why people do it, and why anybody coming into the business now would want to do it that way, because it's going to make them a lot more prolific. They're going to be able to produce more work and therefore make more money. And they can produce more good work. And a lot of the people that are working digitally are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
But it's but that's a whole other thing too, right? Like we're now in the era of digital artwork, and a lot of people who like comic art don't like collecting one of one. You know, they don't like collecting the artist proofs.
Right.
And I get that. I think that that's going to change. I have a
You
lot of
think?
it. Yeah, I
You,
have a lot of Bruno Redondo. I'm a collector
oh,
who has both.
the Redondo stuff. Really? You bought a
Yeah,
lot of that stuff?
yeah.
Wow. Wow, Matt. Wow. You're bought in then in terms of not physically with the artwork, although that's true too. But you're bought in on the idea that at some point the market will grow enough to where there will be a secondary market to support it. And so what you purchase will not be a loss whenever you, at some point down the road, if you ever need to sell it, you feel there will be enough of a secondary market of people who care enough about it that you could get your money back out, and it'll become just like original art just because
Yeah.
that's all that's available by those artists. Is that what you're basically saying? I think.
It's if it follows the fine art market, because
Right.
that's been the fine art market has been obsessed with editions for years. And I mean, that's editions. So, you know, so to have, you know, artist proof one of one, Kozik was doing it for a while when he went digital. You
Look what
know,
Rom
certainly
says,
at
though.
the
Look what Rom,
finest.
look what Rom said. He'd rather stop collecting before he will stop collecting before he even buys a one of one print.
And he might. I mean, that's he's
Yeah.
put an arbitrary line in the sand for himself. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's why. I mean, it's no less unique than the piece that you have that is hand drawn. I mean, maybe you like
Well,
to smell the pencils.
I'll tell you why, Matt. I'll tell you why. For most of us, because even myself, I mean, who knows? Like you say, maybe it might change my mind. I don't think so. Okay, I'm with Rom. I think the reason is because yes, while you still have the same rarity factor, right? The uniqueness of it all. Of course, we can't dispute that. There's one thing where we can dispute in terms of the uniqueness is that sure, right now there's only one, but you have to go into it with a full faith that that artist, should he ever or she ever get into financial straits and need money that they may not one day, let's say that market did grow slowly but surely, right? And there's an aftermarket for it. So suddenly the temptation for those people that are in dire financial straits, those artists, who's to say they don't print up another one and sell it at the Brazilian convention? You know, nobody in the States is going to know probably, you know, so it'll be safe enough to do that. There's another $1,000 in my pocket. You know what I mean? That's the fear by myself and all the other people.
It is a possibility, just as it is
Yeah.
a possibility, which nobody seems to have a problem with, of the same artist reproducing their same cover ad infinitum and selling it for a lot of money. Bob Layton has redrawn, you know, 3 or 4 of his really classic Iron Man covers like 10 times. And people still pay a lot of money for it because they want a Bob Layton Iron Man cover. You know, even though it's not the original. You know,
Well, it's just It's just like
So I mean,
John Buscema, before he passed away, he spent the last 2-3 years of his life just doing cover recreations. I mean, he must have done like 5 dozen Silver Surfer 4s and things like that nature, right?
Yeah,
Like those.
that's what I'm talking about.
And
no one had a problem with it.
Yeah, and yet 2+ decades later, there have been at least 1 or 2 examples that hit where that Silver Surfer 4 recreation, a recreation thereof, hit like 20 grand, 15 grand, like insane numbers. Like, wow. Yeah.
So I mean, it's they are a piece,
But one other thing, Matt. One other thing. Sorry, I just wanted to before I forget that the other thing that guys like myself and Rom, why we're not into the whole, at least so far, anyways, the one-of-one printed stuff. It's not just that we want, because it's not just the uniqueness of original art, comic art, that makes us want to collect it. It's the fact. It's not that it's one of one. No, it's the fact that it's the original. It's hand drawn. So with the one of one printed stuff, you may have the uniqueness, and it
is the original physical version of that,
right? But it's not hand done. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's not the media, the physical media. That, in other words, that print you've been sent, it has no physical hand-drawn media. It's just a print of the hand-drawn strokes that the artist did on their Wacom tablet. You understand what I'm saying? That's the distinction. I'm just telling you.
Sure.
I'm not saying whether it should be right or wrong. I'm just telling you that's how.
No. I get it. I mean, and you're allowed to like or dislike whatever you want to. Like if you've taken a position that's you like this or you don't like that, that's completely up to you, and it doesn't need to make sense to me. It's neither right nor wrong. It's just how you collect. I would just point out that it's no different than a lot of things that people don't have a problem with, and they only seem to have a problem with it because other people seem to have a problem with it. Like that. And like with Redondo, this was the first time I ever purchased, one of one art, because it was produced on a computer. And I felt so strongly about it. I liked it so much that I'm like, I don't care. I have to own it. I have to be the only person that owns it. And that has always been the major deciding factor. Like, I don't buy edition prints. I don't think I've ever bought an edition print. If I have, it's like maybe once. But because I would just much rather have the one. And yeah, hey, there's Mark. And there's a lot to be said for being the only owner of the piece, and I think that is at least in the top 3 reasons why anybody who buys original art. Mark Ryden. No, I never bought a Mark Ryden print. I own a Mark Ryden. I own 2 Mark Ryden original drawings, but I never bought the prints. I've sold them many times. To me, being the sole owner is the most important aspect of owning the artwork. And I do love style and I do love technique, and a lot of what I buy is exemplary of that. But I also sometimes like very stylized stuff that I just enjoy. And yeah, when you have the original art, it's very different than necessarily looking at printed versions of the work. But you can also say that of original movie posters that have been reprinted. So, very, like, I know a lot of kids over the years that had Clockwork Orange movie posters on their walls. That seems almost impossible now, right? Like that it would be impossible for a kid nowadays to have a Clockwork Orange movie poster on their wall, that it's not seen in the same way it was. But certainly when I was a teenager, that was an edgy thing, and it was a great thing to have. And I had a reproduction British quad on my bedroom wall growing up. I have a photograph of me in front of it. In the 2000s or late 90s, I got an original American one sheet of a Clockwork Orange with the X rating, and seeing the color differences from that original, probably stone lithograph, the way that they used to do posters in the 60s and 70s, compared to how they were now doing drum roll printing for movie posters in the 90s and 2000s, it was worlds apart. But now when you look at the original coloring in comics and you see what they're doing in these absolute editions, the coloring's different. Sometimes it's not an improvement. Tatiana Wood did amazing coloring work on Saga of Swamp Thing. And when you look at how they've recolored it, it's a little different. And it's not just because it's different paper. It's a different choice of colors. When they did the absolute editions of Teen Titans, I'm like, why didn't they fix these colors? Like that Baxter paper, terrible color that they did, you know, in those early days is really garbage. And that was something that they could have changed and improved upon. When John did the Watchmen digital, John Higgins did the Watchmen digital recoloring process, I bought one of those. That's a 1-of-1 digital color proof. Number one, the Watchmen's very, very important to me. The color's different. It's different from the book. So that is before it goes into the omnibus, and it's its own thing. It's also the only affordable artwork you could possibly get from the Watchmen. And not only that, it's a killer page. It's the origin of Rorschach page. You know, it's on the cover of my Pop Sequentialism catalog. It's the only color piece I had in the show. It meant that much to me. When I bought that, that opened me up for at least the possibility of owning 1-of-1 because it was a digital press proof. Well, but I didn't buy another one until I saw Redondo's work and discovered that it was only on a Wacom pad. But I still felt so connected to it that I had to own it. If Fiona Staples did digital lithographs of her work, I would absolutely buy it.
Okay. Marcus wants to know.
I should say.
No, of course. We understand. Marcus wants to know. So will you hunt down the guy who buys
He's talking about Mark Ryden. Would Mark Ryden?
No. He's saying, like, because he's talking about the Redondo stuff, right? Because you're buying that stuff, and I'm making I'm supporting what Rom was saying about, you know, not being a fan of, you know, 1-of-1 printed stuff.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
But he's saying, will you buy the second one when Redondo or his rep decides to make another copy of it, and it's no longer? Will you hunt down that buyer of the second one he sells, so you can just get it in your hands, destroy it, so that yours is still the only one left?
I still got to hunt down the guy that snagged this piece out from under me at the convention in '95.
Let me see. Can you see it again?
The 7 Faces of Death piece by Chris Pacello.
Oh, the 7 days. Oh, yeah. You're
so that guy deserves a brutal death at my hands.
That's funny.
But
Jeff, look what Jeff says. He's also not a big fan. I have 2 artist proofs, and they are lifeless. The line weights are all uniform with the digital pens and brushes, of course, because it's printed. Perhaps I will feel differently as I see more digital technique. But you can't wait to see your Redondos. So there you go.
I mean, I will say this. So it was the Spanish art dealer that kind of pioneered this for them. They're on really nice paper. They have a really nice luster to them. So even the ink that they're using to produce these bear more in common, I think, with the old Warhol lithographs, where he was doing something interesting with the paint. So a lot of people that don't know, if you've only seen Warhols in books, if you've never seen the Warhol, lithographs in person, you know, the screen prints. So not really the hand pulled screen prints. He used, ground up pearl to make luminescent paint. And so it makes them really difficult to repair. So if you need to do any kind of touch-up work on one of those old, so now I have another new nickname. So, since some of these have been stored poorly over the years and now they're worth millions of dollars and people want to touch them up and get them better, they have to go to the guy that actually helped Warhol do those prints. And he lives now, I think he lives in San Diego, but he was born in Mexico, worked in the factory in the 60s and 70s, was one of the guys that did most of the screen pulls. He mixed the paints. So he knows how to remake those paints. And whatever they're using on the Redondo pieces, I'm looking over here because it's the wall that they're on, they're using a type of ink that isn't a super common ink, and it rests on this beautiful paper. which is thicker, honestly, by a little bit than a lot of comic book board. And it just has a really, really nice look to it. That's not everybody who's doing digital stuff, I'm sure. But all the stuff I buy from these guys, is it Black Wave? Who are in Barcelona. I've been very, very happy with the quality of it. Now, will I hunt down the person if they decide to make a second set? Well, I'll be able to sue them for fraud because I have a certificate that is signed, that guarantees that it is one of one and the only one. So if they were to decide to pop out another piece, it would be fraud. I mean, it's, is not
Of course,
something that I'm super worried
yeah,
about.
but Matt, I know, Matt, but of course we know that it would be fraud, but that's not the point. The point is, as well as we all know, if you heard through the grapevine, because somebody must have seen it, right? And they reported it online somewhere. Oh my God, that piece that Matt has, holy shit. I saw somebody else have it or whatever. I was at this whatever con and it was in their portfolio. What? You don't care that it's illegal. You're not going to start suing some guy and wasting your time and your life and your money to sue the guy. The fact is, now you're just pissed that, shit, that one of one is no longer one of one. Now, if you're going to do anything, what you would be doing is like, I'm going back to the artist and I'm going to say, hey, man, I heard that so-and-so, you printed another one. What the F, That's what you would be doing, but nothing else. Let's be honest, That's what sucks, because then you'd be all demoralized because, oh, shit. Now what? It's like, is this going to become a thing now? Like all my one of one.
I mean, if I would still, I'd be happy with the fact that I have them. I might change what's hanging on my walls. Honestly, I might. Would it be impactful enough to drive me out of the hobby? It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, like smaller things have. Well, I have all this stuff hooked up. You look at my gallery. My calf gallery is filled with this stuff, and those are digital prints, and that's what they look like. What you see in the gallery is what they look like. I'm not going to show you the COA. That stays hidden, baby. But I mean, there's a lot of reasons why one could choose to stop collecting, and and I mean that's something that affects all of us at every aspect of the hobby. Honestly, I didn't expect to spend this much time talking about digital art, but that as the hobby changes, as if the price point gets to a point where you feel like you're locked out, then a lot of us will probably leave the hobby. Like if it becomes impossible, if it becomes not feasible for us to continue to collect stuff, my friend Ian, he buys a lot of stuff. He buys a lot of stuff because it's inexpensive. And it's what he likes. He's buying stuff from the comics featuring the characters that he loves. If those characters had become so blown up from the success of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies that they were now beyond his price point, he would have never had a way in to be able to purchase that stuff. Now, regardless of whether that stuff becomes worth 10 times of what it's worth now, I don't think he's going to sell what he has. But if he can't get any more of it, that may curtail buying anything else.
Right.
So his collection will only be the size that it is now. I don't want to speak for him. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but I use him as an example because he is somebody who buys a lot of artwork and he buys a lot of inexpensive stuff. It's not going to be inexpensive forever. I think we're sort of spoiled. I think a lot of us who are original art collectors are very spoiled when you look at what's available and how much it's available for. Not every page is a banger. I mean, we know that. That's why you can look at, it's all, all Nightwing.
The Nightwing is nice, Matt.
Yeah, I got a lot of it. The as what creates a market is an option to be part of it. If you can never be part of that market doesn't grow. Then you're gonna have the same, however many people buying and selling the same stuff, and then it will probably fall. Like as it becomes less appreciated, or it goes into museums, which would be totally fine. but the days of traditionally drawn comics are numbered. Just as a factor that every artist that you know that loves to draw.
I beg to differ. Well, I beg to differ in terms of the
published
time.
comics, printed comics, those days are numbered.
If you're talking about the American 32-page format monthly, I would hope so. I've been hoping for 25 years for that to happen, or 30 years,
yeah, I
whatever.
think we're going to go digest size. I think it's going to all be digest size.
I would hope so. I think it's high time that they moved out of the kitty. Right, it's a product devised for children, and then to throw it away, disposable. It's about time. It's just a book, and you know what? Even in book format, collectors, speculators, they will always find something to speculate about. So, just because they keep in better condition than floppies, people will still take their trades or whatever format that they're going to be released in, and they will still speculate on those. Besides, the companies, the publishers, if they ever did away with the floppy format and only went trade format, that they would purposely release them with different covers.
I don't know. See, I think it kills that.
Really?
So I think if they go digest size, I think that because of the numbers you have to print in for that to be viable, they don't have the option anymore to do a lot of variant covers. I'm not saying
a handful. I'm not saying a handful per trade, but 2 covers for every trade, that kind of thing. I think they would do that.
I don't even know. Well, I mean, will they be trades though? Because remember, if we're changing the format, if you do away with floppies, it's everything. Now you have to collect.
Well, it's called an OGNs. They would be OGNs, right? Original graphic novels.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be paperbacks the way we know them. It would just be referred to as an OGN because it's it's roughly 120 to 150 pages now, probably.
They've existed for how many years now?
The trade format?
Original graphic novels.
Original graphic novels?
That size. And digest size comics have been around for how long? In America,
when was in America, when was the first time? Like the 80s?
Yeah, probably the mid 80s is when they first started making their way over to the US. So there's an established record of them. They don't have variant covers. Like it's just
no, but the reason is because they don't have to, because they already know that the collectors and speculators speculate on the floppies, and that's why they put the covers on those. But we're talking about a world where if what I'm hoping comes to pass and they do away with the format completely, no floppies anymore.
Yeah.
So now we deliver you the product always every 6 months, let's say, right? It'll be 120, 130 page original graphic novel for this title, Spider-Man and X-Men, whatever. And that's the only thing that they will deliver the product in, plus hardcovers, I guess, will continue. So I think they will release them in variant covers just to get to get the speculators that they would otherwise lose by no longer putting out variants in floppies.
I wonder what the minimum run would be, because what has driven the variant cover business has been
they can also purposely they can play around with the try out, test out different materials of paper to make it like, so maybe it's not as stiff and good and solid like it is today.
I don't know if that's gonna make if collectors are gonna like that. So, and that may
I agree, but they might do it,
and that to their detriment. Like I think that if you can't get comics in good condition and you can't grade it a 9.8, then a lot of people are just gonna completely drop out of the hobby. Especially let's talk about 9.9 and 10 grade pre-screens. But it'd be interesting to find out like what the minimum run would be, because they're making their money on shops. So it's not like Marvel's like, we're gonna do 20. I mean, they do it, but that we're gonna do 20 covers. They really make that money on the vanity variants, like a store exclusive. So what's the minimum run you can do on that format? It's a lot more than a couple thousand.
Right.
So, I mean, it's only the baller. I don't know anybody, honestly, that would be able to sell 10,000 units to be able to justify, a vanity cover. So, and Marvel also is going to see, maybe they'll do regions like this is the West Coast version, this is the East Coast version, which seems a little silly, but if they were trying to go for the cash grab, they could attempt. I think they'll probably end up doing away with it because they'll be selling so many units individually that they kind of don't need to do that. There will also be at that point a massive backlash against wasting that much paper. As we get further and further away from where we are now, we already know that there's, ecological problems, that forests are in danger, paper is getting more expensive, that it's one thing to waste 22 pages. It's a whole other thing to waste 150.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if that all starts going in landfills, there will be massive. I mean, that becomes a Senate subcommittee hearing. That's no longer even about, just consumers.
Let me handle a few comments, if I may.
Sure.
So, CJ, deadlines are barely met in 32 pages. What frequency would they be? Well, like I said, assuming they'd like that sort of $15 to $17, $18 format, let's say they'd like the price. It's all based on the price point. So whatever they think is the right price point, that would be the equivalent of 6 or 7 issues or whatever, right? So the great thing is that writers could finally be able to write. They would be able to structure their stories knowing that there is let's say 150 pages. I can put my story beats the way I want them, not, I got to create a beginning, middle, and end every 22 pages or whatever, like with a cliffhanger. It's so stupid, right? It's childish. So that would be the great thing. I think quality would vastly improve. Okay, you've got 150 pages, go to it. Write me a good story, right?
And mangas aren't monthly. Mangas are not monthly released. They're bi-monthly, they're quarterly, they're sometimes it's 10 volumes all dropped in a single year. Like it's on a very different publishing schedule.
Exactly.
What you end up, everything you're saying is true. Like they're going to be the potential for the storytelling to be so much better. That's why manga is great, because it's not a formulaic, this has to happen on page 22 type of thing.
Exactly. And
now, will the artwork get smaller? Like we've already seen, if you've ever seen original Fables pages, it's a standard page turned sideways, and it's 2 pages side by side, done vertically on a horizontal piece of, which is hell for display. But will that become the method by which these pages are produced? And when they sell their original art, if they're still producing physical pages and then it's not all going to be in a Wacom, then are they going to start cutting them so you can sell them individually, which to me makes a hell of a lot more sense than the way that they do it now. But if anybody cut a Fables page in half, the hobby would lose its, clutch its pearls, hand across the forehead, and pass out. So yeah, that's
right, Tom. See you next week.
Yeah, Tom. There's a lot of that stuff I think is coming.
But I
definitely think you're right there. I think that change is coming.
I hope so. I also want to say, CJ, think of it this way. Like, I think you're thinking of, okay, the transition period. That's going to be hellacious for them, whatever. I get that, transitioning out of one format after 85 years or whatever, into this new. Forget that. They can do it eventually. Yes, there will be some teething problems at the beginning, blah, 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 whatever. But think of it in terms of, okay, once it's done, once the whole teething problems are out of the way, okay, once it's done, and they're putting everything out in original graphic novel type format. So just picture it. It'd be the same thing as now, except your shelves would be, picture trade paperbacks was stacked in front of each other instead of floppies in front of each other. That's what it would be. So the only difference is that you would more than likely have less product, like less titles on a weekly basis. You would still have enough stuff every week, but a lot less of it every week. Since imagine a publisher has 50 titles. If they're publishing 50 titles, but every story is going to be about 120 to 150 pages. So it's going to take them roughly, let's call it 6 months for that creative duo, the creative team to produce that graphic novel, right? So as Marcus was saying, you would have, you could do, you're contracted to do an entire story arc and then have different guys doing story arcs concurrently,
I will say
So-
this, and CJ raises a point perhaps, and it might be hidden in that question, because he's talking about delivery deadlines. So I think, and what your answer actually addresses to the comic stores better. The publishers have been wanting to get out of the comic store business for years, and this helps them do that. Those comic stores will become comic digest stores. They'll get their account through Random House instead of through Diamond. But his question, I think, hidden in his question is this: can an artist go 6 months without getting paid? Well, we know they do, right? We know they do.
Okay. Here's the thing about that. So DC, for example, okay, and yes, this is not a perfect thing here, but when they sometimes work on certain books, special projects, okay? If it's a special project, it's only going to be, let's say, a few issues long or whatever. They will often give the creative team like a ton of lead time, like a ton of lead time, and that creative team still needs to get paid. So they pay them. They pay them as the artists and writers submit vouchers for here's 2 or 3 more pages. Here's another 5 pages.
Yeah.
They voucher and they pay them. So yes, you have to get yourself as a publisher in a state where you can afford to put out the money before those returns start coming in. But again, that's really a problem at the beginning when you're transitioning and you're starting the first time. You have to tell every creative team, all right, guys, get to work for the next 6 months. Yes, the publishers are not going to see a return for a long time on that first set of graphic novels. Of course, that's why I'm saying it's going to be tough at the beginning for them. But once they've gotten through those problems and it's running and it's flowing, they're going to still be able to have it on a schedule where every week they're going to be releasing a certain number of original graphic novels every week of every month. And eventually that's how the money starts rolling back in. They start getting paid back because there'll be enough product. It'll all be in original graphic novel format. So ultimately every week of the month brings them revenue. That's just ultimately how it would be. But yes, at the beginning, of course, there's going to be issues. It's going to be a heavy capital outlay for them. It would have to be, because it'll take many, many months for them before they see the return on investment on those initial graphic novels, of course.
Two things in the art market that will change is that favors fast and efficient production, because artists are going to want to get paid as soon as they can. If you're necessitating that the same team work on 6 months at a time, so 6 issues at a time, we'll say, to make one graphic novel, which actually seems a little bit small. So you're really, what's 6 times 22? That's still a little light. We're talking really probably like 8 months at a time.
Okay.
To get near the 150. So they're either going to start getting simpler in their detail, or some people are going to be like, nope, I'm going to do my killer work, and they're going to get smarter about it, which will drive a lot of people into digital, I think, inherently, because it'll make their work faster. But those who do choose to do traditional work, their art sale price is going to go through the roof, because it's going to be the best stuff on the market. And that's going to mean something to people. In this day and age, if you have all these guys that do fill-in issues, right? I mean, who are the best? Best is such a loaded term, right? Like, who are the most gifted illustrators working in comics right now? It's a handful of people that only work on specialty titles with the best writers. And then you've got that second tier, and I would say Redondo's in the second tier. I love his stuff, but he's not in the very top tier of the absolute. Like, I still think Frank Whiteley's probably the best illustrator in comics. I love his stuff. He's slow, and no publisher is going to let a book leave until they know they've got 6 months of Frank Whiteley work to publish. They're not going to publish the first issue because they know he's slow. They want to make sure they're going to get it. So for him, nothing changes. You know, for any publisher who is used to understanding that some of these people don't deliver on time have built in delays that they don't commit to publication and therefore withhold payment until they get a certain amount of issues in the pipeline. So I don't think a lot of that's going to change. And if you know you have to deliver to get paid, you will deliver. That may affect the quality of certain artists' work. That means they will work less because there's going to be enough competition of people that are competent enough to produce a book on time that they'll come in and do it. I mean, there's, Sean Chen is a very efficient artist. And I think I used to accuse him of not necessarily having a style because he could do a good copy of other people's work. I think he has his own style now. There's quite a few people like that maybe their work is more stylized and not as technically proficient as the Neil Adams school of artwork. But there will be those people that will come back into the fold. You will lose rotation within storylines, and I think that drives people crazy anyways. Like, I don't think that your rank and file comic readers like when the artist changes in the middle of the storyline.
Yeah, think about this, Mark. Like, how many times have you seen when you're reading a book or whatever, and like, oh, okay, oh, I love this guy's work, yeah, and then 3 issues in, the 4th issue that he's supposed to be doing he can't even get through one story arc, right? Oh, he needs already a fill-in already. You know what I mean? Yeah. So whatever, it's frustrating, but again, I'm not saying I have all the answers, but whether that's good or bad, I think it's irrelevant. I'm thinking it's just high time. This needs to happen. And in terms of the transition, CJ, well, this transition in terms of the scheduling and all that, you were saying, and if the rotation could be on a time schedule, look, they can figure it all out. The book market, the comic book market in Europe, for example, it's what they sell them in what they call albums. They're hardcover, typically 46 pages story. That's their format, and it's expensive because it's a hardcover and you're only getting the equivalent of about 2 floppy comics, right? That's the story. And it's about $20 or something like that, but that's the tradition. That's how it's always been. And so it sells. And
those artists are well paid and they can live on it. They can actually live being illustrators.
Works. Yes, it works for everybody. So that's the thing. That's my point is if they can do a version of not needing to put out floppy comics, right? A children's format at an adult's price, by the way. That's what's even more frustrating to me about it. $5, $6, $7 for this floppy piece of crap like that. It's disposable, it's ridiculous. So I absolutely believe they can make it work. They just have to survive the initial transition. Of course, they got to do it smartly. But I think it can work because, look, Europe has been doing it like that forever. They never did floppies. You know what I mean? And like you were saying, Matt, manga. That's what it is. It's just a series of books. They put out a book and then whatever. Okay, yeah. When's the next one coming out? Well, I don't know. Like 8 months, 6 months?
Many of those were from telephone-size anthology comics, though, too.
Right.
Like the young comics and Jump comics, some of which were, like that thick, and you've got 30 different comics running weekly, but that's a successful format in Japan, and then it led to things going into OGN. I mean, a lot of that stuff would work in that format, and a lot of stuff that, I mean, you'll never see the Brian Michael Bendis Daredevil run in floppies again. Like, people just don't have the patience for it.
Right.
They barely had the patience for it back then. And then, the run that followed it, that amazing Ed Brubaker run, you would never get that today. There's just too much setup. And they wrote it like they were writing it for an omnibus, right? Like, they didn't let the 22-page format dictate, or might have been 32 pages, back in some of that time, where they did not let that dictate the story they were going to tell. And but they were also kind of superstars, you know, that helped build the brand at that point. DC and Marvel just aren't doing that anymore. And yeah, all the quality control issues get solved. But as it regards artwork, I think that we have to anticipate that, because that's probably the way that it's going, that the format and size of the work that we collect is going to change. I know most people that got into it they've got the understanding that it needs to be, you know, original, you know, pencil and ink on the page. For those of us who were collecting in that era, it's good to be able to see the pencils, like the groove on the paper underneath the inks on that same page, when that was a thing, which hasn't been a thing for a very long time. You know, for how long has it been now that, you know, the penciler and the inker aren't in the same country, and so they just get, you know, output to Blue Line and then do. So, I mean, even that's changed. I mean, for those of us who remember word balloons, for those of us who were collecting pages before the word balloons were a factor, or it was written directly into the same page. I mean, we've seen this go through so many changes. We've always rolled with the punches. You know, there's always been an element of kind of making that arbitrary line in the sand and saying, if this happens, I'm not going to do this. And then we go along with it anyways. But, you know, at the end of the day, I do believe that if we lose pencil and ink pages, which is more likely than not, honestly, because even pencils are getting really, really expensive.
I want to touch.
It will make traditional pages very valuable.
Okay, let's touch on that. But before I do, let me get a few comments from these guys. And CJ, I just wanted to say, you're right about the independence. Again, like I said, I don't have all the answers. I never said I did. I'm only referring to Marvel and DC simply because they're the big two. Okay. And if the other guys all said, well, we can't afford to do anything other than floppy, so be it. So people will have some floppies if they love them so much. Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. Do what you got to do. But I think as the two giants in the industry, I think they certainly need to. Also,
well, if they stop doing floppies, what market is there for independents to do it? Because if Marvel and DC change the size of the publication that they're working in, then there's not going to be enough publishers producing work in that same size that it's going to require keeping that same size paper on hand. And that's going to make it much more expensive for them to publish floppies and much cheaper for them to just go to a digest size. So I think that if the two biggest publishers change the way they publish, change the size of their format, it affects everybody. I mean, you could say, I think if Marvel and DC do it, Image will do it. Like, I think that they would. I don't think that, I think they would love to do it. I think that they maybe more than anybody understand that. Dark Horse, absolutely on the same hook. If you're now below Dark Horse, how many units a month are you producing?
Right. Yeah. And good point, Carl. Pay the proven and popular artists. The ones who can meet deadlines certainly are important. Known for delivering on time, exactly, and put them on these new digest-sized books, exactly. And CJ, what we were saying earlier, my idea is that my assumption is that during the transition, it would not be just a wholesale boom. This month, everybody, is the last month for all floppies, and whatever, a few months from now, it's all going to be OGN. No, I'm assuming it would be like a literal transition where 1, 2, 3 titles, right? And then next month, it's another one. It's just, so you'll have months with some OGNs and floppies. And then for a few months, fewer and fewer floppies, right? As the transition happens. And
they wrap up the storylines. Yep.
Right. To wrap up. And exactly. And then eventually, oh, look at that. Slowly but surely, the last floppy came to an end, and now it's 100% all OGN, So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you mean though, CJ, by would we go back to Marvel DC only format? I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but please clarify if you can. Hey Nick, you're back from dinner. Good evening again to you. And yeah, please, one more like. Awesome to get 50. That's cool. Thank you, everybody, for hitting.
This is a good question for Nick. This is a really good question for Nick.
Yeah. So, he's a perfect guy to ask.
Yeah. So this was the question, Nick. So we were putting forth the proposition that if Marvel and DC were to go to a OGN format, like a digest size, manga size only, if they were to leave the floppy size, my idea is that it would make floppies so expensive to produce that it would almost necessitate moving over into the manga format, because printers would stop keeping on hand that paper size that's good for floppies, that they would now see that they could make more money using less paper and charging what they need to charge. So how long would that take to affect you? And bearing in mind too, that if the stores have to change their display motif to suit digest size, there's less of a reason for them to have to accommodate floppies in general. I would think that Image and Dark Horse would immediately adopt that format too. As Rubén had pointed out, there would probably be a carryover time frame where you would have both being published for a while until they transition completely out of floppy and entirely into manga size. What would that do to Dynamite? Would you continue doing floppy size, and how much would you anticipate that changing your cost of doing business? Or would you then shift into, or would you feel like you would have to shift into doing the manga size with higher page count, smaller size?
So
And I'll take a sip here while we ask him for that.
no, he wants me to send him a link because obviously it's too difficult to answer something like that.
Yeah.
But just FYI, we're already at 3 hours, 17 minutes. I always say, I'm always good if my guest is good, if everybody in the chat still wants to hang out, I'm always good to go as long as you guys want to go. But you're my guest, Matt, and you got to know Nick. Nick knows I love him, but he's not going to deny when I say he's going to talk. He's going to talk a lot, so we could be here forever if we have him come on to answer a question like that.
Is this a theme for next week, I guess, is the question, or for 2 weeks from now?
I think it's your show, so if you want,
I'd like to have him on. Yeah. We can try and keep it brief, but yeah.
Okay, let's do that. I'll send you a link then. In that case, Nick, no worries, that'll be good. Yeah, no, but I've thought of this for so long. So it's, for me, it's kind of like, man, I believe, I wholeheartly in my heart believe it is possible. But again, bearing in mind the fact that yes, I'm fully aware. I'm fully aware that it would be expensive at first. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Takes a lot of capital or whatever. So, but it is what it is. I think we could do it. So, okay. So Nicky B. So let me see here. Hold on. Because Nick, you got two. You've got two. What do you call it? Different. You've got two different emails that I never know which one is the one I'm supposed to use. So I always have to check. So it's at dynamite.com. Okay. So let me do this. All right. Link. And here we go. Here's a link for the show. Paste. All right. Okay. Here we go. It's going to your dynamite.com account, Nick, and I have just sent it off. Okay. All right. And yeah, so you should be getting any minute now. Okay. Oh, look at that. I can do a 5-minute discussion. We'll see about that.
We'll hold them to it. Nah, hold them to 10.
Yeah. But number one Marvel fan says manga books outsell everyone. Yeah, they outsell everything like crazy. Like that's the $1 billion market, and that's all they sell. Nobody's worried about how long is it going to take for the next chapter to come out? Is it going to be next month? No, they wait however long it takes, because ultimately there's enough different titles out there to satiate the demand by the readers, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So So I think that's why I absolutely believe it can work. Yes, there's going to be problems and it's difficult financially at the beginning, but I absolutely believe it's something that needs to be done. So, Comic Art Boston, wow, we'll catch the show on rewind. No problem. We're actually not finishing for some reason. We're going to continue for a little bit, anyways. Double feature says Carl's Collection. Double feature, second show is just starting. That's so funny. That went to JJ Walker's email. 5-minute preview to the 5-hour show. Yeah, exactly. But are you? So you? Is it safe to say then, Matt, you're with me? Like you believe what
I think floppies are going away. I think that they sort of need to. Because,
I think they need to. But I don't agree with you that they're going away, because if they don't seem to be making any effort to make them go away. They don't. The publishers, Marvel, DC in particular, it's like, come on, you've been surviving literally with your head just above water since the crash in the 90s, right? It hasn't really gotten much better, right? And an entire generation has passed, and you still can't figure out that maybe there's something else you haven't thought of, you know? Nicky B!
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how are you, man?
There was an announcement, though, just this week about a new digital subscription format that everybody seems to be embracing, which is, again, they keep testing these to see the viability of stepping. I think they want to step away from print, but they want to step away from print because comics don't make them a lot of money. Manga does make a lot of money. So if that would absolutely keep their toe in print. And I think that's kind of where it goes, at least with Disney owning Marvel. They have experience in that. They have, a specialty products division. They've been selling books in different formats. But, it seems like the cost of paper being that much cheaper, that you can get more pages into the books and charge less, is somewhat of a bonus, but there's still a lot of meat on the bone. But so yeah, Nick, if Marvel and DC were to make that shift and be like, you know what, we're going manga size, we're going to abandon the comic book size, what would that do to Dynamite?
Well, I mean, it's a loaded question, so we should start on the first part about whether or not it's realistic anytime soon for Marvel or DC to want to go to a straight graphic novel. Marvel and DC have dipped their toes into OGNs for decades. I mean, absolutely for decades. I should have taken Marcus's advice and shaved first.
Please.
But Marvel and DC, I mean, look, here's a more recent example. Alex Ross painted a Fantastic Four story, and he channeled his style with Jack Kirby and Neil Adams. But it was Abrams Publishing that released that book as a license from Marvel. So we've had DC recently do a lot of younger reader books, and they seem to have slowed that down. I think I need to get my vest. Now, Marcus, come on, then everybody would know how fake I am. The glasses is as far
Wait, what? Are you calling us fake because we're wearing vests? Wait, what was that?
No. I'm fake if I wear a vest because I've never worn a vest except for a wedding or a funeral. Well, I would be the person who's fake. That's what I'm saying. People know how fake I am. But Marvel and DC, so just starting at that level, Marvel and DC have that's right. I can't even compare to these guys. That's why I didn't even bother. I could, you can't put perfume on a pig. I can't get dressed up and look as good as these two. So we'll leave it at that. But Alex, who better than Alex Ross writing and drawing? I won't say his first comic because the JSA Kingdom Come special was the first thing he wrote and drew. And if I remember correctly, he actually did that with line work. And oh God, I'm about to say the Jim Lee colorist. I'm about to say Sinclair. I kept wanting to say Sinclair. Alex Sinclair colored Alex on that, but I'm meandering now. So you've got Alex Ross, arguably the most well-known artist in and outside of comics. and Abrams worked out a deal with Marvel to publish that as a licensee. So as much as DC had the Earth One books, some beautiful books, makeovers complete with a new vest look. I don't think so. DC did it with the Earth One books with Jeff Johns. And oh, by the way, here's the star of the show. Come on, Izzy, say hi. One of our rescue cats.
Oh.
Say hi, Isabella. Say hi.
It's one of those hairless ones. Wow.
Yeah,
Sphinx?
somebody actually wanted to throw her out, and we were like, no, that's okay.
Wow.
Pam runs an animal rescue. I always say
we know.
Pulp Fiction. She runs an animal rescue, which means I help run an animal rescue.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a leopard. Oh God, Izzy. So
look at
that. Marvel and DC, I don't think are ready to go there. And DC's been doing some young readers. They've done manga. They've sold 80, 90, 100,000 copies. I think one of the challenges, and it's fully economics, comic periodicals still make too much money for Marvel and DC. They still make more money on periodicals than they do on the graphic novels. Now, DC, well, I'll just finish this. DC has a larger... It's kind of, I almost compare this to up until the last few years when people started getting tired of superhero movies. Like DC ruled TV, Marvel ruled theaters.
Yeah.
So DC has a much better track record of being in bookstores than Marvel does. I mean, Marvel has Marvels that sells well. They have a bunch of other books. Yeah, Unshaven Nick scratching post. Marvel has had some great selling graphic novels, the Tim Sale, Jeff Loeb graphic novels. But if you look at the charts, Long Halloween will outsell the Marvel one. So DC, maybe because they got into it earlier with Watchmen and with Dark Knight and a few other graphic novels, maybe that gave them more of a leg up because they started in the, what we'll say is not necessarily the late 80s, but like 86, 87. That's when they started really moving into graphic novels.
That was the Time Warner era, though, too, right? So Time was already a massive publisher of periodicals who had, library editions in every bookstore in America.
Absolutely. And I think that periodicals, look, Marvel and DC have icons. They just do. And the periodicals make too much money. And not yet has there been a series of OGNs that can make more money than periodicals. Now, I will say, when you're looking at Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips with their new line of books, they are what's the best way to say it? I think they're making a conscious decision that they would rather the story be an original graphic novel than be periodical first. I mean, look, what company, what image creator would do the best with OGNs? Robert Kirkman. If he went straight OGN on Walking Dead, he would do better than anybody else.
Invincible.
So, exactly. So, I mean, look, it's part of it is economics, and part of it is even the book market is fractured enough that I would almost think that the comic market would have to be halved for Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse, or anybody to start considering, let's go straight to graphic novel. I'll even use the Dan Jurgens, Mike Perkins example. Those pages are gorgeous. That's an original graphic novel, if any is, just like Batman Damned. But, the Black Label will sell more copies, so they're going to do that, and then they're going to sell more graphic novels.
But hold on, Nick. Hold on, if I may. Hold on. How do you know? Because remember, we're talking in a world where the idea that Dan came up with for the story and then pitched to DC, and they said, okay, yeah, sounds good. In a world where everybody is, the only thing that they're producing are OGNs, how do you know that by putting it in a 3-part Black Label series, it would sell better. Because in my head, I'm thinking, well, if we had already, if the business had already transitioned fully to OGN, I mean, the only way for anybody to buy, the upcoming Batman story by Jurgens and Perkins, okay, you got to buy it as a OGN. So there nobody would be able to say, well, I think I'll just buy the monthly one. I'm happy with that. No, you'd have no choice. You want to read that? There's no choice for anybody. We are fully OGN. So all the sales would go to OGN.
But
and
they would
have
they would have done
really
that
quick,
already.
Because I wanted to say get to what Nick was talking about. So you mentioned Brubaker, and so like those icon books, the drop off from issue 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, from 3 to 4 is so dramatic that he was realizing people aren't getting the whole story. That people are reading the first issue, they're not hanging in there. The comic shops aren't ordering them. I would rather, for the integrity of the tale that I want to tell, just give them the whole thing and do it and price it so that if you sell as many of the OGN as you would with the first issue, then you're outselling all the other issues by a lot, because you're getting it all in one, that even whatever price point you might have to scale back on it, you make hand over fist. And then your manufacturing cost is also a hell of a lot less than doing them as individual issues. And your returns your damage returns are probably going to be a little bit more minimal.
I agree on that last point for certain. And I'll just go back to, if OGNs were the future, that the Earth One books and some of the other graphic novels that DC has done would have changed the landscape, which it hasn't. So here's the other thing to keep in mind, because Vertigo is a good example that somebody brought up. Vertigo kind of came out of, we can almost say Vertigo came out of Watchmen, because Vertigo came out of Alan Moore. Vertigo originally in the mid 80s was never Vertigo. They took a few titles and put them under Vertigo.
Yeah, they slapped the Vertigo label in the corner in the 90s for, Animal Man, Swamp Thing, Sandman, Shade the Changing Man, and then a couple of original series that started and a couple miniseries that moved it forward. I think the first original stories were 3 original kind of prestige corner comic book shaped books. It would have been Kill Your Boyfriend from Morrison, Tainted by Brendan McCarthy. No, sorry, the other Brendan. Milligan, Pete Milligan. And there was Pete one Milligan, more that I think Jamie Delano wrote. Yep. But so it was, they didn't even start a new full-on series until they were a good year or two deep. And I think the first miniseries might have been Death. High cost of living.
Yeah, the high cost of living. So circling back, the economics aren't there. Now with Vertigo, again, I'm going to go back to that now. That Vertigo kind of has what Paul Levitz used to call the Watchmen effect. The Watchmen effect was DC sold 25 to 50,000 copies of Watchmen a year with no push from DC. That just kept selling and selling. Nobody knows who the market is. Nobody knows who's buying it. All they knew is that they, like clockwork, they would sell 25 to 50,000 copies of Watchmen a year without trying. Not that they didn't try. I'm just saying, and this goes back to DC having curated and developed the graphic novel business first. One thing we can't lose sight on, if we went to original graphic novel only, and Matt, here's a question I'll have for you, because I don't follow this market. How much is a manga book?
$19.95, $14.95 sometimes if they're smaller.
How many pages?
That seems expensive. I'm not big on them. My daughter.
$14.95 is like what, 160 pages, and $19.95 is 220 or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think the average would be 20. They're lower than 20 on average. I think it's in the teens somewhere.
Well, let's just say that it's between $15 and $17. Let's just say between $15 and $17.
Sure.
You're not going to be able to afford to put those out as graphic novels. They would have to be black and white.
Yeah.
And which, as scary as it sounds, that would shave off on a 120-page graphic novel, let's say $12,000. Cheaper paper. And
I prefer cheaper paper. I'm sick of this high-tech paper all the time. That's what makes it so expensive.
Well, and Rubén, what I was about to tell you is, believe it or not, unless you're buying bulk paper like manga publishers, the cheaper paper for a publisher like me is more expensive than the current paper.
Yeah, really? The size of it. Yeah, you're paying for the size. $12 for Chainsaw Man. So Chainsaw Man is the #1 manga, I think, right now, and that's a $12 manga. It's a little bit thinner, I think. But that was why I was asking, because if Marvel and DC and then Image and Dark Horse got out of floppy, that paper size is no longer available, probably. Does that almost force a smaller publisher into having to adopt a different format?
I mean, look, there are publishers that have adapted that format for decades. I mean, look at Fantagraphics. I mean, they do not release periodicals. They release graphic novels, and they've had some graphic novels that have sold 50,000 units, and they've had graphic novels that have sold 500 units. And my hat's off to them. The one thing we lose sight of, I think, in this conversation is that we're not the average consumer. We're just not. We're a little bit jaded. We're older. I will say a couple of things. God, I thought I could keep this to 5 minutes, but I was wrong.
What were you thinking?
Yeah, right. As much as a series drops from a #1 to a #2, you can use periodicals are like a movie. That first issue, 50,000 copies. Second issue, second weekend, 25,000 copies. You got that drop. Third weekend, another 20% drop. So you go from 25 to 20. But what the periodical does is it's affordable for a consumer to try a comic, to decide if they want the graphic novel. Because I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that 90% of the fans who buy graphic novels are people that buy the periodicals already. I'll add one more thing. There's always an exception to every rule. The reason why I started talking about Vertigo, even up until 20 years ago, 100 Bullets, Fable, sold about 12,000 copies. Yeah, I know, CJ. Sold about 12,000 copies a month. And their first print of any trade paperback was 12 to 15,000 copies. But that's because the book market took those. But I don't think even DC would gamble. And because if they would have, they would have. Even Neil coming back and doing some comics. Miracle Man's not OGN. The Sandman work that came out, not OGN. Yeah, Rick, and I think that's part of it. And if we went straight OGN, retailers wouldn't be able to carry it. And Amazon will order what they sell. Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, they're going to stop taking risks, because if they're not seeing some charts and some information, they're not going to buy. Although the old buyer at Barnes & Noble, and you guys will laugh, he's no longer there. Great guy. I will say great guy.
Marco?
No, before him, Jim Killen. Remember Jim Killen?
Okay. Yeah.
He said the way he started ordering his graphic novels was looking at the Amazon top 100. He's like, the audience is there. But I Polo, Marco Polo. I don't think that it would take a seismic shift for this to ship. I think in the early 90s to mid 90s, when manga first started taking off, Dark Horse was a trend. What I want to know is what percent is not spent comics. Probably about 3 hours a day, Jewish Dragons. When Dark Horse first started bringing manga in, and when Tokyo Pop started to explode, if they would have taught retailers how to sell those graphic novels, I think the future that you guys are seeing might be more possible. But no one ever explained to retailers how they could sell graphic novels. And then the more ironic part is that graphic novels through all book channels are returnable. Graphic novels are not returnable to the direct market. So how are you going to do that? So you're asking every publisher to do two things: wholesale change the format, which again, they've already shown to date it hasn't worked. Not only wholesale change the entire format, but then you have to make it returnable, because you got to give comic retailers the same terms that you give from Random House or anybody else. So there's
But why? But Nick, why would you have to do that to comic, let's call them comic book retailers, because they'd be selling nothing but comic books, literally, right? At that point. Why would you have to change the dynamic of, the that it's whether it's returnable or not returnable, when you've always had the direct market as non-returnable? So why change? Especially since, ever since the crash in the 90s, we've had an entire generation where, in order to survive, the only way that comic book retailers seem to be able to survive now is, rather than in the old days, where certainly, at least where I live, you just, this looks great in the order form. I'll buy 75 copies of this one, or I'll order 150 of this one. And then everybody got stuck. Like the back room was just jam-packed with boxes of overstock. But ever since the crash, the only way to survive has been, try to get people to tell me, pre-order, come into my shop and you tell me you want a reserve list. Tell me what you want. What titles do you want? And everybody pretty much tries to order just for what they need, so they're not stuck with extra copies. Maybe they, get enough to have maybe a couple of extra copies, but they don't want to get stuck with a stack. So why would it have to change? To me, it's like you take orders from your customers, all right? And after it's been sort of in effect for a while, the all OGN format, the stores kind of get used to, how many people buy this title or that title or whatever. And you would kind of know that, so typically I need to order 25 of the latest secondary Spidey title, for example. So I'll order 25, or based on my pre-orders, you kind of still judge by your pre-orders. So I don't know why. I guess I'm wondering, why do you think, if they went to the all OGN format, why do you think that it would suddenly have to be one of these changes where, now you got to give them returnability, let's say?
Why not? I mean, let me first say why not, and then I'll tell you why. I could sell 20 copies because I love the look of the book and I think it's going to be a hit. So I bring this up. I know I can sell 20 copies of the Dan Jurgens, Mike Perkins graphic novel. Okay, I'll order 21. How am I going to pick up anybody who's going to be a casual reader? I'm not ordering anymore. You let me order 40. If I can pre-sell 20, you let me order 40, I'll take a risk. Or even, look, let's say I don't want to tie up too much cash. You make it returnable. I can sell 20. I'll buy 5 more. One thing that we do, for whatever it's worth, is we make almost all of our number 1s and number 2s returnable to retailers.
Oh, okay.
So that retailers can stock the shelves. But Ruben, and Matt, I don't know how old you are. I think Ruben and I are practically the same age. I'm
53. You're 54. 55 you hit.
In May, I'll be 55.
52.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So,
There you
Ruben, when you and I were kids, what did you need to open up a comic book store? And Matt, what did you need to open up a comic store?
A place, the backstock, most people would use their collection. Okay, I'll put my collection as the backstock, and that's it. You phone up the distributor, get yourself an account, and there you go. You're in business.
Exactly. Yeah. And back then, back issues were probably 75 to 80% of your business. You sold, whether it was Greenland, I'll always say this because, beautiful thing about growing up poor, you remember almost, you work harder and you remember almost everything. You can afford to buy even the Baxter books, which were $1.25 to start. You can afford to buy more of those as a retailer because you weren't as reliant on those. You were more reliant on selling that Marvel Fanfare #1 for $12 that maybe you picked up at $1. You were more reliant on that. And so you had that plus. Returnable needs to end. Transportation, it requires infrastructure. I don't understand why you're saying returnable needs to end, Mark. Please elaborate. So going back to this, the market has changed. I'll go back to the time that our industry could have embraced OGN was if the retailers were helped in selling manga. We never, ever, ever grabbed that young generation. We just did not grab that audience. And that audience brings another young audience, brings another young audience, brings another young audience. The growth that the comic book retailers have had, warehouses with robots. Okay. I'm not 100% sure, Mark, and I apologize, but
I think he's talking about it from the ecological impact that by having returns, like one of the things that's having such a massive ecological impact is people buying stuff from Amazon and sending it back and buying it and sending it back and buying it and sending it back.
Right.
But I will say this, Barnes and Noble did pick up that manga business. So now a lot of stores have gone. So Borders Books, of course, is gone. There were some other people like that. What brought Barnes back from the brink from 5 stores back up to 500, and Book Off and places like that, Books A Million. Those are discount book retailers, right? They're like liquidation places that look like coffee houses now. The old model, the Borders model, is that they were making sure that they had entire areas of the store dedicated to this, and kids would come in and sit down and read, and then the parents would come in to pull them out, and they just buy the book that they were reading. And it kind of that was what fueled that whole business. I think what you're saying is kind of true, and maybe even more true than I think we're understanding, is that because comic book shops didn't have that ability to return, there was absolutely no incentive. And comic shops notoriously hate people hanging around, right? Oddly, in theory, especially younger kids, they don't want to seem like they're babysitting. They want to be able to drop F-bombs when they're talking about who can win Hulk and Superman. So they didn't want to change their demographic. There wasn't a will for those places to change. What was interesting is that what that brought into appreciation for sequential art were girls. So teenage girls embraced manga hugely, and they weren't going to go hang out in a nasty old comic book store in the corner where the guys leered at them. So they were going to go to the mall. They were going to go, to either manga specialty shops, which did have book accounts, not floppy accounts. And they also sell video games and toys and things like that. Or they were going to go to the bigger bookstores that had 2 or 3 floors and a whole room dedicated to young adult fiction on this side, where they could get their Twilight books. And then the, Real About High School here from Tokyo Pop.
Look, and it's easy to a degree to think of, for lack of a better way of saying it, most comic stores like a Simpsons store. But, we also have stores like Midtown Comics where they encourage people to read. And they
1 in a million.
It's I would say that you got Coliseum of Comics, you've got Midtown, let's call it 10% of the market, right?
Yeah.
We'll say 10% of the market is a more
I'd be happier with 5, but okay.
What are you trying to say, Nick? What are they doing exactly to encourage reading?
welcoming
Well,
people of all ages and creeds and colors and denominations
In
to be
what
welcome and
in
feel
what way?
welcome.
In
they
what way?
actually do carry manga. They actually do
Yeah.
carry a wider range of product. They carry magazines. You
Oh,
know, I
okay.
mean,
And
Starlog magazine.
video and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So these retailers are pushing the envelope, and it's really, and oddly enough, you know, not everybody at Midtown who started Midtown were comic readers. They were a video store that in the early 90s decided we should move into comics. Comics are popular, and they built themselves up. Look, there's no, obviously there's no one answer. There's no magic bullet. I think that period a good periodical will sell almost no matter what the price is. A bad periodical, and by the way, good and bad doesn't mean the quality of the book, but if people aren't reading it, don't know about it, there's no word of mouth. A bad periodical, you can make it for a quarter and people won't buy it, you know? There's a
Yeah.
little bit of that. And then the other thing about a periodical, I mean, look at all the heat that Jonathan Hickman's Ultimate's getting right now.
Yeah.
People are raving about it. And Marvel's on like the third printing, going to a fourth printing of issue 1. They're going to the second printing of number 2. Word of mouth. And look, okay, so, and just circling back to periodicals are the movie releases. Digital books are the digital releases. Collections are the DVDs or Blu-rays. And that's really what the comic book market is. Periodical, digital, Blu-rays. And I'll tell you, there's a couple of rules of thumb here that you'll get every time. So, like, Boondock Saints did crap in theaters. Sold 10 million DVDs in its first year. But normally it's Mission Impossible, it's Beetlejuice or whatever the big movie in theater is the biggest selling graphic novels. The biggest selling comic graphic novels, with very few exceptions, are the biggest selling periodicals. And the point you make about Brubaker makes sense. You know, he was looking at it, number 1 sold X, number 2 sold Y. He probably was still profitable on the periodicals, but he's betting on himself and Sean, 2 great talents. They're betting on themselves that they'd rather have this format out there. And if they lose a little bit of money, they can afford to lose a little bit of money. But they're still...
And they know if someone reads the whole story, they'll come back for the next series. What was happening is that if people keep trailing off, if they're buying issue 1 and 2 and they don't buy 3, 4, 5, 6, the next series even less. The next series even less. So his number 1s were also experiencing the law of declining demand. So I think it is a wise investment on his part. He's an amazing writer. Sean's a great penciler, but if he's basically like turning it into, you know, like the Parker books, right? Like if you read one Parker book, you're going to read all the Parker books. If you read the Executioner series or Mac Bolan, you're going to read them all. And so he's turned Criminal and all these other series into that, so that, you know, I can get this whole thing in this one fell swoop and enjoy it. And then he'll have another one for me next year. And it's a smart system for him.
It is. And look, Carl, here's the one thing, you know, digital sales are almost historically have been 8 to 12% of your periodical sales. Doesn't matter if you've got a book that sells 5,000 copies or 50,000 copies, you can count on the digital being 8 to 12%. Most people that I know who buy digital, a good portion of people who buy digital, I have friends who buy digital only because they like the coloring better, because it's on the screen and it looks sharper than it does on the printed page. So, and the problem is let's say there's 150,000 comic collectors. I don't know how many there are, but let's say that's what the number is. That means you're looking at 12 to 16,000 people that would try a digital number 1. You got to keep in mind, for years, Marvel would put some of their books free on Comixology. and those books would sell like crazy. Like when one of the X-Men movies came out, I think X-Men 3, they had some X-Men books free. And I had a friend of mine who doesn't read comics, went and read these comics and said to me, hey, this left on this cloak hanger, what happens after this? And I said, well, I don't want to ruin it for you. You know, you can buy the rest of the comics digitally. Oh, I don't want to spend money on them. I just want to know what happened. I read it because it's free.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, it's there would have to be a seismic change for our industry to switch. And I don't see it happening anytime soon. And just like with collecting art, how we like artists that we like, how we like characters that we like, most of the consumers are used to buying periodicals and putting in their collection. I will say this though, you know, because I try to go to a comic store this is going to sound bad when I say it like this, but every few weeks. Like yesterday, I went to 3 comic stores to check them out, and 3 totally different stores. Shirtless with a leather vest. I went to 3 different stores yesterday, and one of the stores had a father and son buying comics, and the father was buying his Batman and his X-Men, and he was buying his son some Ultimate books. So we do have some generational pickup here.
Yeah,
it's
but
just
not much.
it's first of all, it's better than nothing. We'll go there.
Of course, it's better than nothing. I'm just saying we can't talk about it like it's some kind of big thing that's really contributing to the, you know, the American market is going to be good for generations because all these, you know, new generations are coming in. Very few are you know, I've tried. Lord knows I've tried. I've tried with my daughter and some nieces and nephews. None of them got bitten by the bug the way I did, the way many of us did back when we were kids. You know, they like it enough, but like they're not suddenly, now that they're older, they're not going out there and buying floppy comics. And by the way, when I show them floppy comics, they're like, oh, because I usually show them books, you know, graphic novels or whatever. And then when they see the floppy, they're like, whoa, like $5 or $4.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend $4 on like how many is it? 22 pages? What? No way. You know? Yeah, that's what most of these kids are saying to me. So it's like they're like, oh, but I read manga. The manga, I like my manga. That's pretty good. It's like $15 or $12, whatever the hell it costs me.
I think,
and you know,
I think there's a reason, and you tapped on it, like it's, you know, is it worth $5? But also, is it worth $5 for 8 minutes of enjoyment? You know, what we lost to most comic book fans to were video games, right? So video games can take you months to solve, or they may frustrate you and you stop playing them in 2 weeks, but you have a long enough time that there's a dedication of time to it. Manga, you can't just read necessarily. And I mean, you could read in one sitting, but if you do read it in one sitting, it feels like a long time and you feel like you got something out of it. And then because it's so easy to pick up and kind of like remember where you were, if you want to go back and read something or pick up on an event in it, you can pick it up and you have all of that material to go back in and look at again. It has a return on investment of your time, and it has a return on investment of ease of use. Floppies, they just don't. And I mean, because most of the time we stick them in a plastic bag with a board in the back of it and stick in a box. That's 3 steps removed from a shelf. And
so, I'm sorry. When you're done, I want to go to Carl's question.
Sure.
Yeah,
and I think that because it's more bang for your buck, it's more aligned with a video game and therefore seen as something of more valuable by the kids who would otherwise maybe be influenced to go in that direction instead of to read.
Well, I mean, I think manga is still to kids today disposable. I mean, to a kid today, you know, you read a manga book, you set it aside. I don't know how many kids are reading manga thinking, I got to keep this in perfect condition.
Well,
I think
let me just cut in real quick, Nick, just to say, at least with my daughter and her friends who also have read manga and read manga, I can't say that I've noticed whether they try to keep in perfect condition. In fact, I would say that just judging from what I remember as I look at my own daughter, kind of, you know, looking at them, she's not like me. She doesn't have that influence of collectible comics in her head. She never had that. So she's not laying it in her hand like this and going like, like looking at it that way. No. So I would say condition is not important to them because they're not thinking of it as from a collectible standpoint, right?
But they keep them.
They read it, they love it, and boom, onto the bookshelf.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't keep it. I'm saying they'll go back to read it. They'll love it. Not a problem.
Yeah. But that's why it's not disposable, Nick. You said it was disposable still. I don't see that as disposable.
And there's never been a grading system for them to say that they're valuable. So once someone starts like grading manga, like the digest size mangas, and sticking those in plastic, that sends a signal that it's valuable and worth keeping and worth getting graded, and that will change things. So we haven't really seen that yet. I'm gonna be amazed at like all that Dragon Ball Z stuff that was produced in the hundreds of thousands. How many of those are going to be able to qualify for a 9.8? So a 9.8 of that is going to be exceptionally valuable. And those were to a degree disposable only after 10 or 15 years of enjoyment, where kids had moved on to the next thing. They had moved on to, I don't know, Full Metal Alchemist or whatever the next big thing was. But then as like a gigantic, they'll get rid of a whole shelf to make room for the next shelf worth of stuff, but they tend to hang on to them for a very, very, very long time.
So I'm going to give my thoughts on Carl's question, which is going back to the X-Men example that I made. He, like, one of the books I think he read, and I could be wrong, I'm just going to throw this out there, was X-Men 141. And this is when digital comics were either $1.99 or $2.99. And then Comixology would do a 50% off sale, or it was $2.99. But then once 30 days passed, it dropped to $1.99. And even if Marvel dropped it to 99 cents when they were doing the giveaway, my friend still didn't want to spend the 99 cents because he just wasn't into it. But Ultimate Spider-Man right now came out in February. Look, we sold 200,000 copies of Thundercats. Thank you, guys.
You hit 200K?
Yeah.
Like the last I heard it was 170 or 175. You hit 200?
Yeah. Well, what happened? You know what? Honestly, we made the announcement that we had 100, and then we did final order cutoff, and we got to 171, and we printed a little bit over 200,000. We had a complete sellout, and we went to a second print, and now we're up to a third print.
Wow.
So, yeah. So we sold that many of a $4.99 book. And if you saw me, like, my eyes wander a little bit, I went to look at what Ultimate Spider-Man was. It's at $5.99, and it did better than we did. So that sold over 200,000 copies. So, and by the way, Marvel does not make anything returnable. We do.
Yeah, it's made to order. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and again, it's on a multiple printing. And look, I'll use, some of the people here know that I always try and raise money for Fat Jacks. It's the comic store I started buying at when I was 13 years old. Part of it is speculation, Marcus, and part of it is Marvel puts a lot of incentives that make it work for retailers. Fat Jacks, I helped Mike for a few years, and I got to the point where I was throwing in the towel. Like, you're never going to change anything. And then I tried one last thing. There was this one kid who had energy, and he went, and I said, look, go work there for a month. Tell me what happens. And let's see what can be turned around. And there was one other young kid, Elias, who works at Fat Jacks, who wanted to get some manga, who wanted to order more of the books that he read online were doing well, and not just using the subscription chart. And Jeff and Elias and Henry have started to turn the store around. They've added revenue streams that Mike was never up for doing because he didn't have it in him. They launched an eBay store, which is, don't even get me started, 20 years too late. But now all of a sudden they're generating a few $1,000s a week on eBay, or a few $1,000s a month. I'm sorry, on eBay.
And help. There's your rent.
Well, exactly. And Elias has now gotten support to bring some manga into the store. So instead of when a kid comes to Fat Jack's and says, "Do you have any manga?" and one of the older managers might say, "No, we don't, but the Barnes and Noble down the street does." Now Elias will say, "No, we've got One Punch Man, we've got Dragon Ball Z, we've got these, and if you like anything else, I'll order it for you."
Yeah.
No, so it's really a little bit of it. And look, it's hard to be a retailer. I mean, look, comic retailers don't realize how hard it is to have a C store. I mean, if you got a C store, a corner store, you're ordering from like 30 different vendors. I mean, that's comic retailers now have to order from 3 or so vendors. And that's overwhelming to them because for the most part, it's a single person or a small establishment. I mean, there's just so many factors to everything. But I mean, going back to this, I don't think that the movie hour yet. No, but pretty soon it'll be March 25th, Karen. We'll be on Ruben's next show. But yeah, I mean, look, it's challenging. It's also a mindset, and there would have to be I mean, honestly,
it is the mindset. It is the mindset. But Nick, this is, and I apologize for interrupting, but it's a mindset, and this is why I think it's something that, like you were saying, but they tried it. It didn't really work. No, they didn't really try going full bore OGN, drop the floppies. They tested out selling certain things as OGNs. That's not the same thing. I'm of the belief that if somebody at the top of those companies, at the heads, saw and thought about it the way I think about it, and they said, "This is the future. We've got to get away from floppies. It's a kid's format, right? It's a kid's format priced at an adult price. We got to get away from that. This is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it." I think it could work. Yes, there would be teething problems, and it would be financially expensive at the beginning during the transition. That's what we talked about before you got here, before you came back. I get all that, but I think Marvel and DC should be able to do it. I think it would work because in other parts of the world it works. You look even here in America. But hold on, Nick. How about what do you think about? Oh my God, I always blank on her name. The Babysitters Club woman. Telgemeier. Telgemeier, right?
Yeah,
Raina Telgemeier.
As a comic creator.
Right. Okay, so now she produces, OGNs, you can call them. I guess that's what they are, right? Floppy OGNs, right? Soft cover OGN. Sells millions of every one.
Yeah.
Right? The kids, and that's the thing, is that mostly it's younger, the age group that we in our hobby can't catch, and that's part of the problem, which is because it's mostly superhero, and a lot of the kids these days, they don't really necessarily need fantasy and superhero. They just want sort of real life stuff, right? But look at that format. It sells millions.
Yeah.
And yet the American comic book, Marvel, DC, and everybody else, they don't seem to think like, hey, maybe we should try to emulate that. They don't see anything like I just feel like everybody's stuck in this. It's got to be periodical because
no, but in the beginning of this conversation, like I said, DC has been trying it. They've been putting out younger reader books with some limited success. But Ruben, changing that mindset is like changing the mindset of monoprints.
Right.
Why will you buy monoprints?
Not right now.
Why?
It's not original art.
Okay. So it's changing everybody's mindset. I might buy a monoprint if I
may one day.
Yeah. But if it's something that I love and an artist I trust, I mean, it does come down to trust factor. But look, there are artists that draw. Here's the thing. I'm not going to name names, but there are a few popular artists right now that draw digitally. And then when they get the right offer for the page, they'll go and redraw it. So,
well, they'll print out a blue line and they'll ink it. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's after the fact. So is that original art? Well, obviously to the person buying it, it is. But look, and I know here's the one thing, and Dogman and Tagemeyer's books are great books. And until Random House and Abrams are willing to work with comic retailers to get it into stores, so that's and Captain Underpants, and stores can have less risk, and they actually promote comic retailers having them, let's stop putting those in the comic section, because you know what? Those are growth areas, but it doesn't help. I mean, Dogman and Costco, yes, but you know what? Costco can return every single copy they don't sell. They could take in 50,000 Dogmans and return 49,999 of them. And you know the other thing,
it's the Walmart rule. It's the Walmart rule. If a single retailer can put you out of business, if you've got somebody that places in, if they need 40,000 units minimum, and you have to give 40,000 units to Sam's Club and Costco and Walmart, and you get 39,000 back, you might go out of business. It happened to video labels back in the day. Now, luckily, you don't have to do that quantity. And we had stuff in the video business recently in Best Buy. They've recently announced that they're going to stop doing it, but they would place orders of 6,000 units, and then they would replenish at 3, which is doable. And now it looks like that's probably going to happen with Walmart. But I mean, to your point, you have to produce a massive quantity to gain the interest of the place that can build your brand.
Yeah.
And if you're not supporting it with crazy co-ops that make it almost not worth your while, with an advertising budget that's going to get someone's attention through all of this noise to get them to get to it, then how much you actually making per issue anyways. And it's really, really, really hard to gauge. Someone talked about, well, how are you going to get people to do this? I mean, and they talked about what offering an issue out for free digitally. You make a trailer and you drop it on YouTube, and you make sure it goes to IGN and like all these places that share stuff, and you hope it goes viral and people get it. But if you're selling an OGN and not a floppy, then you've made your money. You've gotten exactly what you needed. One purchase from one advertisement to pick up that product and to profit from it. If you're doing it for floppies, you're only doing it for that first issue. You're not going to continue making trailers for issues 2, 3, and 4. You're never going to have the budget for it. And people are going to be like, didn't I just see something about this last week? Oh, there's another one. And they're going to walk away from it.
You have to assume that you're going to sell as many graphic novels as the number one sells, or slightly less, which you can't guarantee. If as great as the Scott Snyder, Greg Capullo Batman run was, and how they sold over 100,000 copies of every issue,
Black Mirror,
if they went straight to graphic novels, I don't know that it would sell more than 15,000 copies. And they were selling 100,000 an issue. Look, for me,
well, that's also probably not for that demographic, right? So like, and this is a whole other thing we haven't even talked about, right? Which is the age range. So like that, Snyder's, that's basically an adult kind of thing.
Well, let's use
there are adultish kind of mangas.
Let's use Bob's Burgers as an example.
Okay.
So we sold, I think we were selling like 12,000 copies of every Bob's Burger. And in the direct market and book market, we sold 8,000 or 9,000. In Scholastic, we sold 300,000.
Yeah.
Which you wouldn't expect, because it's Bob's Burgers. It's you got a show where like they pretend to start cooking dead people so that the old people come off the bus and buy the burgers to keep them in business. But
it's also Adventure Time-ish. It's Simpsons-ish.
Yeah. So
And was Frank drawing that for you?
Yes. Yeah. Frank was a part of it. And look, Matt, I think when you sell to Scholastic, you're making 50 cents a book. But you know what? You sell 300,000 comics, that's $150,000.
Yeah.
So, but going back to the other thing that we shouldn't forget, there's one other benefit that the book market has, or the mass market has, over comic retailers. Let's say you ship 50,000 copies of Dogman, and Target sells 2,000 copies, and they return 42,000 copies because 6,000 were stolen. Target doesn't pay money on that 6,000. They only pay you for what was scanned and sold. So that's another plus that a mass market retailer has. Hey, people stole some of these books, not our problem, your problem, publisher, your problem, distributor. Comics retailers don't have that advantage. Why is there a light behind Nick's window?
You can chase them
But,
for that.
Nick,
we've had it happen with Amazon. We've had it happen with a couple of those types of retailers, and you can get it. I mean, it depends on what your volume of business is overall. They will absolutely, kick to the curb anybody they don't feel like they have to pay, that they feel they are needed by them, more than than they need you. But it can be tough for sure to kind of go after those missing units.
Hey, Mr. Red Jack. Look, it comes down to the same thing. If you need Target more than they need you, you're going to bend to what they want. If Target needs you more than you need them, Target's going to bend to what you want, So, I mean, the reality is it's an unfair world. And that's the whole thing. I mean, we would have to, and I don't think you would get Midtown to switch to all graphic novels. I don't think you would get Coliseum of Comics to switch to all graphic novels.
Nick, if the publishers, the main two publishers, if they did what Matt and I were saying, which is that they just make that wholesale decision, this is the direction we're going to go in, they would have no choice. And furthermore, readers would have no choice, because ultimately the decision at the publisher level would have been made that, yes, we are transitioning out of floppy into only OGN, and that's the only mechanism by which our product will be delivered.
Most retailers would probably throw in the towel at that point. They
you
would
think?
Just call it a day. Absolutely.
You think they're just gonna? Oh, I'll close my store.
I think a good portion of them will. Too much work and not enough reward. I mean, listen, without naming names, because this is not a dig, there are artists that have left our industry where there was an artist who, I can't say the book because then you'll know who it is. There was an artist who was called and said, we're doing a special anniversary issue. You're one of the premier inkers. We want you to ink these 5 pages. And he said, why would I do that? I make $150,000 a year at FedEx doing things. Me taking 5 days to ink those pages. Where were you when I needed work? Mm-hmm. So I think the retailers that are part of this, 80% of them are more passion than business. 20% are more business than passion. But I think that you're going to see a wholesale drop in sales, and you will not get those back. Again, Ultimate Spider-Man, I mean, forget about Thundercats, because you could throw out there that's an anomaly. I mean, there hasn't been a Thundercats comic in 7 years. But the Ultimates line had kind of worn its welcome. But you get Jonathan Hickman on it. You get people excited. You made the book more expensive. You made it $5.99, not even $4.99. And you sold over 200,000 copies non-returnable.
Nick, you said earlier that the example of, the Scott Snyder.
Oh, by the way, number one Marvel fan actually just brought up a good point, and this is not a joke. My FedEx guy is Terry Austin. No, it's not Terry Austin. That's funny. We actually live in a world where people will buy a book for its cover now, more than ever. I didn't say you. I didn't say you.
No. I said I know. I know. I agree.
If I have Pete Momoko do a Vampirella cover, I will sell 60 or 70% more of that Vampirella issue for her cover, but people will not come back. Those people will not come back for the next issue.
Right. No, they're Peach Momoko collectors. They're not Vampirella collectors.
I just believe that were the industry to transition ultimately, once that transition was made, it happens over time. It's not going to happen overnight. I believe that the publishers would find ways to do the same things they used to do with the floppies. They'll still, okay, for this latest Amazing Spider-Man OGN, right? That'll be 150 pages long, let's say. We'll release it with this cover or with that cover. I believe they would still do those similar type things. I also believe that CGC would make cases to grade and slab the OGN.
Those are already coming.
CBCS already does it. CBCS.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There you go. There you go. So that's what I'm saying. So,
Marcus, you're off. It was 144, just to be clear. 144.
But Nick, tell me, because you were mentioning the example earlier, saying that the Scott Snyder Capullo Batman, let's say they sold 100,000 copies of each. You said you don't believe they would have sold if it was only available as an OGN that they wouldn't sell maybe more than 12% of that, like 12,000 copies of an OGN.
I think 15,000 copies.
Okay. But does that really? Are you taking into account the idea that once we've transitioned, if in a world where the industry has already transitioned, right? And there's no other choice. And remember, readers, comic book fans, we're all, we can never let this shit go. Like, we're always sort of attached to it in some way. Readers who want to read are going to buy it. And if it's the only way to get it, is like, there is no choice to get, the floppies. If it's just every 6 months we put out a book that's 150 pages, if that's the only way I can read Spider-Man or Hulk or Justice League, most readers are addicted. They're going to continue. They're not going to just give up. I don't want to read this because you're getting rid of my floppies. I love floppies. I'm going to quit reading comics. And there's no way, because they can't get enough. They want to read no matter what. They may be pissed off for a while, but once they get used to it, because that's the entire industry sort of went that way, I think they absolutely would order. Most people would not just stop reading. That's why I believe the percentage that you're talking about would be much higher than just 15%.
When I quit collecting comics for a while, I continued buying omnibus, and mainly because you could see the spine. Just like having something that didn't look atrocious on a shelf was what it took. And it also kind of made the decision for me. Like, in the early days of omnibus, it was really only the series that deserved to be omnibus collected. Now they'll put anything between a hardcover, and they know that there are people that collect omnibuy. But at that point in like 2008, 9, and 10, when even those omnibus were becoming very valuable. A first printing of the Thor omnibus, a first printing of the Ultimates.
You go for hundreds. They go for hundreds. Yeah. But look, here's the three things I'll say. First and foremost, buying the omnibus is like buying the deluxe record collection. I don't want the vinyl. I want the deluxe. I want the Who or whatever deluxe $150 bad boy. I don't want the $40 vinyl. Two, this argument is the same argument Warner Brothers and movie studios made about during the pandemic having digital releases and streaming releases day and date as theaters. And you know what? People still want the theaters because they wanted that experience. Going to a comic store every Wednesday, every Thursday, every Friday, every Saturday, every Sunday. It's an experience.
So doesn't that it sounds to me like you're actually propping up my argument.
No, I'm taking away from it.
No, because you said people still want to go to the theater. They love their movies, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Right. They're addicted to that. They're used to
the periodicals are the theater experience.
I understand now. But when you forced a wholesale change in the industry and you've gone that way, and now the periodical is gone, but they still are addicted to that material. They want to read about their heroes and all that stuff. They're not going to just stop reading because it's not floppy anymore.
Some people will absolutely stop reading.
Not the majority. There's always exceptions to the rule.
I don't know about that. I don't have the answer. The answer.
No, none of us have the answers. I get that.
How about this? Let's do this real quick. Everybody who reads periodicals right now, just hit one right now in the comments. I mean, there's like, what, 30 people, or did I scare everybody off and we're down to 4?
We're close to the high of the evening after 4 hours. 36 people.
I think we should kill this at midnight 30 here. So we've got like 4.5 minutes left to go. But
yeah, okay. So you've got a lot of people here that are popping number 1 that they're still reading periodicals. Yeah. So the question to let's say it's 10 people here. If you had to wait and read your favorite characters only once every 6 months, think about this hard. All the comics you buy, not just one, not just your favorite. If you buy 20 different periodicals a month, if you buy 10 different periodicals a month, if you buy 40 different periodicals a month, if all your books came out every 6 to 8 months, would you still buy all those books?
Remembering individually, it would be staccatoed, so you would still maybe get a new title once a week.
Yes, keep in mind,
all come out 6 months exactly on the same date.
All I'm saying is the 6 month window, 6 to 8 month window from one graphic novel to another. Then the other question is, will you jump on a book if you don't know the creative team when you're spending $19.99 to $24.99? So that's the question. So, Mikey Poopa, you buy digital. Do you buy digital periodicals or do you buy digital collections? Because both are available.
If it's a subscription, it's kind of hard to tell, right? Because you're going to get, you can read it all at once as though it was an omnibus.
And let's go with what Rubén said. Let's just say you buy 20 books. So in a 6 month period, which is 26 weeks, almost one a week come out. So, I mean, you know, and this is our demographic. I mean,
well, actually, someone raised a good question. They said it was kind of like crowdfunded books. How many of these people buy crowdfunded books? Because that's what it would be, is that it would change to the same delivery schedule as a crowdfunded book, which is generally like 4 to 6 months between issues.
Look, listen, I'm not complaining about crowdfunded books. We did a Gargoyles crowdfunder, took in $925,000 to put 3 Gargoyles books that have been out. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's the future.
But,
you know, for a lot of creative teams, because no one's making any money working for a publisher. Like if you're not kind of self-publishing your own stuff, you know, if you can crowdfund, if you've got enough people that will join your crowdfund, it's a much better way. You'll make more. I mean, even at Image with their self-publishing deal, if you sell 6,000 comics a month, you'll make more at that than if you sold 200,000 comics from Marvel. You just do, because the pay's not good.
You can, and I'm not going to disagree there. But you know, when you're doing a crowdfunder, unless you have a following, look,
you need a following.
Scott Snyder and Tony Daniel did a Kickstarter, took in $250,000. I don't know that they made too much more than they would have without it. I hope that people make money with Dynamite Comics, Marcus, but I'm not sure anymore after this conversation. The crowdfunder also, to a degree, is a different community. It's a community of people you don't necessarily know, but who like what you like. But if supporting a couple of crowdfunders a year and supporting, if there was a book, if you bought 20 comics a month, or whatever the number is, that means you could be doing 40 crowdfunders a year. Who's going to support 40 crowdfunders a year? So that's what I'm saying. Look, the periodicals are a feeder.
Well, again,
and that's what I was saying.
Just to clarify, I mean, you're not really crowdfunding them, though. It's just the same delivery schedule. You wouldn't be crowdfunding from Marvel or DC, and it would actually be a bit of an insult if they tried to crowdfund stuff. And I think there'd be a huge rejection of that. But, you know, I think that we're just talking about that delivery schedule. So you're not talking, someone who would wait will wait. That's not the same as someone crowdfunding 40 projects a year. That is a very different thing. There's also the doubt of whether you ever get anything that you help crowdfund, which is a whole other problem. But I think we've hit our vertical limit, guys. It's 9:30.
Yeah, let's pretend for a quick minute that everything came out. It would still be difficult. I'll end it with this. The movie studios, to sell their streaming, tried to force audiences to stream first because it was basically quote unquote free. You just had to sign up for the streaming. And the majority of the audience said, no, I still want to go to the theaters. You know, Spider-Man Long Way Home, or whatever the last one was called, was in the middle of the pandemic and took in $1.4 billion. Of course, that movie was also a super spreader, because I know a lot of people got sick after going to see that.
I was going to say, you clearly don't live in California.
Oh, no, trust me.
But don't forget also, in all fairness, you asked everybody right now. Of course, I expected that kind of a reaction, because right now they do have a choice. Right now, the market is being fed to them the product is being fed to them in the format that they have always known, and they've never known anything else. Of course, they're all going to say this. It would be totally different, I believe, if the industry just made the decision to go that way and they had no other choice but to buy an OGN. You would still have weekly. You'd go into the comic shop weekly. You'd have brand new OGNs of all your favorite superheroes every week. Yes, only once every 6 to 8 months you'd get your current, amazing Spider-Man title and the Web of Spider-Man title or whatever. But there's so many titles, they would still be distributed on a weekly basis. So you have still like regular regular comic books to read on a weekly basis anyway. So that wouldn't really change. And like I said, it's all about changing it's a paradigm shift I'm talking about here. It really is a paradigm shift that would have to happen, but they would have to force it to happen. And I'm just saying, I really believe that all these people who say, oh, no, I want my comics, of course, because they still have a choice. But those people who love to read comics, I'm not talking about speculators, whatever, just people who love to read comics, read brand new comics, I absolutely am convinced that if the only mechanism by which they could read comics were OGNs, I absolutely believe they would buy it. They may not be happy at first, but then, like anything else in life, they get used to it. And that's everybody be going to the comic shop to go get their whatever OGNs, whatever, they still call them comics, I'm sure. And they just be in book format. That's what I believe. But again, there's no way to know, unless the industry tried to do it.
If I'm casually buying a book, I'm not going to pick anybody alive. Let's say Bob Oxner was still doing some comics, and I decided to try his Supergirl comic, and I'm like, yeah, all right, this is worth trying. And I'm trying it and buying it at $4.99 a month. But if all of a sudden you make that $24.99 and it comes out every 6 months, I feel that $24.99 a lot more than I felt the $4.99.
You'll feel it. Yeah, you'll feel it more, of course, right? But remember, keeping in mind that, like, let's say it's not like today you'll have your monthly titles, and then sometimes they'll put out a special. Let's say it is some kind of special, a black label book or OGN or whatever. In the world I envision, Amazing Spider-Man is it's no longer monthly, but it's the ongoing every 6 months or whatever trade paperback or OGN, let's call it, right? Sure, you're gonna. The thing is that the people who love Spider-Man and who buy, read, and collect Amazing Spider-Man floppies, most of those people don't decide to, hey, I'm going to read this month's issue. Boy, and when they think, boy, that was a shitty issue, they don't cancel it. They don't go tell their comic shop, hey, get that off my list. I don't want that because there was a shitty issue, right? They know that comics, quality of stories, art ebbs and flows. All they know is I love Spider-Man. I'm going to keep wanting to read Spider-Man. Sometimes it'll be good. Sometimes it'll be not so good. Sometimes it'll be great. Sometimes it'll be shit, whatever. But I just want to keep reading my Spider-Man. So I believe they'll absolutely keep buying. And, so this OGN wasn't great. All right. Hopefully I believe they'll say it. Hopefully the next edition, 8 months from now or whenever, is better.
And maybe that price point is a type of quality control.
Look,
Maybe
let
they
me
know that people putting $24.95 into it means that it has to be better written. Maybe that means that they start putting better editors in place. I think that because it is a paradigm shift, and so we can't talk about individual little levers moving. We're really talking about the whole castle, but to Nick's point, and as someone who agrees with what Rubén is saying, and I'm the person who started talking about it, that if Marvel or DC still feel like they're making more money on floppies, they're just going to continue making floppies. And changing the culture at a publisher is going to require a completely different CEO and a different vision from the people that own that company. But I think in both cases, those people could be put into place.
Look, here's the thing. We can use first of all, what entertainment medium made a paradigm shift that changed everything? Music, which is the easiest form of entertainment to absorb. You can work out listening to music. You could walk listening to music. You could read a book listening to music. There are so many things you could do listening to music. Easiest thing to do, right? Which is why Napster and Apple and you can listen to music so many ways. Tower Records went out of business. What popped up in the last 10 years? Vinyl stores. And now people are buying Blu-rays again. People want the physical thing. So we can argue and say, well, a record is still the whole thing. You're buying the new Taylor Swift record. You're not buying the singles. You're buying the whole thing. But yes, Isabella, I know.
They did go away before they came back. So they had to be missed to come back hard. They stopped producing vinyl for the majority of time for many, many years before they came back and got popular. So people are going to have to miss floppies. I think.
Yeah. And by the way, Rick,
shame he's missing this. This is the best part of it. But you gotta go. It's late. But
Matt,
what I was saying, Nick, is that I think that people need to miss floppies. They need to go away.
Matt, just FYI, Matt, if you need to go, and if Nick, if you can stay. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think I should go too.
Okay.
Yeah,
no
Isabella is like, hey, you're gonna feed me or what? What the heck do I got you as a human for if you're not gonna feed me?
I just wanted to quickly say it to Rick, because Rick said, oh, well, after 8 months, you might need to go back and reread the previous graphic novel to remember what happened. And while that may be true,
added value.
I haven't mentioned it yet, Rick, but my whole idea is that if the publishers went this way, right, it wouldn't just be a shift in the format. The idea in my head is that you no longer make the stories so that they have to continue from the OGN, from this OGN that came out now until the next one that's going to come out in 8 months. My whole point is make them complete stories. Complete stories. Now you got, let's say, 150 pages to for the writers to write with. And like before Nick got here, right? Like Matt and I were saying, the fact that you would be forced now to write for, let's call it 150 pages, right? We both believe the quality of writing would increase dramatically, because now you're no longer forced to have to put these beginning, middle, and ends every 22 pages to have on cliffhangers, blah, blah, blah. You could write a proper 150-page story, pace it out the way you want it. I believe it would be way better than having to always constantly be thinking about every 22 pages, because I find it very infantile. I think the writing would absolutely increase dramatically. And so therefore, Rick, that's why I'm saying you would just tell these people beginning, middle, and end for 150 pages. The next volume doesn't have to leave off or begin where the last one left off. Just do one great story and then do another great story for the next one.
Here's two things that I'll say. First and foremost, let's say Marvel grosses $140 million a year in comic book sales, and they're profiting, let's say, $45 million a year. Who at Marvel is going to be able to talk to Disney and say, listen, we're going to forego $45 million today, and hopefully in 6 months, moving into this new model will increase. The other thing that I'll say is we keep talking about OGNs as if they're the saving grace of our industry. I think, and I've had this argument internally, and it's the hardest conversation to have. I think writing for the graphic novel is the worst thing that's happened to our industry. You know,
How so?
How so? Okay.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. You mean writing for the reprint of the last 6 issues?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, let me put it to you like this.
Like in 6 issue story arcs, you mean, is what you're referring to? Yeah. Yes. I believe that too.
That's what's hurting our industry, because there's no real jumping on point unless it's the next story arc. I'll use X-Men as an example.
If it's self-contained. Solved if it's self-contained.
No, not even solved if it's self-contained. Not as much. It's too decompressed. Even when it's self-contained, it's too decompressed. You're asking people to read 6 issues of something that they could probably read in 2 issues. You know, I mean, it's like, I've made this comment before. Read Crisis number 8, my favorite all-time comic. If that was written today, that would be 8 issues instead of one 25-page issue. And that would be its own mini-series. Rubén will cover all costs.
I mean, that's Netflix too. I mean, like, Netflix takes a good 90-minute documentary and stretches it out to 5 1-hour episodes.
Yeah.
The last 3 minutes of each episode and first 3 minutes of the next are the exact same thing. So, well, I mean, the cliffhanger thing and the sponge is the drain of content.
Look, Days of Future Past, X-Men 141 and 142. That's like the most concise non-soap opera issues that Claremont wrote. But if you look at
12-year-olds,
if you wrote everything before that, you had books that had threads that went through that still put the tapestry together, but you didn't have to read all of them. Yes, you know, when it came to the Hellfire Club, you wanted to read all 5 of those issues. That was
Dark Phoenix Saga,
the exception to the rule. That wasn't the rule. I mean, 2 of my favorite issues of Spider-Man are 231 and 232 with Hyde and Cobra. It's just 2 issues that are awesome. You know, if you look at the Roger Stern issues of Spider-Man, when John Romita Jr. came over with the Hobgoblin coming in and out, and then the Rose and everything else, you know, a couple of multi-issue arcs, a couple of done-in-ones.
Yeah. Nick, can I just say, though, the thing about that whole writing for the trade of 6 issue, most of the time 6 issues, right? The thing that pisses me off is not, yes, it's the same reason it pisses you off, right? However, what also pisses me off is that I don't get, like, okay, yes, I do understand the reasoning is, well, it's the price point, and by putting it 6 issues, that's the price point we like, right? I get that. But what pisses me off is, why can't you just allow the writer to write for whatever story they have? In other words, if he comes up with she comes up with a cool idea that fits into 2 issues perfectly, and then also has an idea for a 3-issue story, and then another idea for another 1 single self-contained or 2 self-contained, you can still do 6 issues at a time, but they refuse to do that. They always, for whatever reason, think it's got to be 1 story, 6 issues long. I'd be more happy if the 6-issue trade I just bought had a 2-issue story, and then a self-contained one, and then a 3-issue story, and 1 last self-contained one.
That'll never happen. Once you move to that format, that'll never happen. People don't think that way. It'll be, I have to tell a graphic novel, if anything, you're giving a writer more pressure to make sure they give you the done-in-one experience. And I don't know how that will affect the quality of the books. Look, here's the thing. Like British TV, some of the streaming services have learned less is more. You know, Boys has 8 episodes a season. Reacher has 8 episodes a season. If this were on another channel, on a linear channel, those 8 episodes might end up being
13 to 23.
episodes. Yeah. So, I mean, less can be more, and that's why decompressed stories are killing our industry. Everything should not be decompressed, and I just think that it's a nice thought that graphic novels could change the industry and grow the industry. I just don't think that it will, for so many reasons.
Then why does it work for, I don't even want to use the name because it makes it sound like it's so totally different. Why does it work for the comic book industry in Japan? Why does it work for one single woman doing her own little comic books, Raina Telgemeier? Why does it work for her? I don't understand.
So
How
let
can
me
it
ask
work?
a question. Okay, we talk about Dogman, we talk about Raina Telgemeier, we talk about a few things. Can I ask one question?
Yeah, of course.
How many people that write and draw the same kind of material for the big houses that fail? How many are there? How many creators that do the same kind of work? Those self-contained books like Dogman, like Babysitter's Club.
Right.
There's probably, for every success, 200 that did not succeed.
In that same format, or as a floppy?
No, in that same format. In that same format, how many you think that Abrams didn't go through 50 different other books from 50 different creators before they got to Dogman? I mean, the publishing market, the prose book market, over 50% of the sales of what people might call legitimate books are by less than 7% of the books published. Less than 7% of the books published are over 50% of that market. Stephen King, George R.R. Martin, the bestsellers carry that market. And that's the same in any market. And so there may be 40 other creators that put out product that's as good as Dogman, but they didn't click, so they stopped.
So this is also true of comics, though. So I mean, it's not
100%. For every Thundercats I have books that sell under 10,000 copies. 100%, and it's a numbers game to a degree. It's also having faith. Look, I don't know that anybody wanted to do Thundercats because it came out 6 years earlier and it did okay. We took a risk. I mean, look, I went into Thundercats. I'll tell you what I told my guys. I will be so happy if we sell 80,000 copies. I'd like to sell between 60 and 80,000 copies of number one. That would be great. If we sell at least 40,000 copies, at least we'll make a little bit of money. I will be disappointed if we sell less than 40,000. When 100,000 came in before we went to final order cutoff, I was elated. I'm like, oh my God, I hope we get to 120,000 copies before we go to press. And then we went to 171,000. I'm like, oh my God, this is freaking unbelievable. Now,
you need a few, but in the American comic publishing business, you need a few of those types of home runs to kind of make up for the other ones, some of the other ones that don't do so good, right? So it's...
Look, even Brandon Sanderson, we're going to use Brandon Sanderson, who's one of the most prolific, popular, and greatest sci-fi authors of our time. He did something that most people maybe wouldn't do. He was writing his own books, and then when Wheel of Time, Jordan, who's a Wheel of Time author?
Oh, what? Sorry, Nick.
Wheel of Time series books.
Yeah.
Someone will help us out in the chat.
Robert Jordan. Robert Jordan passed away, and his wife Harriet picked Brandon Sanderson, and Brandon worked on Wheel of Time, did a great job, grew his name, but and I'm not saying, but he was an independent public. He was an author who was gaining ground, who that opportunity was beneficial to the audience who loved Wheel of Time because of how great Brandon is, and it also helped move him forward. But so Brandon Sanderson, Stephen King, J.K. Rowling, those people each probably carry 300 authors whose books aren't making money. I'm not saying they're paying for those authors. I'm saying they're paying for the publisher to be able to take a chance on those authors. So it's you're always, everybody keeps looking at these successes without thinking about how many failures there were to get to the successes.
Right.
And that's the one thing, because everybody says, why can't we be this? Why can't we be that? Well, there are reasons why we can't. And a lot of it is usually not in our control. You know, there are things in our control, but the way the public reacts to anything. Look, you want to know one of the things that really bothers me as a publisher?
What's that?
Because it's something you can't control. Whenever I hear somebody blame the audience for something not working, when Ridley Scott did that movie with Matt Damon, I forget what the movie was. I mean, that's how it was. It was only a couple of years ago. He did a movie with Matt Damon. It friggin' bombed, and he blamed the audience. He's like, the audience isn't smart enough. It's all millennials.
The
It's like,
Last Duel.
yeah, maybe. It's like, stop blaming the audience. I have an artist friend who's really popular who said, I'm not doing periodicals anymore because the audience abandoned me. Well, you know, if you don't do if you don't do monthly comics, you'll never know if they're going to come back. You know, it's something. All we can do is try our best, put out the best books we can, and you know, hopefully the audience will come. Look, if the comic market could move into all graphic novels, and that meant instead of me selling, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good number right now.
As long as it's realistic.
Let's pretend The Boys was being published today. Our first Boys graphic novel must have sold 700, 800,000 copies so far.
Holy shit. Really?
Yeah.
Congrats, man. Holy shit. Wow.
No, we've sold millions of graphic novels.
Wow.
But and keep in mind, the show's really good. That helped a lot. But we still sold probably 1 million graphic novels between all 12 volumes before the show happened. I don't know that we would have sold
before the show happened.
Yeah,
you hit 1 million.
That era, though, the era where The Boys started was sort of like the trade paperback capital of comicdom.
Wow.
Like you walk into Meltdown Comics on Sunset, and there was like a wall of graphic novels, and I think they even had return privileges, which was an unusual thing at that time.
Listen, the creators of the book are well compensated, Marcus. They get a nice percentage of everything. But I don't know that I would have sold. Let's just use 1 million copies as the example of the first 12 volumes. If I would have went straight to OGN, I don't know that I would have sold any more copies. Matter of fact, I can almost guarantee you I sold less, because this is the one thing I'll tell you. What allowed The Boys to succeed more than anything at first was all of the news that DC let it go and Dynamite got it.
Yeah.
And that got people wanting to try it with issue 7. Issue 7 outsold issue 1 3-1. And if we would have went straight to graphic novel, very few people would have tried it, because then we went to $14.99 for 6 issues.
It's a pretty unique case, though.
It's a unique case, but all I'm saying is at $2.99, people were willing to try it. Yeah. At $2.99, at $14, and keep in mind, that's the thing that we did, which actually annoyed some retailers, was the first trade paperback, the Wildstorm books that came out. Hey, David, how are you? A lot of retailers wanted us to be $19.99, and we went $14.99 because we saw the success we had on number 7, and that's where we said, let's be a little bit more aggressive in the price point, and not aggressive higher, aggressive lower. So, and that's where we actually left some money on the table. I bet you we would have sold as many at $19.99 as we did at $14.99. or we would have sold less at the higher price point. I think we gave people a reason to try it. And it's just, we don't know. But the wholesale change that, and I know that Ruben's been the champion of this forever. Like since he started the channel, he's been saying it. And I just don't think it's realistic. There are just too many factors. And the biggest one probably is that the publishers would have to put too much money aside.
Well, we talked about that earlier before you got here, and that's the main thing, right? The initial transition would be financially burdensome.
Yeah, so you're saying, so if you're Marvel, you're saying so out of the 150 million a year we take in on periodicals and the 45 million, we're going to put 75 million in revenue on hold and $22.5 million on hold because we think this will do better.
Yeah.
But that's
obviously they have to, somebody at the top better believe that it's going to do better, right? You're not going to just do it on a lark because I said you should, right?
Yeah.
So So
but there's no data where somebody could present it to their bosses and say, this is why I think it'll work. Because even Fantagraphics, they put out mostly OGNs. Only a few of them really make money. Look, Fantagraphics almost.
Yeah, but Nick, Fantagraphics, it's not Spider-Man, Superman, Batman. But
Ruben, they've had books that have sold tens of thousands of copies, 50,000, 100,000. Matter of fact, Fantagraphics, I don't think I'm talking out of school. They were practically out of business, and then they got the Peanuts license for graphic novels, and it saved their business. Just like Adventure Time saved Boom at the time. Boom was putting out all of these creator-owned books that weren't generating revenue, and they got you want to know how Boom got Adventure Time? The creator of the book wanted to see it happen. They got paid to put the comic out. And then the comic was a fucking barn burner. Excuse my language.
You mean they paid Boom?
Yep.
Here, we'll give you money. Just put this out. Publish it.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
The creator wanted a comic book. Cartoon Network put out the money. Different time. And it's
did they do the Simpsons comic as well?
No, that was Bongo. That was Matt Groening.
Right, Bongo, right.
Matt Groening, yeah.
So look, I mean, okay, so this is Nick and Ruben's idea of 5 minutes. So,
hey, I told you from the beginning, there's no way Nick is coming on for
now
5
I know
minutes.
for next time.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, look, but that's why I was saying there's no easy answer in the chat for this.
Of course, there's not. We're not looking for an answer. We're just discussing and throwing the idea out and telling what we feel. That's all. If nobody's going to come up with a yes, you're right, or no, you're not. Like nobody really truly knows, right? Like, so we know that. Matt and I know that, but we both felt the same way. And one of the reasons I felt that way for so long is because I think about, ever since I stopped buying comics in 1993, I never bought another floppy comic again. And yet, look at me. I spent the last 30 years now, still linked into the comic book hobby, still looking, perusing, reading about, solicitations, and let's see what they're doing in comics these days with my favorite characters. It's like, part of me still wants to be in it, and I still want to read it, but I absolutely refuse. Because to me, when I decided to sort of come back and see what was happening in the hobby 8 years after I quit, I was like, okay, I'm interested in just reading. None of this collecting bullshit, bagging and boarding like a loser. None of that shit. Sorry, Karen. None of that bullshit. Okay, I just want to read like a normal human being. Read, buy it, and put it on my shelf. No long boxes, none of that shit. Yeah. Okay. I'm an adult. I'm not a kid anymore. Okay. Aesthetics. So that was my thing. And so that's why all these years later, I believe that that's the way to go. And that's why I believe all the readers that were lost after the crash that never came back, Nick, I don't know for a fact but I know quite a lot of people who, like me, left the industry in disgust and never came back to buy floppy comics again, who still buy graphic novels, trade paperbacks. It's the only way we're willing to buy comics. And I just feel like, and there's tons of guys who quit when I quit, who never even came back, even to buy book format. Like they just never went. They lost interest. And I just feel like a lot of those people, yes, we're aging. I get that. It's not a solution forever, but a lot of us who went away 25, 30 years ago, I believe we would have come back had the industry been more adult and like, yeah, let's feed you it's all about focusing on the reading by serving it to you in a book format. You can put it on your shelf and not deal with this collectability, floppy bag and board bullshit. That's how I feel.
You're trivializing some of the collectors. Here's the thing: as a publisher, it's any publisher's job. I'll use DC. It's DC. It's our job to try and get boys readers to buy other books. But we have a more limited body of work when it comes to the boys. But a publisher like DC, where when the last Batman movie came out, people were buying The Long Halloween. It's up to them to try and get those readers into the comics market, which is why you still see some ads in graphic novels, because you hope some of those people will go to the comics market. Look, we've said this before. Nick's cat is about to pass out. No, she left. She was like, I want to go eat. Get me out of here.
That's his pet name from me.
But there's no, I don't see a way that this market will adapt graphic novel as the standard medium. It just won't happen.
And I was telling this to Matt earlier. I was saying, because we agree that we both feel it should be that way, but he thinks it's going that way. I believe it's not. So I believe the American publishers are way too scared and they're too set in their old ways. So I don't think they're ever going to make that wholesale decision. Yeah, let's do this. He believes it's happening. I think
Disney, if they had their way, if they thought that they could do it, would stop publishing physical comics forever tomorrow.
I kind of believe that too. I'm gonna say I believe they think it's a
they don't understand the business. They don't understand why it's still a thing. They could create an app that goes with the Disney Channel that allows you to read it online and give you the option for an extra $5 to print it yourself at home. But like, they do not like the business. They don't want a part of it. They want out, which is why they license and have other people do their stuff for them. You know, like you mentioned with DC doing a book to have someone else publish it. That's the way a lot of them are going. They don't want the overhead and they want to be able to own the IP. So if I can license to a manga publisher to do Spider-Man stories, and then I can go through and pull those Spider-Man stories for a future IP, why wouldn't I do that? That saves me more money than anything.
Because then you don't have the institutional knowledge that your editors have, and you won't have the cohesion that you need. And you also will have no control over the characters. Yes, you'll have approval over the characters, fully understandable. But right now, when Disney is licensing out Spider-Man, or when they licensed out the Fantastic Four to Abrams for Alex to do that wonderfully written, beautifully painted book, Marvel Editorial was involved. And while Disney or Time Warner may not want to be in the publishing business as an overall thing, Marvel and DC are really profitable. They are really profitable. They are not going to get out of a business that's really profitable. And here's the other thing.
Are they really profitable?
Yeah. I don't know about either part of that statement. I don't know that they're really, really profitable. And I don't know that even if it were, that they wouldn't get rid of it because they just don't like it. I mean, you're talking about a board of directors. Board of directors make very emotional decisions. Sometimes they're about money. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes about simplifying. Sometimes they're stripping off and sending it to somebody else. Sometimes it's going to be about, sub-licensing. And I think at that level, they're working. They're just focused on a lot of different stuff, and they consider it pesky. And like I say, I mean, all the upside is still there. Do they need an editor? Well, ostensibly, you need somebody that's going to have an idea about continuity. They don't have that now, Nick. I mean, like, honestly, the editorial staff at Marvel and DC is atrocious. That they make basic mistakes that become massive PR errors, and the only thing that's protected them is that they've been able to throw all the blame on an artist occasionally. So,
All
like,
right, so let me throw this out. This is the one example that, to me, is telling that they're still profitable. When Marvel licenses out Star Wars,
wait, there's a big difference between they're still profitable and
massively profitable.
I'm not going to get into the debate of whether or not they're massively profitable. I know that a number of years ago, and I haven't talked to anybody in Marvel since, that Marvel had to be at least 40% profitable to stay a standalone publishing entity.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? That they have to make 40% margins on their books, or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have to 40% of their income has to be profitable. Now, when Marvel licenses a property like Ultraman, why did they license Ultraman from Japan? And they put them out as periodicals, and they did a few series. They would only do it if it's profitable, because there's no crossover in the Disney world.
Or because they think it's going to be profitable.
Okay, but at the same time, right, but you wouldn't do it unless you thought it was going to be profitable.
Right.
Well, it's also a very cheap market test for much more expensive IP down the road. That if they want to do an Ultraman film, well, let's see if the demographic that we think is the demographic, because this is a Japanese superhero, if they embrace it, then we can expect to make the same numbers we made on Iron Man, because it's, you know, a C-list character or whatever.
Or they are still licensing out Spider-Man to manga publishers, Iron Man to manga publishers. They're still doing that. DC,
because they don't have to do anything about it. It's free money.
Right.
DC made my point.
DC licenses Scooby-Doo from Warner Brothers. They don't own Scooby-Doo. It's not like they get it automatically. There's obviously politics involved, but
James Gunn Company is licensing Scooby-Doo.
So I've been hearing publishing is dead for 20 years. Yeah. If somebody,
well, by dead, JC, by dead, everybody who has ever said that, they just mean it's not, they're barely keeping their heads above water. They're not making that much money. That's what they mean when they say it's dead. It doesn't mean they completely went out of business, you know. Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Look, in my opinion, one of the smartest people this industry has ever had is Eric Stevenson, publisher at Image Comics.
Yeah.
And when Walking Dead was taking off and there was a lot of money coming in, they're all fake sales. He talked internally, and they took some of the money from Walking Dead, and he went to all the best-selling DC and Marvel writers and got them to Image. He moved them all to Image for their creator-owned, and he transformed Image. And my hat's off to him, because the industry's better off for it. And it's because they were good comics. Image was in the toilet. Image was like the number 5 or 6 publisher before Eric took over as publisher. Now they've been number 3 for 15 years? You know, they've had 8 to 10%, 12% sometimes market share, because those comics are good.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not all of them are for me, but there. So I will say that from what I know of the way Marvel and DC has to run, they are more than a little bit profitable. Now, did some things have to happen? Did DC have to let go of a certain number of people to maintain their profitability?
Massively profitable? More than a little bit profitable. That's what you call a classic moving of the goalposts.
Look, I just said I'm not going to get into agreement or disagreement about profitable to massively profitable. I truly believe that if Marvel's doing $150 million a year in business, they're profiting over $45 million a year. And that's just where those numbers will shake out. The books are there. I look at the sales numbers. I have a feel of what they pay the creators. I know they get a better printing price than we do. and they keep all the money with the exception of Star Wars and Ultraman and everything else. Because as a licensee of Lucasfilm, they have to pay Lucasfilm as if Dark Horse was paying Lucasfilm. So they outbid Dark Horse for the Star Wars license, which means they took a risk, which means they have to make those books profitable. And they did a great first move, and they've continued with what most fans like because the books continue to sell. You know, they put Jason Aaron and John Cassaday on the first 12 issues.
It's also a very, very Disney-owned company thing to do. Because Disney owns, they went through a whole problem with another company owning, you know, a portion of IP and it being an absolute nightmare for them. Now, granted, it wasn't in the same format. It's not movie to movie. But I think that their whole edict now is we need to hang on to this stuff.
If that was the case, then we wouldn't have Gargoyles or Darkwing Duck. Because the edict would have been, why are you licensing it out to any publisher? Why isn't Marvel doing it? Marvel didn't want to do it. They didn't think it would be profitable enough for them. There's a reason why is Adventure Time at Oni Press and not at DC? Because Oni Press was willing to pay more. So, but also, one other thing you got to keep in mind, you put an editor on Adventure Time, what book are you taking away from them? You know, is that one less Batman-related book you're going to do? So even if the Adventure Time sells a little bit more, you're not keeping all that money because you got to pay Warner Brothers their royalty. I mean, these companies...
Well, here's another aspect to this, too. And so you said Gargoyles, what was the other one?
For me, Darkwing Duck.
Okay, so for Gargoyles and Darkwing Duck, which do fall outside of what I'm sure Marvel perceives as their demographic, they're going to know. Do you have an arrangement that you pay a flat fee, or do you have to pay them based upon how many issues you sell?
Without getting too far into it, it's all performance-based.
So you're doing their test marketing for them. They couldn't do that for Ultraman because they wouldn't know. Like if someone else puts out an Ultraman comic, they don't know how well that comic book is doing. But if they put it out, they know how well it sells. With the IP that they own, that they license out, if they have a performative related royalty rate, then they get the information for you how well it's doing, so they know if they want to make a movie of it without taking a risk, which obviously Marvel saw it as a risk. But it's still all upside to Disney.
Look, the economics of comics are so different. You know, DC at one point was publishing ElfQuest, and at the time, Warner Brothers wasn't interested in making a movie.
Wasn't Marvel doing ElfQuest too through Epic?
I'm talking about like 15 years ago. I'm talking about the collections after the series was completely done, and DC got the rights for the collections and for the movie. Warner Brothers wasn't willing to do it at the time. And
it's
then
like Cerebus time, where they also did Cerebus.
Maybe, but they moved to Dark Horse, and at that point, that's when Warner Brothers said, you know, this conversation we've had about ElfQuest, we like this idea. Let's do it together. And DC was like, hey, we don't own it anymore. And so they ended up paying the Peonies, supposedly, a lot of money. So you never know where the economics are going to be. But as far as Ultraman, if we published Ultraman, or if IDW published Ultraman, or if Dark Horse published Ultraman, or if DC published Ultraman, Marvel would see the numbers. It doesn't matter. They would see the numbers. Numbers are transparent. Creators talk. It's just...
Where are these numbers transparent? Because Comic-Con doesn't get that information anymore.
You've got Comic Hub, you've got other places that you can get the numbers, you can get a feel for everything. It's how ICV2 was able to put Ultimate Spider-Man at #1, Thundercats at #2 in the sales for that month. You've got many places you can get it, just people stop talking about it because I don't know why they stopped talking about it, but the numbers are there. And, you know, just like you got BookScan for the collections. Not that BookScan covers everything. You're not getting Scholastic numbers into BookScan, but...
Right.
Ruben has an IV.
Well, it's all it's all fascinating, honestly. I it's funny, Nick, because the show turned out this way because I for quite a long time I toyed with the idea of like, should I maybe ask Nick if he'd want to come on and do a show just to talk about publishing? Because it fascinates me, and I always like to talk about, again, like you've heard me already on my show, talk about my idea. Like I want to go OGN only, and I actually thought of, like, I literally considered, like, hey, should I do something that has nothing to do with original art for a change, just for the sake of it? Because I want to see what, you would have to say as a publisher yourself, about the things that I believe and think should happen, whatever. So it kind of turned I never actually did it. I never approached you about it, but it's just funny that it kind of turned out to one of those shows anyways by default, so.
Yeah. And I think I've said everything in this show, but look at JC's comment. This show is the best.
This show is awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
We are invests.
It's awesome listening to Nick talk about publishing. You see?
And Karen, I nominated for a CGC Hero Award.
Did you?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, is it for the video of the
on the Japanese comic collection, on the Provenance collection.
Wow. Does she know that you did that?
I don't know if she knows it was
now.
me.
Oh,
she does now.
Well, now
we'll see
if
anything comes of it. I mean, for all we know, that whole Hero Award was just damage control for the guys that blew the whistle on them. But I figured if they were going to do it, that video deserved it.
Nope, she doesn't know what you're talking about. She's like, what?
Yeah. I posted in the comment, probably as pop sequentialism, under the video where I was like, someone should call up CGC about this, and I did. I sent a letter in, and I was like, this, if you're passing out, hero awards, you should look at this and think about giving this person an award.
Sorry, just to clear it up, Matt. Who did you nominate to?
Karen.
No.
He doesn't understand the CGC award. He's
CGC as a hero award that they started specifically, possibly as a damage control element for two guys that discovered the reholdering gate thing.
Right.
And so
I was
like, well, if this isn't, just damage control,
right?
Then have you seen this video? This is incredible. This relates to CGC Provenance books.
Okay.
This is a great video. You should think about giving this person.
Right. So what you're saying is you basically have to reach out to CGC.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yep.
Who needs to know this? Okay. Interesting. Wow. And she is thanking you, of course. Thank you so much. There you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, well, I would have done the same had I known there was such a kind of thing where you could
do it. Send them an email, and one email for me probably isn't going to do it, but
Oh, I see. Yeah. As long as people just okay. But who do you reach out to though? Like specifically,
you can just do the support or contact at CGC. I've got some correspondences with some other stuff. If I hand out that email, they'll be very unhappy with me. But it all goes to the same place because I get emails back from the other email that I sent to the one that I had presented.
Cool.
All right. Well, look, I got some cat litter to clean so that
sounds good, Nick. Sounds good.
Then make sure they got their
figuratively, we all have some cat litter to clean, but yes.
For better or worse, I have to, because otherwise they start to give me crap, so to speak.
Yes.
They look at me like, what are you waiting for? Why did we let you adopt us?
Yeah.
So,
well, thanks for jumping on, Nick. It was great.
Yep. Take care.
All right, Nicky. Thank you so much.
And do not regret it at all. Just regret that I said 5 minutes and not realizing this was my 5 minutes.
Yep. 2 hours later.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
All right, Nick. Thank you. Everybody go catch Nick on Friday. 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. I can't believe I was able to say that and not be half asleep and fuck it up, That's really awesome. But thank you, oh my God, Dan, did you come back or have you been here and just kind of falling asleep all this time? Good night.
It's already the next day for him.
It is. Well, it is. It's the next day for me too. There you go. Good night from Comic Art Boston. Tom Katzalowski, you're still here. Wow. That 5 minutes went by fast, didn't it? Of course it did. If there was anybody interestingly enough, if there was anybody in the chat, especially the West Coasters, who wanted to jump in and replace Matt, I would stick around if you guys wanted to talk about anything. So just so you know, I'm giving you a fair chance. Anybody
Way to
wants
make
to
me
jump?
feel special, Rubén. Thanks.
Only because you need to leave. That's all. I don't want to replace you.
It's 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. But if not, then oh my God, even Mr. Redjack left and came back again. Wow, that's how long we've been on. Thanks, JC. Really appreciate you, bud. Very interesting show and informative. Thank you. We're glad you enjoyed it. It kind of, with Nick and the whole thing, it kind of veered a little bit, but still very interesting. Really enjoyed it. So
you should cut this into 2 different videos when you post it. As not as a live video, but yeah.
Right. As a separate kind of like pre-recorded type video or whatever.
Yep.
Thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. Congrats again on the nomination by Matt. That's awesome.
We'll see what happens with it. But yeah,
at least you nominated
everybody in here to send in a message and include the link to that video that she made and get them to do something about it, because it very much deserves an award.
Yeah. It's superb, and I've said it a million times how superb that video was. All the work that went into it. I mean, just amazing. So. Absolutely well deserving. So if anybody liked it enough and cares enough to take the time to write a quick email to send CGC on behalf of Karen, please do that. That would be awesome. If we can back up Matt's own nomination, and they start seeing that, hey, there's, even if it's just a handful, it may be enough for them to be like, well, let's check out this video. Who is this person, and why is everybody telling us to go check out her video, right?
Right.
So maybe that's all you need is just a few people. So that would be pretty awesome. David, wow, I'm going to have a long drive to catch up on Rewind. You can take a long trip and this show won't be over. Larry Wong came back 3 times. There you go. Thank you. You're very welcome, Karen. Very welcome. But anyways, okay, so nobody popped in to say that they'll jump in, so that's perfect. I would, honestly rather just finish it out with you, Matt. Stick with me for a sec anyways, and then I'll let you go eat. You must be starving. But thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you, especially on a night like tonight where we set a supremely long record. Not super long, probably a record by about 20 minutes or so. But Matt has the distinction of being the guy who was with me on the all-time longest episode record. So I don't know if that's a good bad thing to you, Matt.
Yeah, this is gonna get me banned from every other station, but it's fine. It's fine.
We here take good pride in that, and we always laugh about it. And a lot of these guys, they want us to set new records. So there we go. Good night, Mr. Right On.
Thanks,
great
Marcus.
Ruben, I appreciate it.
So.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much. So everybody, thanks again. Catch us next week. I will leave you with the thumbnail for next week's show, which is let me see. Come to think of it, I hadn't even uploaded it. But since this is such a long episode, you'll give me a moment, everyone, if you don't mind. Next week, it's going to be my show and tell with Tom McDonald, who was here, I think, also a couple of times this evening. And it'll be at the usual 8:00 p.m. time, Eastern, 5:00 Pacific. And here we go. There's the man himself, Tom McDonald. And that's it. So please be here at that time next week so we can all watch and support Tom together. And I don't know what you mean by the Dirty Dozen. I mean, I know who you're talking about. I'm not sure if the Dirty Dozen is in for the show tonight, so I think we're going to be signing off. But thank you, Karen, for wanting it to go on. Marathon show, exactly. Thank you, Rick. Really appreciate it. Live chat crew, good night to all of you. Thank you, number one Marvel fan. Appreciate it. I don't know what Aranga has to do with it. And the hoodie crew next week. Yes. Later, Larry. Thank you so much again for coming back a couple of times. And I'm the real Tom from Chicago. Exactly. 2 of you from Chicago. That's funny. But thanks, everybody. Really appreciate you. And we will catch you next week. Have a great week.